I think it is live time. It's time to go live. Haven't done one of these in a while. Let me... Okay, stream's working. Good. Let me copy stream link. It's stream reaction time. The reaction stream. Bunch of things. Tons reactioning. Hello, Planet, Fazberry, Banana Man, Cato, Elif Moth, Tepig, Belvex. Hey, everyone, welcome. We're doing reactions today. I haven't done that in a while. Hello, CJ Polly, Spring Wandy VA, Iguana's biggest fan, Lucas, King Plasma. Good morning from Australia. Tricks the Ghostwalker. It's 2100 for you? Dang. Aiden, Smashers, Peanut Butter, Maxwell. Hi, the Liberal Smoker. What is my social security number asking for a friend? That's a good question. God damn it. I'm already fucking up. I had an alarm set for this, and I just realized I started like a few minutes early. See the VOD later? Yeah, I guess I'll see you afterwards. Oh, okay. We're already controversial in the first theory I haven't even clicked play on yet. There's no chat bear. Hold on. No, I've messed up. Where is chat? Oh, wait. I remember. Okay. Well, hold on a second. Give me a second. I moved hard drives around, so chat bear, there is no chat bear. Okay, look, chat bear must be summoned. There he is. Chat bear's back. Don't worry, guys. Chat bear's been summoned. All right, I think we just get into this one. I did do some basic audio testing. Hi, Martin Jr. Let me make sure. Is Chat Bear? Yeah, Chat Bear's there. Good. Okay. Doing the typical game theory opener. Mediocre. Well, we'll see. Hi, I'm Nexus. That is not a little girl scream, but okay.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that is definitely the real deal and not a sentient robot designed to copy my voice. Today we begin our journey to solve the most anticipated DLC of the year, Security Breach Ruin. Gotta admit, this DLC has been fantastic.
I just realized this is a MatPat video. I'm gonna pause every 4 seconds, so let's do that to make it so I don't get stuck on this forever.
Really felt like Steel Wool learned from their mistakes. Gone is the open world that was big but empty. Gone is the brightly lit neon environments that stopped being scary. And gone are the insane glitches that made the game impossible to fully complete.
Ooh, hey. Whoa! We are not where we were.
Yes, definitely feels like we've skipped something.
I think we broke the game. I think I broke the game for like the 3rd time.
Okay, maybe not all the glitches are...
Yeah, that's like a speedrunner tech that like other people had found, but it was kind of popularized by MatPat, where it's like people knew about it, but like it really got on the map, and now it's in the speedruns. Am I quiet? Who's quiet? I saw 2 quiets. This is a little quiet. Who's quiet? You just said a little quiet. And there's 2 different audio sources, so I don't know which one I should be improving. I'm gonna watch to keep pacing.
I managed to skip an entire chapter that was filled with the most lore, but hey, consider that my contribution to the speedrunning community. You can call that one the Lore Hunter skip in my honor. It'll be my crowning achievement in the world of gaming. Just to make sure that we're all starting on the same page. In the game, we play...
Video quiet. Okay, I'll turn it up a bit. I was worried it'd be too loud. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that'll sound better. I'm going to turn it up slowly.
as a new character named Cassie, a young girl that's been called to the Pizzaplex by her friend and my personal favorite, maybe definitely robot kid, Gregory.
You don't get to say maybe definitely, Matt, when a lot of the community is against you, but that's fine, whatever.
Gregory tells us through a Roxy talkie that he's trapped under the sinkhole in Roxy Raceway. One staff bot jump scare later and we're handed a quote-unquote security mask, one that's meant to help us bypass certain puzzles while shutting down all the security nodes that are keeping Gregory locked down in the basement. But this, my friends, is not just any mask. This is Vanny's mask, the one that Vanessa wore throughout the entirety of Security Breach, making it pretty darn suspicious. Using this mask allows us to look into an augmented reality system, seeing things that we couldn't see before, making us invisible to certain enemies. We can suddenly walk through walls, deactivate security nodes, intentionally teleport, and as I demonstrated earlier, also accidentally teleport sometimes. Mask in hand, we make our way through the Pizzaplex, shutting down the security and encountering the various glamrock animatronics from the original game.
This is why I put it on 1.25C speed. We're just recapping Security Breach. I don't have much to say because we're just saying what happened.
Including the bestest boy glamrock Freddy, though something's a little different about him this time. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's probably the fact that he's missing his head. All of this while running from a glitching bunny entity that'll summon animatronics to our location if we wear the Vanny mask for too long. Eventually, we deactivate all the security nodes, including Cassie's favorite glamrock, Roxy.
Cassie, what are you doing? So sorry.
This allows us to head on down to the basement where, surprise, surprise, it wasn't Gregory at all. Instead, it was an animatronic. See, told you guys Gregory was a robot this entire time. This thing right here.
Okay, there are times where MapPad is joking, and it's super obvious. And then there are times where it's hard to tell if he's joking. Guess which one that was? I really hope that wasn't in earnest. That's a funny joke if it is a joke.
Is the Mimic, a bot designed to learn from and copy other people and robots.
Okay,
and
he's joking.
See, we
Okay.
just released it from its concrete prison. We run to the elevator to try to escape.
Okay, he is joking. We're safe. We're in the clear. Thank you. I should have just watched another second.
Only for the real Gregory to finally contact us and lead us to safety. The elevator is ultimately sabotaged by either Gregory or the Mimic. Unclear who exactly. That's a theory that we're going to talk about later. And we fall into the game's ending with Cassie's fate being questionable at best. Honestly, there is so much happening in this game. True to form, the fanbase is just tying itself into knots, arguing over all the little details. Did Gregory actually betray us in the end? What does the word prototype mean on Freddy's foot exactly? And what ending of Security Breach actually led us to this point in the timeline? Well, good news there, loyal theorists. I believe I have at least the first batch of questions answered. And oh boy, if I'm right, this game is drawn from one of the most controversial parts of the lore, while simultaneously setting us up for some massive reveals later this year. So grab your AR bunny masks, friends. We're about to see the hidden truth.
Okay, so this is not a MatPat issue. This is just something that happens every now and then, or that's a pretty common that I've never liked when watching videos. Which is I don't like when I understand recapping for people who aren't paying attention, or this is their only experience for the series. And for MatPat, I think it's necessary. What I like about having a smaller channel focused on the niche part of the fandom is I'm allowed to skip that entire 4-minute rant in my videos. I don't have to do that because my community is smaller. I'll do it if it's like really weird or like if it's genuinely something really obtuse. Like I realized I should have done that for Molten MCI. I should have explained that theory because it's been treated both as fact but also as something more niche. So it's like Molten MCI is weird, so it needs something like explanation, which is what my next video is going to be about. Molten MCI. It's actually focusing on an unused part of Shatter Elizabeth, my unused video, which is scrapped up MCI. It's kind of talking about that theory and explaining why it's an interesting theory more than anything, but like stuff like just the gameplay of Ruin, I don't feel like I need to recap, you know. But MatPat totally does, so it's like kind of a necessary evil. I just wanted to point that out with this one.
Buried within the ruin. But before I do that, you know what complements a high-tech bunny mask? Our latest that we tend to
The merch is cool. I genuinely really like MatPat's merch stuff, but that is another minute.
come back. And last, but certainly able to execute on, the first they fit how important it is. But
Oh,
maybe you're looking to no-clip into something a little bit different. Hazmat sheet.
that's cool. I'd kind of like that one.
Full of radioactive warnings, thermal vision patterns, even color-changing heat-activated mugs. It's
That's
colorful,
really cool.
It's unique, and it's nerdy in a way that gives you a cool story about your clothing without it being so in your face. You know, except for the giant yellow puffer jacket that has a hazard sign on it. Admittedly, that one's a bit extreme, but it's extreme in all the best ways possible. And it goes great with the yellow hazmat backpack. I mean, incredibly, how could something that I think you're with a few
Jeez, 3 minutes on the ad?
to the digitized
Okay. Squawks merch? I've thought about it. Shatter Elizabeth. So like it's I borrow the name from Shatter Victim, the theory that the bite victim is like scattered, his memories are fragmented and put back together. It's a similar, not really similar in practice, but it's like it kind of covers a similar plot beat, if that makes sense, with Elizabeth. The Shatter Elizabeth is a very iffy theory I've thought of that I think is cool in concept. I'm not sure how accurate it could ever be. Like, I'm not sure about its plausibility. But the idea of Shatter Elizabeth is that the fun times are not possessed by multiple victims or anything like that. They are possessed by one character, and that is Elizabeth, all fun times, whose mind has been ripped apart as William tries to figure out how to control spirits. And then, over the course of this location, we put Elizabeth back together. Literally, we put all the fun times together, so all parts of her fragmented mind come back together, which is why in the safe room ending, she's able to speak her, like, in her actual voice, and she doesn't think of herself as baby as much anymore. I mean, she still does. She still is like, didn't you just come just for me? Like, you know, she still does that. But, like, it also explains why all the fun times kind of act like a unit, but also have different personalities, because they're fixated on their respective characters. It went into detail. It requires its own video. It's cool. As I said in the Didophobia rant podcast, it's very Batman Beyond Tim Drake torture scene kind of logic of like mentally breaking a child until they're made in your image.
Walls of the ruin. Let's start with something simple, something that really sets the foundation for the rest of Ruin. Which of the Security Breach endings is canon? Security Breach has had a weird relationship with its endings. Sure, some previous FNAF games have had multiple endings, some have even had upwards of 7, but none has ever been so vague about what the intended ending was. Of Security Breach's 6 potential endings, there were 2 that felt like real contenders for being the canon choice. The so-called true ending, 2-star ending where Gregory goes into the Pizzaplex's basement to fight Burntrap, ending in a collapse of the entire building, and the Princess Quest ending, the only 3-star ending of the game where Freddy's dismantled by staff bots and Gregory defeats the glitch trap virus controlling Vanessa. So now that
Hey, he ditched Princess Cassidy. That's awesome.
Ruins out which actually happened, well, we can say with near 100% certainty that it was Princess Quest. You see, Steel Wool did something that I would have never expected. They made the comic book style drawings of all the Security Breach endings into the linchpin of the whole debate.
Are we collecting the endings from Security Breach as comics?
Yep, throughout Ruin, one of our main collectibles are comic strips. Comic strips depicting images from the base game's various endings. Comics that were created by none other than
One of Gregory's comics.
Each comic comes with a little descriptor like that. These look like
Okay, we're not doing anything new. This is very typical. Have I made theories on Midnight Motorist? That's what launched my channel. My first big theory was about Midnight Motorist, and in fact, I did one like a little over last month on Midnight Motorist. Are you having fun yet? I don't know. Yeah, it's called... Okay, this is what's so frustrating. In the Switch port of Security Breach, the Burntrap ending is called the true ending, and obviously it's the only one that doesn't have a comic in the original game. However, they're clearly writing it around... okay, there's a donation. I'll read that when I finish my thought. They're clearly writing it around Princess Quest. But then there's stuff that doesn't chronologically work as much, like why is there so much vanity graffiti and all that. Anyway, Crashmaster's donation. Hey, Sire, good to hear you again. Also, you want to hear something funny? How about I solve where Circus Baby's Pizza World takes place in the timeline in the community, and people try to debunk it with novel information. Okay, I have considered making a video called Logistical Errors in Theorizing or something like that. I can't figure out the name for it. There's no like catchy name or like gimmick to it, kind of like Misconceptions Volume 2. It doesn't have that kind of flair to it. Like Misconceptions Volume 1 and 2 are very easy concepts to grasp. But this one is more like, one of the things I actually, in that unused script I talk about is how the novels are extremely unreliable because there's just a lot of changes for the sake of their universe. There's not a puppet in the novels, to my knowledge. Like, unless I missed something where it's like, oh, the puppet appeared on page 185 in Twisted Ones briefly as a passing mention. Unless there's something like that I missed, the puppet is not there. Which, I mean, I haven't read Twisted Ones or Silver. I haven't read any of the books in a long time. I actually mostly keep up in summaries, which is why, like, I can barely remember Fazbear Frights books I read, like, last month or so. Complex Misconceptions, Volume 1. But, like, when you have no puppet, obviously the story is going to change around not having a puppet, you know? So it's like, for example, is William stuffing the kids something that's caused by that being the true intent of the series, that William is always meant to be the person who stuffs the kids? Or is William stuffing the kids a consequence of, oh, we're not writing the puppet in this universe, so we have to stuff the kid? Yeah, the puppet isn't in Silver Eyes to my, like, right? I'm not crazy on that. I didn't just miss something super obvious. Yeah, issues of theorizing. Yeah, I think maybe people could get it. It's one of those I'm kind of working on how to present it too, because otherwise here's the thing. Something I have realized is the difference between a rant video and like that is the difference between like a rant video and like the main videos is I have like a thing I'm trying to cover, whereas the rant video is more like a topic I just want to talk about ad nauseum. Okay, I'm not crazy. Because sometimes I'll be like, that didn't happen. And then people are like, what are you talking about? Here's the scene it happens in. No puppet in Silver Eyes. Good. Okay, I'll actually cut, I'm gonna, sorry, Matt Pat, I'm gonna cut you off a bit here to talk to my chat for a bit, because I haven't done a stream in a while. Opinions on Rory Midnight Motorist. I talked about it in the Dittophobia rant podcast. I think it's overplayed a ton right now. Yeah, it would be a lot weirder if we had both Charlie bots and Charlie as a ghost in the novel. So that's just a random comment I want to agree with. Rory Midnight Motorist is not great, but I can't refute it technically because I don't have the book. There's already a lot of things it actively doesn't explain. Like, if Rory is the kid in a Midnight Motorist, what is the mound? Because almost every possible answer to the mound doesn't make sense under the context of Rory. If it's, for example, one of the simpler ones is like Susie's dog. Why would Susie's dog be buried there in this random spot in the woods? If it's the entrance to Sister location, why did William build an extra entrance out near this random kid's house? And it's like, crying child being buried, another common one. What are my pronouns? He, him. Don't worry about it. I am as I sound. Yeah, and then there's no explanation of the mound. Juniors and the entire abusive dad plotline is really overwritten for a character who won't appear for 3 more years. You know? If I was a Pokemon and your Pokedex number was equal to your social security number, what would your Pokedex number be? Susie's dog being the cupcake? Maybe, I don't know. It wouldn't really matter. It does the puppet does show up in the Stitch line. I'm just like, the person, oh, you're responding to someone else in chat. Yeah, someone said like, oh, I'm thinking about making my own channel for watching all that theories. Go ahead. Like, apparently at random your videos can be picked up. That's something I've learned, is like, sometimes it gets thrown to the right winds if you say stuff the right way and have the right things to say. Yeah, okay. It doesn't mean game there. Happened during FNAF 6. I don't think Midnight Motorist. I think honestly it's the start of the Michael story in many ways, or it's like the start of the conflict between the two. Is how I would like Midnight Motorist to be. I'm obviously if I get my hands on the final Fright's Tales book, and I'm like, damn, they're really trying to say Rory's the kid in Midnight Motorist, then obviously then it's a weird plot line. Your debit card information. A Mike victim? No, oh, that. So okay, let me reveal the roster for the stream reaction. So we have the 2 game theories, we have FNAF's 1 video, and then depending on kind of vote and like time, we have the Riotos videos, and then we have the 3 It's Fantasy videos or ID's Fantasy videos. And also like Rory Midnight Motorist is such like a like the thing with me and Midnight Motorist is like it's an active plot nonsense. Like it's actively nonsensical for William to be in costume, because if he's in costume, why is like yeah you could say he side shuffles out of the bushes, whatever. Where are the rest of his footprints, and why does the kid go a different direction? If he goes back into the bushes, let's say, why does he just teleport? I mean, this is a marathon stream, so we're going to be going through a lot. I have plenty of time to talk. And then it's like, okay, if he's in Spring Bonnie, the actual animatronic, then I know there's the theory that he gets out because of the rain, but where does Spring Bonnie go then? Okay. One of Map Hats and FNAF series are basically the same theory. Well, we'll see how they present them differently. And it's like, okay, so like where does the suit go? Well, once again, we run into the footprint problem. Where are Spring Bonnie's footprints? Like especially if you're going to be so particular about the glass being broken on the inside or outside, like I feel like the footprints that Scott already drew not being there is a little more egregious. Yeah. There is another. Okay, here's another video I'm gonna announce while I'm just kind of chatting. I know it could be the glitch trap suit, but then you run into the footprint problem again. Like, where does glitch trap's footprints go? You know. Like that doesn't actually fix the problem long term. Okay, new project announcement I want to announce. It is 1 video. My plan is to be 1 video that will just be really big, that I'm going to work on over time, which is not a true timeline video, but it is my personal kind of headcanon timeline, if that makes sense. It is how I would want the story to be, if that makes more sense. And it's going to be presented that way. It's going to be in fact, if anyone remembers the very niche, it wasn't that big of a video. That was Afton Got Off Easy was the name of the video, which was talking about how brutal a spring lock failure would be in practice, especially as a performer with one going off. Okay, no, it's worse than the glass, because the glass would be a new thing that Scott would have to draw. But Scott already drew the animatronic footprints, so why not draw them just trailing off? Anyway, yes, let's call it the Squawks verse. But it's going to be similar like that, where it's going to be a lot more story and a lot more about the experience of FNAF than anything. I can't believe I announced the Dragon Ball FNAF crossover theory. But yeah, it's more of a for fun story-driven project. It's going to be a lot more art than I usually do. Probably even more art than the Aussie video had, which the Aussie video is almost 99% art. with the 1% of FNAF movie footage and all that to make it look more real. And in fact, I was at PAX West, so I got a collectible Faz token, which means I can actually use the Faz token in Aussie videos, which is going to be great. I actually met one of the lead character designers for Freddy and Friends on tour, which is awesome, while I was at PAX. But I haven't seen the One to Good timeline. The Squawks. Okay, here's how Squawksverse will integrate with Freddy and Friends newspaper. Squawksverse will probably be canon to Ozzy's universe. In a way, like, it will be the timeline I'm using for Ozzy's series. Because it is trying to be close to the main series, but it does take some of my, like, own stuff. I did play Help Wanted 2. I played the carousel minigame. It was fucking awesome. Like, Help Wanted 2, if all minigames are that cool, then the game's already in great shape. Make a Midnight Motorist video and might solve it, then make the video. Yeah, Shadow Victim works for Mike Motorist and all that. I'm rambling a lot. I just realized it's been 25 minutes and we're only a sped up 8 minutes into the video, including the 3 minutes I skipped, so this is probably going to be I'm not going to have much to say on this video, probably.
Gregory was always so creative. That last line about Gregory being creative, that tells me that these endings are all made up. They're just stories that Gregory imagined for his own little comic series, inspired by the scary, true-to-life events of the franchise. But if they're made up, then how do we know that the Princess Quest ending is real? Well, once you collect all of Gregory's comics, the answer is pretty obvious. Take a look at this. These two are from the Gregory Escapes ending. These two are from the VIP ending. These are from the Loading Dock ending. This one is from the Disassemble Vanny ending. And then, last but not least, is the Burn Trap ending panel. Seems like a pretty extensive list, right? Except there's one ending that's noticeably absent here. Princess Quest. There isn't a single comic strip in all of Ruin depicting that ending, implying that unlike all the others, was real. And if you look around at the rest of Ruin with this in mind, you start to realize why. In the Princess Quest ending, you have to beat the Princess Quest 3 arcade machine that's in Vanny's hideout. But when you visit that same hideout in Ruin, you find the machine on its side, with the princess's lantern sitting on
sword
top,
in it, which means
Iris lighting the way to freedom. And if the lantern wasn't obvious enough symbolism for you, when you put on the Vanny mask and enter the AR world, you'll see the sword from Princess Quest 2 and 3 plunged into the machine. The beast has been slain. Actually, the fact that Cassie's given the Vanny mask in the first place also lines up with this ending, because it's the only ending where we actively see the mask getting left behind. It's actually a big focus of this panel right here, showing us that the mask being left behind is significant. It's still waiting around for someone.
I mean, it's not saying anything new, so I don't have much to add to this.
Last but not least, there's the fact that in Ruin we come across Freddy sitting in a pile of rubble missing his head, something that again only happens in the Princess Quest ending. So with our canonical ending established, let's just stop right there to talk a little bit more about Freddy, shall we? In Ruin we come across this headless Freddy, but it's unclear whether it's
okay, this is actual theorizing territory. Faster 2 times speed.
Meant to be our Freddy from Security Breach or not. You see, this Freddy has the word prototype written across his foot, something that is definitely not present in the base game. He also has a green present hiding in his stomach, something that's awfully suspicious once you consider Security Breach started with Gregory taking an orange present out of Freddy's stomach. This can't possibly be the same robot then, right? This is one of the big debates that's captured the attention of the Faz base. If the Princess Quest ending is correct, then it kind of has to be the same Freddy. It would be very highly coincidental if not. So how then do you explain all these new features? Well, first, I think it's important to call out that design updates between games, it is nothing new for this franchise. Probably the best known example of this is the evolution of Springtrap in FNAF 3 to Scrap Trap in FNAF 6. William Afton's basic anatomy, it is nothing alike, despite it being the same dead body in the same rotten suit. Even in this game, Candy Cadet, complete overhaul between his first appearance and now. Or just take a look at any of the other animatronics. Their endos are real different to the ones at the end of Security Breach.
This is actually a point I agree with. The one I don't like is the Mimic versus Burn Trap's design, because that's more extreme than any other redesign. Like, look at these two. That's still a fucking wolf animatronic at the end of the day.
Each and every one of them has the exact...
You know, like, even the design changes, like, with design changes, you can recognize enough these are the same characters. But I can see, like, the prototype is just something scribbled on. That's not that bad. I'm not sure if I agree with it, but I'm saying it's not as bad as some versions of it have been.
Same damage that they did in the previous game. But one detail that can't be replicated is something that I think a lot of the community has started to overlook. Something that can't be denied. And it all relates back to the Vanny mask. We're told that this mask is known as the Virtual Augmented Neural Network Integration Unit, or VANI. As the name implies, it allows us to use augmented reality to physically see and access the neural network, that's just a fancy name for AI, controlling the Pizzaplex. Throughout the game, we use this ability to make fences disappear, access security nodes, and teleport from location to location. That much is obvious. What's less obvious?
That is actually... Okay, this is something I do like about watching game theories, where it's just like, sometimes I'll be reminded of a detail, even if it isn't great. I did kind of forget that it is neural network in this context, which does mean it's accessing the AI that controls the Pizzaplex. What's funky about that is that in some parts that points to Storyteller, but also contradicts Storyteller, you know? Like, No. Burn Trap is kind of irrelevant anyway. Plus, put the speed up audio for the shop. Keep talking Zelda. Yeah, that'd be fun, but I'm not doing that.
Endoskeletons behave while we're wearing the mask. As we pass most normal endoskeletons in the game, we see them wrapped in swirling.
I'm split on Burn Trap's canonicity, because on one hand, it feels like a very simple solution to the problem. On the other hand, it's like, okay, A, you went through a lot of effort just to take it back, and B, his container and all that stuff is still there, so it's like, what was the real thing there if he's not canon?
Pink code. This shows that they're connected to the network. They're being powered by the AI system in charge of the Pizzaplex. Now, when Cassie has the Vanny mask off, they'll start chasing us. That's because we're suddenly visible to them. We're just a kid. We're a target. But notice what happens as soon as we put the mask on. They stop chasing us. Instead, they go back to what they were doing before. We've disappeared from them because we're integrated into the AI system. We're no longer a kid. We've become one with the code. It's actually pretty brilliant, subtle storytelling. But now let's get back to the topic at hand.
I guess I kind of agree with that. That's not bad.
Our headless
Logic.
Freddy in ruin. Unlike every other animatronic, when we put on the mask around Freddy, not only does he stop chasing us, he outright disappears. We can't see him anymore. And likewise, he can no longer see us. Why? What makes him so different? What is this trying to tell us? Well, if the Vanny mask jacks us into the Pizzaplex's AI system, his disappearance tells us that he's not a part of that system. He is not swirling in pink code because he's removed from the Pizzaplex's network. How'd that happen? Well, we saw it at the top of Security Breach. Freddy glitches out and has to be rebooted in safe mode. That's why he's friendly to Gregory in a way that none of the other animatronics are. He's no longer under the control of the AI network controlling the Pizzaplex. In a sense, you could say he's thinking for himself. And we see this continue throughout the entirety of Security Breach. Whenever Gregory sees Vanny running around, Freddy states that he didn't see anything.
You didn't see the dancing rabbit lady right in front of us?
No, I did not. There is no rabbit at the Mega Pizzaplex. Not anymore.
Vanny is very clearly real, but she's wearing her mask, thereby making her invisible to the one robot that isn't a part of the wider AI system. That
That's not bad. I actually like that.
only changes when Freddy is equipped with Roxy's eyes. Roxy's eyes in that game were a part of the AI system, which is why that upgrade suddenly allows Freddy to see things that were formerly invisible to him.
That I don't like, because why would the eyes? I would just say his eyes are so advanced that he can see the physically real character.
He's seeing everything that's a part of the AI network, and that includes Vanny.
Vanny, I can see you now. I have new eyes.
This one detail is why I feel that ruined Freddy here has to be the same as our best boy from Security Breach. This is a Freddy that has been removed from the system, one that was rebooted in safe mode, taking him offline, something that almost
I
guarantees...
mean, it's not a flawless explanation, but that's not that bad. I know it's not the same mask, but it could be the same technology. There's no reason it couldn't. Vanny can see you, though? I mean, yeah, but, like, she's an actual person looking through the mask, you know? Like, when you put on the mask, you can still see stuff. You can see, like, the digital outlines of it. I mean, yeah, that does run into the problem of, like, if the logic is Vanny wearing... It would have to be a human difference, if there was a difference.
...is that he has to be connected to the Freddy from the original game. Weird Freddy curveballs aside, though, this game makes it abundantly clear that I was right on the...
That's not that bad. Okay, well, I just want to say he's right on the money for it.
...with my last few theories about how AI is now the major focus...
I mean, are you really right on the money when the books just said this?
of the series, and specifically AI programs that have been corrupted by Glitch Trap, Afton's old evil data, hence why everything is wrapped in this purple or pink code. Well, everything except for Roxy. Instead of being made out of purple code like the rest of the animatronics, she instead has sections of her body made up of green code, specifically around her face, her arm, and her foot, making her look a lot like she did at the beginning of Security Breach. It's strange, right? But it actually ties into our previous theories. This neural network controlling the Pizzaplex isn't just influenced by Afton. According to the books, the AI program was originally built to play with Charlie, a girl that wore a green...
Okay, now we're just cheating. Like, this is just borderline lying. Because you're not acknowledging you think it's talking with Charlie. You should say it's playing with David, the son of Edwin. And then say which we think is a parallel to Henry and Charlie.
Wristband in order for the security puppet to protect her. That's why we see Tiger Rock, the book's manifestation of the same...
I knew this was gonna happen. I can't believe I have to pull this fucking image out. Let me find it. Let me find it. You know what I'm getting. You if you've watched my stuff, you know what's coming. Where is it? Recon Collections? No, there we go. Yes. 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 I mean, it's all pretty clear cut. Oh, this aged so well. I guess technically it... How does it age? Because I hadn't seen this video when I made that image. thought it'd be funny to make fun of color correlations because I've been disenfranchised with them for a while.
AI with 2 colored eyes. It has evil and good data inside of it, and different animatronics are tapped into different amounts of that same code. That's why Roxy is surrounded by green code that makes her look like she was originally supposed to. Green is the color of protection, of safety. Her influence is now putting green markers over the parts of the system that are good. This duality is actually
You don't see this in Sun and Moon, but
best
okay.
exemplified by, believe it or not, the Daycare attendant, Sun and Moon, or Eclipse, as they're known and fused together. Since the beginning of Security Breach, this thing's presence in the game has always felt very random. Like, why is he here? Just to be another scary thing to chase us around? Maybe, but that doesn't tend to be how these games work. And why would they choose such a random design?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Why is he here? Just to be another scary thing to chase us around? Maybe, but that doesn't tend to be how these games work. And why?
That is the first, like, okay, in MatPat's world he's built out where Charlie represents green and good because David or whatever is what the Mimic copied. So you could say the Mimic is copying both good and bad behaviors, and then you parallel that to his logic, right? Right? But this one's bullshit. There is just shit meant to scare you in FNAF. Yeah, the books do give an explanation, but he doesn't believe Tales games, so that doesn't apply that much here. But, like, that's like saying the hallucinations that you get in FNAF 1 that just say, like, that's just the scary Freddy face is the linchpin to the lore. Like, some of this shit is just meant to scare you. And is meant, and like Bonnet doesn't have a lore relevance. She's just meant to be a threat in Custom Night, you know? Like, to say that there is, or Yendo is another one where it's like, Yendo doesn't have significant lore to our knowledge. Oh yeah, Elizabeth already has stronger green correlations, but like, even in my stupid shitpost image. Golden Duo, it's fine. It's kind of one of my preferred takes on it, but I'm not sure. It's one of those I'm like, I don't know if this is true, but I like it.
Why would they choose such a random?
Wait, Matt does agree with Tales games, but he just said, what the fuck? You can't agree with Tales games and say Edwin, and then say the AI is mimicking Charlie.
Design of being both light and darkness, sun and moon. Well, now we know. In one of Ruin's many lore-heavy Easter eggs, if you go up to him with the mask on while there's only one generator left to activate, you'll hear a new line that states,
No! It's not safe yet! Turn on the other generator!
clearly, Eclipse is conflicted. One half wants to protect you, but it's getting
Yeah, that's just their personality.
shut away by the darker, more sinister half. He is good and evil combined. He represents both codes competing within the same body. Other animatronics are more
Okay.
of a sliding
Fine.
spectrum. Some are more corrupt than others. But Eclipse represents the balance that naturally exists within this neural network system. Which leads us then to the ending of the game. Whether Gregory is actually the one...
I'm so split on Tales games. More than anything, I just want a confirmation. I feel like it isn't confirmed, but it's a solid theory. It's like Molten MCI. It's very plausible, but to say it's absolute fact, I think, is misleading.
Trying to kill Cassie in the final moments is a theory for another day. Instead, I'd rather focus on this, the Mimic Tunnels. At the end of the game, we're chased by an endoskeleton known as the Mimic, a robot that's able to learn from and copy other creatures. But even before we get to the elevator, Gregory tells us his friend, presumably Vanessa, has these plans for the underground tunnels.
My friend has access to the building map. Just follow the instructions.
But what are the tunnels? Why are they here? Who put them here? These tunnels aren't just random. Someone has been down here before. They've installed lighting and an elevator and everything. We also know it wasn't Gregory and Vanessa because they're on the opposite side of the room that the Mimic was locked in, the Pizzaplex side, complete with the mixes system. We also know that these tunnels weren't just part of the FNAF 6 location because the game makes it a point to show that we're a number of floors far below that building. It tells us that this location has to be older than the FNAF 6 pizzeria. So again I ask, what are these tunnels for and why are they here? Well, the clues to finding understanding that answer are hidden in the Mimic's room. Normally, you wouldn't be able to see any of this stuff. You break down the wall, you enter a cutscene, and the Mimic starts to chase you. However, at this point, Steel Wool understands that the internet gonna do what the internet gonna do. We're gonna rip into the files, we're gonna free cam our way all across these maps, and we're gonna crank up the brightness hunting for clues. And sure enough, there is a lot that's hidden just out of sight. Inside the Mimic's room are two costumes, a grandma bird and an elephant clown. There also seems like there's supposed to be a third costume, a lion wearing a varsity jacket, but that one I was only able to find in the game files. That said, in one of the game's secret endings, the Mimic wears a costume that's kind of a mix of all three of these things, so that's the evidence that we need there. And overall, it's a pretty interesting find. We know from the books that the Mimic is a fan of wearing costumes. In the Mimic story, as well as the Pizzaplex epilogues, we know that the Mimic mainly cycles between two costumes, a mushroom and a jester. In the story, Edwin, our parallel for the game's Henry, was responsible for turning those costumes into animatronics for Fazbear. And that right.
Okay, Matt, this is just unfair to your community who doesn't read the books. Especially if Tales Games is confirmed. Like, this is... everything is all good and fun. I normally just don't disagree with MatPat theory. Or just normally it's just that I don't agree with MatPat theories. I just think this is just a little mean-spirited for your community to present it as Henry does this, right? Because each said Henry. I didn't...
was responsible for turning those costumes into animatronics for Fazbear.
And that's not how the story works either, by the way. Like, this is unfair on both levels.
And that right there, that's an important detail. You see, the books make it clear that those costumes came from a time before Edwin made Chica into the first animatronic. In other words, these off-branded characters like a jester and a mushroom predate practically everything else that we see in the games. They come from a time before the core lineup of characters.
Because, like, presenting it like this is just fact, when this is very much MatPat's interpretation of information, is, I think, a little mean-spirited towards the community. What if Game Theory started doing Family Guy cutaway gags in the middle of theories? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't... I mean, yes, this has been a problem for a while with Game Theory. But for at least, if I remember correctly, for the Frights era, he was like, our parallel to the games, Andrew. Like, he was being objective with that, but it's like, he was still prefacing, like, he was talking about Andrew like a separate character, or because of Frights, we have Cassidy, or whatever. He said stuff like that. But he's treating this like, in the Tales verse, Henry is there, and Charlie is there. But that's not what's happening here.
Was officially decided. When Edwin disappears after the death of his son, Fazbear Entertainment goes to his abandoned home and reclaims all of their property. The Mimic, the costumes, everything. Think this is only specific to the books? It's not. I suspect that we've been hearing about these costumes ever since Night 4 of FNAF 3.
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
But that's not all. On your way down to the FNAF 6 location, we find ourselves...
Yeah, kind of. You could argue that. I mean, there's no problem with that. Fine.
In a massive cave system full of bioluminescent mushrooms and waterfalls. This immediately felt weird to me. I mean, it is the first time that we've ever been in a place like this. A place that is outside of a building location in this franchise. So why now? Why this particular setting? Why such a beautiful cave with such specific details? It's odd because we've never seen anything like this in the entire series. Well, almost never. In the second novel, The Twisted Ones, as a friend...
Yeah, I knew this was where this was going. Okay, you can make the MatPat theory excuse, like, oh, it's all just a theory. That is true, and I don't disagree that you can deflect some of this with that. But when he's retelling the story and saying this happened when he's talking about his interpretation of it is not fair. Like, that is completely unfair to people who don't read the books or aren't active in the community subreddit. Like, let me put it would be like if I said, oh yeah, the Mimic exploded in fire at the end of the series. and I just presented that as fact, and I said, like, see, in Help Wanted 1, we burn Ennard, but that never happens. And Ennard's kind of like the Mimic if you think about it, because people say that's what deep down Baby looks like. Baby Mimic connections happen, borrow FNAF theory. Therefore, that Help Wanted was trying to say this is what happened to the Mimic. Therefore, the Mimic exploded. And then in the next video I say, and remember guys, the Mimic exploded, so Tales games can't be true. That's how this is unfair. If I present something as fact, when it is built on a theory, that is unfair. Alright, Silver Eyes time.
Friendly reminder, that's the one where the main character gets vored by an animatronic in the end. Good memories had by all. When Charlie awakens from being trapped inside one of the twisted animatronics, she finds herself inside of an old Freddy Fazbear pizzeria. As she explores, she too discovers a cave system with, wait for it, glowing mushrooms and a waterfall. What does it mean? Well, the more I looked into it, the more I realized the strong parallels between Ruin and the original novel.
We're in FNAF territory. This is annoying. This is there's like the whole image of the game theory cycle and all that, but like this is actually the game theory cycle. He recaps it for about 8 minutes, and that's pretty solid. That's like, okay, that's totally fair to the community. They need that kind of stuff. And then you have about 5 to 6 minutes, depending on the video, of solid theorizing that's genuinely pretty cool. And then there's that part in every FNAF video where you just go, what is he on about? And I've talked about this for a while. That was one of the early kind of running jokes I have off and on used.
Trilogy. In both cases, we follow a young girl who's looking for a boy the same age as her that goes missing. She finds an old pizzeria buried below a mall, and when she goes down there to where she believes the boy's calling from, it's revealed to be a trap. Am I saying Cassie is Charlie? No. I might one day, but for now I'm still mulling that one over. But I do think that there are clear connections between this game and those books that are directly being called to our attention. And what's the primary location for the final book in the series? The location where this story finally comes to its ultimate conclusion? Circus, babies, Pizza World. Look again at the costumes that we see in the Mimic's room. An elephant, clown, and a lion. Both animals that are commonly associated with circuses.
You're ignoring the varsity jacket.
Grandma
Okay.
Bird actually looks a lot like a crow to me with its wide yellow beak and its dark blue coloring, which again reminds me of the Disney film Dumbo. Another
You're just fucking cheating with that one. Okay. That is absurd. Man, if I look hard enough, I'm sure I could find any destination with a crow. What? What? What are you... If I look hard enough, I'm sure I could find a place where crows are. In any theory. Fuck, if that's all you need, I'm gonna be the best FNAF theorist there is. That's a John reference. I'm not genuinely shitting on MatPat that much, but that is like, okay, I've seen the logic MatPat's operating under, even I think of some of it's unfair. I still am not happy about the Tales game, how Tales games is being treated. Even though I don't fully agree with Tales game, but like, crows also don't have yellow beaks. Yeah, that's true.
circus-based film that stars crows and an elephant attraction. The elephant is even wearing a clown outfit, for crying out loud. It is...
No, that one's a genuine connection, but the lion has a varsity jacket, and you just picked a circus-themed story that had a crow in it as proof.
Practically screaming at us that these costumes were designed to be mascots for circus babies. It's why when they were brought into Fazbear's as backup costumes, like Phone Guy said, their relevance was questioned, because Fazbear never had a circus theme or revealed any of these sorts of characters. They were Williams from a long time before.
I knew this was where it was going.
But that's not all. Throughout Ruin, there are secret plush baby rooms where the dolls troll you, and a whole suite of plush...
Thanks, Problem Pal, for the £5. Sorry you can't stay with it because you're gaming, but have fun with your girlfriend. Have a good night.
Baby AR collectibles that specifically call out how weird it is that these things are here. This is Fazbear, not Circus babies. There is no reason to call out all of these parallels unless it is specifically to call our attention to Circus baby. These locations are connected somehow, but the final nail in the coffin for me comes thanks to one of the secret endings in the game. After the mimic chases
Scooper,
you in costume,
yada yada.
you end up in a locked room where you hit a big old red
I'm gonna
button
say
and
mimic
a
his
claw-like
baby.
machine comes down from the ceiling, grabs the mimic, and defeats it, at least for now. And what's that ending called in the game files? The Scooper ending. This thing right here, it is a scoop. And where's the only other place that we've ever seen a scoop used? Circus babies. An underground bunker that you can only access via an elevator. Oh wait, that describes exactly where we are. Now, remind me again what game is coming out later this year? One that has a trailer starting in the sister location elevator?
That's not as bad, but the crow is bullshit. Like, that's fine. This is fine. This is
ruin down in the bottom right corner. Help Wanted 2, the second VR game. The Mimic has been around much, much longer than any of us suspected, and we're gonna find out more about him in the next VR installment coming this winter. This has all.
This is a pretty blanket statement. Like, oh, the next FNAF game is going to have the Mimic in it? Gee, I wonder.
Sorts of implications. For one, the parallels between the Mimic and Ennard are undeniable.
You know how I just had this bullshit rant about how, like, I could string Mimic to Ennard and then say because Ennard is lit on fire in Help Wanted that the Mimic is going to explode? This is the kind of shit that you can do with it.
An animatronic that's an amalgamation of a bunch of other animatronics. What makes this one even more interesting is that the books just confirmed all games up through FNAF 6 as being games in universe of the Pizzaplex. So was Ennard just a fictional version of the Mimic the whole time?
I think I just reflectively coughed.
Again, that's a theory for another day. But more importantly, this actually has some massive timeline implications as well. Part of the reason it always felt tough for me to place Circus Babies into a timeline is because it closes after the death of Elizabeth. That always felt like a good starting point for Afton to then begin seeking eternal life and to put people back together. But what didn't make sense is why Baby would have a claw mechanism in her chest to capture kids. Afton wouldn't need to capture kids until after he had lost his child. But if Circus Babies was actually much earlier in the timeline, like these old costumes seem to suggest, things start to fall.
Are we going back to Elizabeth first? God, the timeline avoided this. What the fuck?
Henry was the initial robotics genius. Afton just had the ideas and then gave them to Henry to turn into animatronics, like what we see with Edwin in the Mimic stories. I always brush this little detail off as confusing, but before the release...
This doesn't happen in the Mimic stories. Afton isn't in any of the FNAF Tales books. Period. Closest you get is Burroughs.
Of sister location, we got this ending from FNAF.
This isn't even Henry! I thought this was just one of those, like, fragments of Matt Pat interpreting stuff as it came out. But we're back to Gray Man being Henry? Okay. Do I have to make this video now?
Where Henry sits at a desk talking about the evil that he created before he unalives himself, just like what we see
But he doesn't kill himself in the games.
him do in the novel trilogy. At that point, we see a pair of glowing eyes, and Baby's voice calls out,
"Everyone."
Oh, by the way, you could use the connect Baby to yellow. Just another... You can do it any way you want.
Please stay in your seats.
This all implied that Henry was the...
Oh, when is William referenced in Tales? Oh, yeah, he's referenced as a fiction... But he's referenced in... He's referenced in Under Pressure. I forgot that. I was thinking of William in the present being in Tales, but he's not. He's referenced.
Creator of Baby, not William, despite Afton's name being the one on the copyright. But now I think we have an answer that solves all of this. William went back to collect his costumes after Henry's disappearance, just like what we see happen in the books. When he does this, he also finds the Mimic program, deciding to use its programming and technology for his own creations. The Funtime animatronics, who can do what? They have the ability to mimic voices. We see Baby doing the exact same thing in Sister Location when she mimics the voice of a
No, Desk Guy being Henry was one of those... It was fine at the time before Henry came back. It wasn't great, but it's like...
Elizabeth to try and lure Michael to his death. I suspected in my last theory that Baby was still at play here. That's why Tiger Rock's eyes are blue and green, Elizabeth and Charlie, and given
But you... How does blue represent the mimic?
everything that we just talked about today, I have no doubt that this is still very much the case. How it's gonna play out, though, we'll have to see in FNAF VR 2 later this year. Obviously, there's gonna be more to cover here in the...
Okay. Let me try to digest what MatPat's claims are. So, this is one of those... The reveal method of theory storytelling is frustrating with. So, let me explain something here. So my channel's focus, I would say there are a lot of channels that do this, but my channel is a good reference point because you're watching my channel, obviously. My approach is I'll tell you the answer and I explain how I got there. And this is used by, and like this applies to game theory still to an extent. But game theory, FNAF, and Raito, and I think ID also fits my method of like, here's kind of the answer we're working on, and here's the question, and we're like exploring it. That method is more about exploring the answer rather than revealing the answer. Whereas game theory and Raito and FNAF have this approach more of giving you all the questions and then adding answers as you go, saving the best answers for last. For the most shocking reveal in the video. And there's different... This is not a binary system. It is not a shock system versus a not shock system, if that makes sense. Raitoast is very much in the kind of moderate range of that, where they give a lot of answers just as they don't. Some of the best like chunks of the theories are often saved at the end of the Raitoast videos, but it's still talked about and led up to before that. But this is where it's frustrating to watch the reveal order videos. Oh yeah, we're at 300. Where the reveal is saved for the end. To cover Gray Deskman, his dialogue doesn't resemble Henry at all, which I'm a big fan of dialogue being used. It doesn't make any sense for him to be Deskman. And also, like, so Henry's in FNAF world magically? How does that work? We know Scott is in FNAF world, and we know Scott can take many forms in FNAF world. And all that. And we know Scott in the FNAF, like, in Freddy in Space, he mentions, like, are you going to deactivate my games? I'll never stop making FNAF games. He literally says he's the one making the games. And then Deskman says he's making the games. So your only theory here, which MatPat didn't mention, is that Henry would have to be the creator of the FNAF games. Which breaks the parallel to Steve. If you're saying he's a parallel, that's hard to like view. Deskman does fit Scott better because Scott literally says in FNAF world, when you're fighting Brainhead Jar Scott, he says he creates the minigames, and it's the guy who creates the minigames. You don't need the double layer of minigames there. The fact that Pizza World shut down by gas leaks, that could be a Dittophobia reference, I don't know. Henry is Scott Cawthon. Hey, Aerith, welcome to the stream. Like, and also, anyway, going back to what I was saying with the shock order being confusing, Baby is not mentioned in this entire first half, despite being very relevant to this chunk. If the video started with, I think Baby is the AI still, you could lead that into this entire chunk talking about the AI's systems. You might even be able to make a theory that, like, the bad AI versus good AI is what causes the vision discrepancies or something like that. You know, and like all this, like, So it's very confusing when he's like, okay, Elizabeth is half AI. But it's really confusing when he walks back and it's like, actually, baby's the AI when I've been talking about AI this entire time. Because now I have to apply what he just said at the end to the entire rest of the theory to figure out, and I don't like that because it's extreme whiplash and confusing. I don't think it's cool at all for baby. Okay, this is. I don't like. I don't think the idea of Henry making baby. I typically do watch ET Live, but I knew there'd be spoilers for his latest videos if I watched a bunch of the recent ones. So I haven't watched one in a while. Uh, Bad thing the Rogue Indy Dead made was this location which outed Apton and caused his death. Maybe. It could be a limiting stick situation, yeah, it's possible. I don't know. Do you think MapPal will ever invite you? I don't think so. I think so. Here's what makes me skeptical of it. Here's what makes me think I probably won't be. Like, I would love to be on Game Theory's channel. Like, just because I disagree with Matt doesn't mean I dislike him as a person at all. Uh, uh, I don't know if FNAF still is upset about my original reaction stream, and I know Matt seems to be pretty close with FNAF now, so I'm wondering if that would be the reason that wouldn't happen. I don't know. I'm just like spitballing. I don't know what the views are. It's been very one-sided communication. Uh, Back to the baby topic of the idea of Henry making baby, because it's such it very clings to Silver Eyes. But the story in Silver Eyes is all about the wonders of Henry that Afton is stealing. Yet the problem is, the problem becomes that that's not really backed by the games or tales. Or frights, even. Like, it's one of those when three of our big continuities don't talk about this thing that only happens in one continuity, is it really a useful piece of information? It goes back to what I said earlier with the whole Will versus puppet stuff theory. Is William stuffing the kids in Silver Eyes caught a genuine consequence of this is the intended story, Silver Eyes is just adapting it? Or is this we don't have the puppet to stuff the kids, so William has to stuff them? Okay, no. Henry doesn't create baby. He creates a fourth robot that William turns into baby over time. So it downplay William is still the creator of baby as we understand it. So it's misleading to say he just made baby. And B, yes, he does kill himself eventually, but he didn't do it with baby, and baby isn't like the reason he killed himself directly. He was more just disgusted with his idea, with the fact that he was trying to rebuild kids as robots. Pizza Party does not show William stuffing Gabriel. It shows William It shows the surrogate William, the kind of representation, as Glitchtrap killing a kid, and then the kid waking up as the robot. Does that literally mean? does that literally mean... Because there's the whole, like... This is something I've talked about in the past, where is there a time gap between the kids possessing their characters and dying? Because it seems like it cuts. So we are entirely missing what happens between them. I know it's semantics, but it's not. Actually, no, it's not semantics. That's an entire origin story that's missing that needs to be explained. There's this entire subplot of Henry making a robot that William stole that's never talked about in the first half of the series. And like I said, it's already coming from a questionably reliable source that has a lot of plot shit for the sake of it.
The coming weeks, specifically about Gregory, Cassie, and Cassie's dad, but more on that one next time, because in the meantime, remember...
Next video, let's
A portion
go.
of today's episode is sponsored by Delta Force. Scariest parts of that game, but really ask yourself, what or who is this thing? In a series that doesn't do coincidences, one already full of a core band of animatronics with old and new faces, as well as deep cut returns like the Music Man, why introduce a completely random character?
Because Roxanne and Montier knew what?
You're completely disconnected from everything else. Honestly,
They're not. They're just some of the new enemies.
Sure, and I didn't really talk about him in my theories for Security Breach, but it definitely bugged me in the back of my mind. And now, here he is again in Ruin, and not only is he back, he's got more collectibles than literally any other character. 4 masks, 2 pinatas, 2 plushies, and 2 golden...
Okay, so keep in mind, every Moon collectible has to have a matching Sun collectible, and vice versa. So there's actually 4 collectibles, one of which is a reskin of a prior collectible. Well, a reskin with Astros. It's just a recolor with a different layout. This one actually, in this specific art, is just a recolor. So in actuality, there's about 3 truly unique collectibles between these. So saying the number of collectibles is what makes Sun and Moon unique is kind of misleading.
Plushies, which is especially strange when main characters like Roxy and Chica only have like 1 or 2 items tops. What is the deal with this thing? Well,
I mean, they would have more if they had multiple personalities.
give him a nice close-up look. And now, watch the clip of the mimic from the end of the game. You see anything interesting? It's the teeth. The teeth are the same, each one individually attached and able to articulate itself. Eclipse, in some way, is related to the mimic. And knowing how old the mimic is, step aside there, Chica. Eclipse was the first. He has truly seen everything.
Okay, I knew this is where the series was going because I'd seen memes about it on the game theory subreddit, but...
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, a show that has valid theories, no eggs required.
My theory is the valid theory. Matt Pat can suck an egg.
This one's for you, Mark. Last time, we started digging deep into the ruins of Security Breach's DLC, where we started to chip away at this game's mountain of mysteries. In the process, we were able to come to a few solid conclusions. First, that Princess Quest was the canon ending, meaning Vanessa was ultimately freed.
Yeah, I'm on the watch the video because I am curious how he's going to argue this, but...
glitch trap, and everyone celebrated the victory by eating oddly symbolic ice creams on a hill. That also meant that this headless Freddy with the word prototype on his foot, it was indeed Gregory's Freddy. But perhaps the biggest twist of all was that underneath the rubble, underneath the Pizzaplex in FNAF 6, hid the one and only Circus Baby's Pizza World.
Okay, this is one of those confusing points that is very tricky with all of this. Pizza World or rental service? Because the scooper shouldn't be in Pizza World to our knowledge, unless Afton was already doing remnant experiments, which, I mean, he's kind of already doing anyway, but like, this is already tricky.
This revelation was huge. Not only did it suggest that Circus Babies has been around since some of the earliest days of the franchise, but I think it also reveals what the true purpose of Ruin is. This game isn't about looking at the future of the franchise. Instead, it's all about the past. I believe that Ruin is trying to tie up the loose ends from parts of the franchise we left forgotten. That way, we can move forward with later games. And so today, we're going to be diving into that past, because that history is going to be the key to understanding mixes, Sun and Moon, the truth behind Glamrock Bonnie, and even our new protagonist, protagonist, Cassie. So hold on to your nearest handrail, theorists. This elevator is taking a one-way trip straight to the first floor. Or should I say we're taking a trip straight to the first lore? I could say that, but I probably shouldn't. That's a really terrible joke. Anyway, let's start off by talking about our new protagonist, Cassie. Even though we spend a whole game with her, we ultimately don't learn all that much about her. Basically, we learn two things. She's a fan of Roxy, and she's got some real bad luck with vents.
This vent is creaky. I really hope it's... Look, no more vents. Every single time I get in one, it breaks or something jumps out at me.
We also know that no one showed up for her birthday party.
Have you booked your party? I'm sure your friends will show up this time.
Well, no one except for Gregory, which is why she's so determined to save him. It's kind of cute. But aside from that, there's not a whole lot else about her. In fact, in an odd twist, we actually learn more about her dad than we do about her.
A fast wrench.
We learn he's a technician and he likes Bonnie. Is that really more than we learned about Cassie? She's lonely, likes Roxanne, is a pretty big fan of Freddy's as a whole, and is really attached to the characters and is pretty sympathetic. And she's friends with Gregory. Is that really more than the two things of her dad? Engineer, likes Bonnie.
It's just like my dad's.
And it's not just in random throwaway lines either. Thanks to the AR collectibles found throughout the game, we get a ton of information about Cassie's father. That her dad used to collect old Freddy and Friends lunchboxes. That Bonnie was his favorite character. That he refused to tell Cassie why Bonnie got replaced.
Is that really a character trait, though? That he won't tell Cassie about Bonnie?
And notice how every line describing him is written in the past tense, implicitly telling us that her dad is no longer around. There is a...
Okay. Here's the tricky thing. With the exception of the lunchbox, these are all time sensitive. Bonnie, you would say Dad wouldn't tell me why they replaced Bonnie regardless, because Bonnie's already been replaced. I mean, you could say Dad won't tell me why they replaced Bonnie, but it's weird if they, like, assuming they've moved on and dropped the subject between the two, it would still be wouldn't. Bonnie was my dad's favorite. Bonnie's no longer active. So this would be past tense regardless. There is no Bonnie to be his favorite anymore. This one is a little more interesting, but if he's already got all the lunchboxes, which, keep in mind, almost all the VR stuff is built from Cassie, not almost all. A lot of the VR stuff is built from Cassie's perception and understanding of things. We constantly see stuff from her life integrated in these. So if he's already collected all the lunchboxes, it would be past tense. Which, given that Cassie is able to collect all the lunchboxes, is backed by the game. Because that's where she would get them from. They are all VR collectibles, so they are part of her psyche. For the most part. And as someone pointed out in chat, it's just like my dad's possessive. Depending on how you look at it. You could say it. She does say it is just like my dad's. It's just like my dad's. So these are all tricky. And also, yeah, there is the note he leaves for her.
Every line describing him is written in the past tense, implicitly telling us that her dad is no longer around.
It doesn't. It just means that he's not doing these things anymore. That's what's tricky about this.
It would be fine if she just offhandedly mentioned her dad once, but the fact that Steel Wool has put multiple references in here means that this character has to be important in some way. But
I do agree with that.
More importantly, why? Well, for Cassie to say that her Faz wrench is just like her dad's makes it pretty darn obvious that he not only worked for Fazbear Entertainment, but he was also a technician. Throughout the years, we've encountered a handful of technicians, mostly in the books. They're usually adjusting rides, fixing animatronics, nothing too exciting. However, there is one set of technicians that has gone long forgotten in the game series. That's right.
Are we gonna say he's one of the ones who killed himself?
Back in Sister Location,
or was
we got
killed
to
or
see
hung?
actual humans in this series, only for them.
Okay. Problem already. MatPat is clearly setting up that or that at the very least the Circus Babies part of the series happens really early in the timeline. Right? If he was this set of engineers, and we're assuming Sister Location is early in the timeline, we run into a less extreme version of the H problem. Cassie would already have to be born if he dies here. That's what we're setting up, right? So unless sister location happens, I would say in 2012 or so, that age becomes absurd. Oh, it's worse? Okay.
Heck, we even got to hear these guys.
Just seems like these things can't go a day without breaking down.
Now, I'm not saying that Cassie's dad is one of the two men
Okay,
that we're
good.
talking or see hanging. The ending's connections to Sister Location, plus the trailer for Help Wanted 2 featuring the Sister Location elevator and an electric panel like the ones that we see throughout Ruin, it all leads me to believe that her father was one of these sorts of technicians. One of the technicians that worked as a part of Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. In fact, I suspect that he's the one we'll be playing as in that new game, Help Wanted
Okay, I agree. I've made an entire video on
2,
this.
coming out later this year. As the trailer says,
Welcome back for another week of career fulfillment and minimal social interaction.
clearly this is someone who's been down here before, and the facility in the game is working and operational. Notice the lack of yellow danger tape found at the bottom of the elevator shaft. We're going to be joining him for a few days on the job, which in turn should give us the backstory for the events that we're seeing play out during the ending of Ruin. Maybe
I
even
agree
witnessing
to an
the moment
extent,
that they had
or
to
something
seal
bit
up
like
the minute.
that.
In fact, I'll take it one step further. Now, this one is a long shot, but I suspect that he and Cassie might wind up united down there in the bunker at the end of all of this. You see, even though Cassie speaking about her father in the past tense implies that he's dead, I don't think that that's actually the case. I think he just went missing. Look at these two item descriptions. The first is for the AR Bonnie mask, which reads, "What happened to you?" You might interpret that to be, "What happened to you, Glamrock Bonnie?" But that's not true. First, this is an AR mask of the original Bonnie. It's a mask first seen in Help Wanted 1 as part of the Trick or Treat minigame. It actually far predates the Pizzaplex. But secondly, and more importantly, Cassie actually knows the truth about what happened to Glamrock Bonnie. She knows that it was Monty Gator who eliminated him from the picture. In a later item description, this time for the AR Glam Monty plush, the description reads, "It's hard to look at. Why? Why would the only Monty item that Cassie can..."
To be fair, this is the first ever... Isn't this one of, if not the first ever AR collectible? But whatever.
collecting the entire game be so hard to look at? Well, it's because she knows what he did. She knows that Monty's guilty, violent, responsible for trashing Glamrock Bonnie. And as a result, Cassie has a hard time looking at him the same way again. So wait, if the line...
Matt actually ignores some actual solid evidence for that. So whenever you look at knocked over Fizzy Faz dispensers, they retain what character they were, except for one character. For Monty's knocked over soda stations, it's replaced with Roxanne, if I'm correct, if I remember it correct. So her having a dislike for Monty is actually kind of implied in game, but it also contradicts her dad saying he never told her what happened.
What happened to you isn't about Glamrock Bonnie, then who is it about? Well, it's about her dad. He disappeared one day and they don't know where or why. That's why she refers to him in the past tense. But that then leads us to another question. Why is she reminded of him with that particular item? The Bonnie...
Here we go. I know what's happening. He's the Bonnie bully. Say it with me.
Just because Bonnie was his favorite? No. I suspect it's because her father wore that Bonnie mask. And
We're getting to it. I know what's happening.
This scene in the entire theories are the only valid. Bite of 83.
Was that the bite of 87?
No, Mark, no, it wasn't. My theories are the only valid theories. You go lick a stick. I'm saying that Cassie's dad is the Bonnie bro. Now, that at first might seem like a stretch, but again, remember what prompts the memory of her father. An old mask of the original Bonnie, just like Bonnie bro wore on that fateful day all those years ago. What's more, notice what's missing from all these collectibles. You have a Bonnie mask and a Foxy mask, but no Freddy, no Chica mask. It's suspicious, right? Like, why? Why would Steel Wool include such a random and, more importantly, incomplete collection of memorabilia? It's clearly them trying to tell us something, that this mask is connected to the...
Damn, if that's all I need to make a point, I'll be the best theorist that there is. I mean, that's not a bad point. That is Foxy and Bonnie, the two up front, who are the ones, like, front and center. They would be relevant to the story. That's what he's going for. No, you don't get to be like, Lamau, what the fuck? This isn't as bad. If the kid is 10 years old in 1983... Okay, no, the age is still bullshit. But still, whatever.
Foxy mask, the one that Michael...
It's just... Especially if he's arguing the first 6 games aren't truly canon, and that this is just based on a real event, then the timeline isn't as bad. The timeline becomes bullshit when he tries to, like, work it both ways.
Or during the Bite of 83. What's more, Cassie's dad is clearly established to be a massive fan of the Freddy's franchise. One of the collectibles in Ruin are these cute little Freddy and Friends lunchboxes that we're told he used to collect. Now, Freddy and Friends was a cartoon series created by Steel Wool to help promote the release of Security Breach a couple years ago. It was animated in the style of old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, similar to things like Scooby-Doo, Yogi Bear, the Flintstones, old shows
Yeah, we
that
know
actually
what cartoons
started in
are.
the 60s but remained popular throughout the 70s and the 80s. Dates that very nicely line up with Fredbear's Family Diner being open. And that's not all the proof we have here. Notice how these lunchboxes have a classic metal design with a metal handle on top. They're very similar to designs that we saw popular for kids' lunchboxes that existed between the 50s and the 80s. But here's the thing, we don't even need to go as far as masks and lunchboxes and cartoons. Pull up
Not really proof as much as just a general statement. Like, that doesn't support the theory. That just states what these things are. Okay.
Cassie, pull up Bonnie, bro. Can you guess where I'm going with this?
Of fucking course. Bring the color connections!
Oh, if only there were a way that I could just, I don't know, just visualize the design similarities between these two characters. How could I do it? Oh, I
Hair color's different.
know. Hey, editors, do you reckon you could whip up something for me? Maybe something that connects the red shirt, blue shorts, brown hair, maybe
They're not blue.
the darker skin tone of these two characters? Yes! Beautiful. It's like a work of art. Pièce de résistance.
This doesn't even fucking line up here.
I mean, really, what more proof do you need of this one? But that then brings us back to the
Okay, that one's at least a joke, but like... I know it's a joke, but it's like...
question of why. Why pick Bonnie Bro, of all people? Just for the Easter egg? A random reference to a past character? I don't think that's it. For 9 years now, FNAF has been the story of one family, the Aftons. This
Please don't.
was their tale. Their lives, their mistakes, their deaths, their resurrections, all of it culminating in that FNAF 6 fire. But with the introduction of characters like Bonnie Bro as Cassie's father, we're being told that we need to widen our scope, not just focus on the Aftons, but rather to those around them. I still believe FNAF 1 through 6 is the Afton story, but this new era of FNAF, it's about how the actions of the Aftons during their story affected the people around them. The ripple effects, the collateral damage. Bonnie Bro was just a kid who grew up loving Bonnie, loved watching the show made by his best friend's dad. But when that friend, Michael Afton, roped him into a prank that went horribly wrong, he never lived it down. He went on to study robotics and become a technician so that it would never happen again.
Yeah. Timeline's really weird here, Matt. I mean, it's not impossible for a guy in his 60s to have a kid. At all. It's just like a little bit of a thing to, like, but it's weird that he'd be in his 60s and still working for Fazbear Entertainment as a grungy technician. That's a little weirder.
Yeah, and Ruin just keeps on digging up the past, because now I want to talk about arguably the most confusing character across the entire franchise, Eclipse. But first, I need to tell you about something else that has a long history. Today's sponsor, Delta Flash, was like he could fly to an entire take a the Delta Caulk down on PC and mobile across this part in general. These tastic futuristic pizzaplex. So where did this thing come from? Well, underneath this terrifying mask is a set of robotic teeth. And those aren't just any teeth, they're made to move independently. Now that might not seem like that important of a design feature, but believe me, it is. There's only one other character with teeth like that, and it's the Mimic. Now take another look at Eclipse's design. It's a scrawny design with arms and torso that are basically just long metal rods with springs wrapped around them. And when you take a look at the back of the head, you'll see a circuit board just there, out in the open. The design feels simple, rudimentary, very bare bones.
I mean, he's a thin, lanky character. What do you want from them? It also helps that he's actually more intact than most of the characters.
It's just like the Mimic, who's made up of old parts from industrial machines. Two animatronics made from the same basic shapes and parts. Now, am I saying that Eclipse is a Mimic? No. But what I am saying is that these animatronics seem to come from the same time period. A time period that predates practically
But the Faz wrench port contradicts that already.
everything that we've seen in this franchise. How early are we talking about here? Well, for the answer, again, I turn your attention to the AR collectibles. While playing through the game, I just couldn't shake how random the collection was. I've talked about this before. A Foxy and Bonnie mask partnered with a Sun and Moon mask. Where's Freddy and Chica? A similar thing happens with the golden plushies. You got Sun Moon, Foxy, Bonnie, Baby, and Glamrock Freddy. It's a weird assortment, but again, there's no Chica. Or you got the pinatas. There's just 3 of them. Sun Moon and Bonnie. Not labeled Glamrock Bonnie, just Bonnie.
I mean, isn't this kind of because we didn't really get these collectibles in main game?
Almost like the game is trying to tell us something with all these random groupings and which animatronics are present where.
This is just the core 4. Matt, this is just the core 4. You can't be like, oh, what a weird grouping when it's just the core roster. Hell, this is just the core roster of the game. Nightmare On hasn't been talked about at all. Helpy's there. These are just like plushes. And while Freddy did have a plush, none of the rest of these did. So this is just kind of giving golden plushes to characters that weren't in the base game, it looks more like to me. Like, this is a more interesting collection. But once again, this kind of goes to, these guys didn't have collectibles in the main game.
Air. And I suspect that what we're actually seeing here are the eras of the franchise, and the key players that existed in each one. And the one who came first, Sun and Moon. You'll notice that of all the collectibles, there are two that are visibly unique relative to all the others. A collection of two masks that stand out from the rest. The comedy mask and the tragedy mask. They have no eye or mouth holes. They're not even colored. And the fact that they're labeled comedy and tragedy, and not Sun and Moon, tells us that these weren't just any masks, they were old theater masks. You're probably familiar with these things, the laughing and crying masks. Well, you see, the tradition of theater masks actually originates in ancient Greek theater. The first plays evolved from rituals that involved masks, so it was natural for actors to wear masks that represented these heightened emotions that their characters were feeling. And while I don't think that Sun and Moon date back nearly that far, I do suspect that these masks were actually Afton's first creations. For years, we've been left to speculate about a time that came before Fred.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying that he's completely ignoring the character's origins in the book, but
Fazbear's family diner. And I did my best in the ultimate timeline to piece together a plausible narrative for what would bring Afton to create Fazbear based on the evidence that we had available. But I think that these air collectibles are Steel Wool's way of telling us that journey. Look at the evolution that's present here. Comedy and tragedy masks. They're the first. They're part of some theater or vaudeville style sideshow. Then you go to Sun, Moon.
I mean, that's just like a trope, though. Is that really like, oh, it could only exist in this context? Like, this is a long-standing idea.
And Bonnie Pinatas. A third new character gets added into the mix. Afton's character, the bunny. Then there
It is the logic of old thing, therefore old. Like, it's not the best, and we haven't really added more proof to it. We're just saying old thing, simple thing must be really old. When it's like, okay, so if I make something sleek with only a few parts, is it old because it's simple? You know? Like, the staff bots are also very simple, but they're sleek and modern looking. Obviously. But does the fact that their design is simple mean they're old? Like, you can't just be like, oh, springs, those are an old thing. Are they really? Are they really old, Matt? Or are they just a machine component they put into designs?
are four masks. Still Sun and Moon, then Bonnie, and then Foxy. There's no Freddy or Chica because they're not here yet. They didn't join the band, as it were, until William and Henry started working together. It's then, and only then, when Henry brings his barnyard animals to the table. Chica, Pig Patch, Happy Frog.
But they aren't. These two aren't in Freddy's. Chica is. And even by this theory, Chica would still be prettier than the timeline, because according to you, Edwin is Henry and puts him in pretty early in the roster.
That we see the Lunchbox crew develop. The core four that we've known and loved since FNAF 1. And then the Air plushies are just everyone who's currently relevant inside of the Pizzaplex, i.e. every character that's been created. As for the Golden plushies, I'm not quite sure what they're meant to be. That one remains to be.
You've missed a perfect chance to support your own theory. If you're arguing Chico is brought in after the fact, then this should be your core lineup for the starting of Fazbear's. You have the Bear, you could have Fredbear, Spring Bonnie, then you have Foxy, who's just brought in, and then you have the early Circus Babies Pizza World dynamic. If that's your theory, why are you not making that claim?
Be seen. Regardless, that progression of character development would explain why Afton's solo adventure after the closure of Freddy's was circus themed. He's had himself a jester and jester adjacent characters for years.
Exactly! Like, if that's your argument, why didn't you make that claim?
So, I would like to point out very strongly that a jester and circuses are not one and the same thing. A clown is not a jester, and a jester is not a clown who works at a circus. A jester is someone who entertains royalty, a king and a queen. He does not work under a big top coming out of a small car. And don't even get me started on the fact that everyone's teasing this new game carnival themed, which again, carnivals are not circuses and circuses are not jesters. You're all just trying to retroactively fit them into these themes where they don't technically go, which honestly probably tells you more about the lore than you would expect.
I mean, not really. It's a very similar aesthetic all the way through, and this has happened since since FNAF Dislocation came out.
It's actually kind of smart world building. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. Anyway, we know
You can't be upset about something that's just like... that actually could be a counterpoint against what you're saying. That a jester is not part of Pizza World inherently. Therefore, he shouldn't be connected to that.
To the tales from the Pizzaplex that a jester costume was present all the way back when the original Mimic was made.
And jesters are part of the history of clowning. They just are different. Like they're an
Variants
evolution.
Flashlight Glow picked out a brown Freddy Fazbear costume, a yellow Chica costume, a Foxy costume, a Bonnie costume, and a couple bright pink and yellow-green Court Jester costumes. And it's clear that the Jester idea persisted throughout all of Afton's plans, because in the epilogues of the Tales from the Pizzaplex book, we also read this, quote again, "As soon as Lucia's hand slipped into the Jester costume sleeve, she recoiled and snatched her hand back." "What is it?" Kelly asked. "It's okay, I just almost got into a spring-lock suit is all." The Jester costume developed from just a normal costume into a spring-lock suit. Suits, which were definitely used in Circus Baby's Pizza World.
Try not to wiggle, though.
I mean, that point's not bad. Like, the idea that there is a Jester costume.
Inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever
Yeah, but Baby's...
recommend
Baby's a Jester, but, like... Let me slightly retract that statement. It's like, if you're arguing that a circus doesn't need to be related to Baby, then... Like, you could argue that just... Like, I don't know what Matt's trying to say here, somewhat. Like, with that whole rant about, like, oh, they're not connected. Like, why even acknowledge that? It's like, are you just... What the fuck is he talking
keep
about?
the spring locks wound up.
The spring-lock suit in the epilogue also has a mask that matches up almost perfectly with our daycare attendant. One final quote. "Lucia stepped up to the costume, suppressing a shiver at the Jester's leering, toothy grin and its wide eyes." And the best part is...
It's a Jester. A Jester smiles and has expressive eyes. Matt. Ad incoming, by the way. Ad over,
Thanks to the
probably.
mimic, I think-
Oh. I'm just going to let it pause. I guess he's just being educational, but, like... I mean...
I think I can pinpoint exactly when Circus Babies started and eventually fell through. I decided to look a little deeper into the room just before the mimic chase. It's an old room filled with shattered security nodes, propane tanks, and the Mixes hub, all connected to a computer which we can use to free the mimic. Now, the majority of people have been assuming that Mixes is Gregory's doing. His backpack is down there after all, and the mimic has his walkie-talkie. But something just didn't add up to me. The computer controlling the Mixes server is...
Oh, I remember seeing this. Yeah, the computer is old, but so is the one that you use to repair Freddy, so it's like, what's the point there?
way older than any of the other technology that we see throughout the Pizzaplex. We've got camera galleries, modern office spaces, even portable security camera viewing stations. But this super important system for keeping the killer robot under lock and key is using only an old CRT monitor? Yeah, no, that doesn't feel right to me. And this computer isn't just any computer, its design matches those from the 1980s. Specifically, it reminds me of the IBM PC-JR, computers that were released in, get this, 1984. Mixes has been around for a long time, trying to keep the mimic locked away, but why? Well,
As I said, we see other retro computers in the base game, so it doesn't really matter.
I think I have an answer to that. An answer that also gives us an explanation for why Mixes shows itself as a blue rabbit. See, I don't think Afton only copied physical characteristics from the Mimic to make animatronics like Eclipse. I think he also took its software to speed up his creation process. I think that this was one of the ways he was able to populate Circus Baby's Pizza World.
But didn't you just say you don't think the Eclipse is a mimic?
With the Funtime animatronics. As John from the channel FNAF has been quick to point out time and time again, almost all of the Funtimes have themselves a very specific function. They have the ability to mimic voices. Just like
One of them does. One of them has that feature. One of them has parental voice
John, I
sync,
too believe
and the other is just deter and misdirect.
that Afton got that functionality from the Mimic program itself. After the tragic death of his son during the bite of 1983, Afton needed a backup plan, something that he could build fast, just in case the Fazbear name was permanently tarnished. So he went back to the Mimic program and made a copy of its software, transferring it into his newest creations, hoping that they would be able to...
But you said Henry made them! That is like one of the first like big wrinkles. I'm like, what are you talking about? You can't say Henry made them. Also, Henry should still be here. Or have killed himself.
to learn routines much faster. He could then
Like, him killing himself is in-game in both instances. So, like, what the fuck is the timeline we're working with here?
give them stomach hatches and other features to help him capture kids, all to forward his experiments in bringing his son back to life. Everything looked like it was going according to plan, but sadly, we know what happened. His daughter got too close to one of his traps and was killed. Afton was obviously devastated by this and shut the whole thing down. The Mimic program had failed spectacularly. He sealed up...
Did William make the Fun Times or not? Did he just make the three of them? The baby's the one with all the pretending shit. So what the fuck? I guess he is saying that Henry made Baby and William made the other ones. But we're still in this weird loop where it's like, so can Henry make the characters or not?
The old location with concrete, and as a safety measure, he created a new program that would keep the Mimic locked away permanently. A system wrapped in his signature purple, guarded by the one creature.
And also, why lock the Mimic away? If it's stable enough that you can take the AI out of it, why did you turn it on and make it a threat?
That he could trust, the rabbit Bonnie. And so Mixes was born. That then gives us two separate mimics. One inside Baby and the Fun Times, ready to be collected by Fazbear Entertainment and used to create VR experiences, and the other still trapped down in the basement. This would actually go a long way to explain a weird moment from the middle of Ruin, where Helpy and the Mimic argue with one another.
What happened to it?
They're both Mimic AI, so what exactly is going on here? Well, it's two versions of the same program finally in the same place after so long. Helpy is the Mimic program in the network, while the Mimic talking to Cassie is the physical Mimic down in the basement.
I felt like they were just the same thing, though. I mean, it feels more like a part of the Mimic's personality.
Possible, it's confusing, and I suspect it might just be right. Guess all in a day's work for FNAF lore, am I right? But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
Also, where's Charlie in this? We've completely skipped the Charlie half of this. Okay. Poll time. Who do we go to next? We're starting the poll. Vote on the poll while we talk about this. So, this is, well, like I said, I don't like the going back shock value kind of theorizing. Where I'm left confused, what are we talking about? So, somehow, or somehow, Baby was made by Henry. And then... but... where does that even fit in the timeline of this spot, in this version? So Baby has to be made really early on by Henry, and then Henry makes every other character up to at least 1987? Oh, I guess you could argue he doesn't make the toys. So let's say he makes all the characters up to 1983. Then what? Since everything is in the gameverse, does he kill himself or not? On Puppet Share, I don't think it's great. The puppet's just presented as Henry's daughter, so it's like I feel like that's currently FNAF is winning the poll. Which, to be fair, FNAF has one video. But I'll keep going as I talk about this more and more. So we have two Henrys, basically. We have the Henry who kills himself and the Henry that will live on to FNAF 6's fire. I think get FNAF out of the way so we can get to ID and Rye to end off on a high note. Well, Rye has so... I'm not sure if we can do all of Raito's videos. Even ID has 3 videos. But ID's video... At least the Candy Guy story is pretty quick. But these two are long. But Raya has a few short ones in here, so it's going to be a mixed bag of time. So there's 2 Henrys, or Henry just fakes his death. Matt said nothing about Henry possessing something, so one of those deaths has to be fake. Henry dies and possesses his own body. What is this? Day Shift of Freddy's? Thoughts on William being Edwin? Edwin is one of those, like, any person who makes a robot, you can connect to Edwin if you really try. So, okay, it looks like the poll's focusing on FNAF, and I do agree that FNAF has one video to watch, so we'll get that out of the way. So, oh yeah, let me finish my understanding. So, Henry dies twice, makes baby, but also makes the mimic completely separate from that, and also security puppet. Somehow the copying of Charlie's in that system and is never talked about for the most of that theory. Then William finds the mimic, takes a ton of software out of it, and then I guess the mimic turns on for shits and giggles to torment William for a while. And then the mimic, then William's like, fuck, this thing's scary down here in Circus Baby's Pizza World. So I guess Elizabeth has already died at this point. Because by MatPat's logic, the mimic is trapped in Baby's Pizza World. I'm gonna pour concrete over it and use my IBM Computer Junior with this virtual rabbit that connects to a system that won't be made for 50 years to lock you away. Don't know how Charlie virus works in all this, but I guess Charlie... So by this logic, by the way, Elizabeth has to die after Charlie. Because otherwise, the mimic is sealed away and has no connections to Charlie. So Pizza World's already been shut down. Baby is taken out of Pizza World and put in, at the very least, what will become the bunker by MatPat's logic. Then in the bunker, he makes the other fun times with whatever he has left over of the mimic software, which is also in Baby, I think. So Elizabeth has died at this point. Charlie has died. Who knows where the rest of the timeline goes from here? Also, Eclipse was there at some point. And then Henry, by the way, Henry's back again because we're still in the early chunks of the timeline. At some point, he made the normal animatronics like off screen or whatever. I mean, I guess he makes them off screen no matter what, but and then I don't fucking know. Then Henry makes the classic animatronics and spring locks and all that. Then presumably the events of FNAF 4 happen. Sorry, my squawk right now. Eclipse was the first. You had seen everything. I'm a little lost at like what some of the claims he's making are, because he was really setting up that Elizabeth would be one of the first things. MatPat's argued in the past that BB is older than most think. I don't remember that, but maybe he did. Maybe I repressed that. Okay, end poll. We're going on to FNAF.
2 weeks ago, I went live on my YouTube channel to play Ruin and see if I could find any new Easter eggs. And during my search for Easter eggs, Scott Cawthon himself joined my stream, and I got to give him a sneak peek of the theory I'm going to share with you today. This was his reaction.
No, it's not. FNAF. I actually know that because people informed me, and I did look on the playback of this, at least somewhat. So FNAF was stumbling to get the theory out there. And then Scott Cawthon said, very interesting theory, poking fun at that he was having trouble saying the theory. And then at the very end of it, like, he started saying it. So this is already misleading.
It is a very interesting theory. I know it is, Scott. Obviously, he can't confirm or deny anything, but it was really cool to see him in my stream. This theory is one of my most ambitious, and I'm super excited to share it with you. All I ask is that you keep an open mind and remember this is just a theory. One of the things
that is a better thing to say.
I love to do when making FNAF theories is
I don't like the title when you say it's just a theory, but okay.
Look for the little details that help solve the greater story. I feel like that's something I'm good at, so when I started playing Ruin, I got overwhelmed. Steelwool Studios gave us a game where there's illusions everywhere, an AR world and the real world, and there was just so much to look at that I didn't even know where to start. So I decided instead to take a step back and look at the story they're trying to tell us. On a very basic level, Ruin is about a little girl who breaks into an abandoned mall to try and find her friend that she swears is trapped in there. But it turns out that he wasn't trapped at all, and she was tricked. When I thought about the game like that, I started to notice something. This isn't the first time we've heard this story.
Okay.
The Silver Eyes trilogy
Because he's going to say a lot of stuff that Map had already said, because they were thinking about very similar things, or if you think they copied one another or whatever, it doesn't matter. I was saying, like, if since a lot of this ground has already been covered, we are going to go at 1.5.
the first ever FNAF books to be released, and on a very basic level, the first book is about a group of friends who go and explore a mall that was built on top of an old Freddy's Pizzeria. While they explore the old pizzeria, they have a run-in with William Afton, aka Springtrap. That sounds just like what happens in Security Breach. We explore a mall that was built on top of an old Freddy's Pizzeria, and while exploring the pizzeria, we have a run-in with Springtrap. So if Security Breach is the first book, what's the second book about? In the second book, The Twisted Ones, a tornado hit the town and the mall is now destroyed. We learned that the mall was set to be demolished, but because of the tornado, the demolition was put on pause. As I kept rereading this book, the connections to what we saw in Ruin kept piling up. The mall in the books was destroyed by a tornado. The mall in the games was destroyed by an earthquake. The mall in the books was set to be demolished, but was put on hold. In Ruin, we see a giant wrecking ball that started to demolish the building, but now just sits there. In Ruin, Cassie's friend Gregory is calling out for help.
You have to find
Yeah, that's solid. Yeah.
I'm trapped in the sinkhole under the raceway.
Following his call leads Cassie to a giant cave with glowing mushrooms, a big waterfall, and a facility full of carnival-themed mascot costumes. All of this stuff that probably felt very new and confusing also happened in this book. Charlie swears that her missing brother Sammy is calling out to her. Following this call leads her to a giant cave with glowing mushrooms, a waterfall, and a facility with a bunch of carnival-themed mascot costumes. Charlie swears that her missing brother is behind a door covered in concrete. Cassie swears that Gregory is behind a door covered in concrete. And both in this book and the game, it ends up being a trap. But right before Cassie and Charlie get attacked, an animatronic comes in and saves them. In Ruin, Roxy came in and tackled the animatronic. In the book, Foxy came in and tackled the animatronic, along with the other OG animatronics. Even the fate of both Charlie and Cassie is left a mystery at the end. The Twisted Ones literally ends with it looking like Charlie died, but then they hint that she might have survived. Just like Ruin. The elevator falls and then...
Okay, this is meh. It is not completely inaccurate, but it's not also accurate. Like, on one hand, if I pick two stories and I try hard enough, I can almost always find similarities. That's not a statement about me. That's a statement in general. Like, this is like one of those, you get all superhero stories are the same when you pick out enough things that they're just part of the hero's journey. So on one hand, this is kind of a lot of stuff, but then you do have more specific stuff.
After the credits, we hear this. Cassie. Scott isn't just taking ideas from these books, he's taking the stories themselves and using them as heavy inspiration for the games. If we looked at these books to try and predict what would happen in Ruin, we would have been almost 100% correct. So
I wouldn't say 100% correct, because I don't feel like... I'm sure he's going to make a statement about how the Mimic connects to Afton and Baby.
So if the first book is Security Breach and the second book is Ruin, what's the third book about? Well, those carnival-themed mascot costumes weren't first introduced in the Tales books, they were introduced in the Twisted Ones to foreshadow what was to come in the fourth closet. When we visit
I mean, it doesn't really say carnival costumes. It says arcade games and carnival and carnival like theming, didn't it, in the statement? But whatever, sure, let's say it's good enough.
World, a carnival-themed restaurant. We also visit the book's version of the sister location.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And meet all of the Funtime animatronics. And if this pattern continues, that would mean Help Wanted 2 would be the fourth closet. And where are we going in Help Wanted 2? The sister location bunker, to meet the Funtime animatronics. If Ruin taught me anything, it's to look to these books to figure out what's going to happen next. So I would bet money that we're also going to see Circus Baby's Pizza World in Help Wanted 2. Need more proof? While searching for the game files of Ruin, Maz on Twitter found this note that Steelwool left in an old version of the Mimic Chase area. Quote, something cool that maybe foreshadows Carnival, pending J-Top's thoughts. We definitely don't visit a carnival at the end of Ruin, so we must be visiting this carnival in Help Wanted 2. In the epilogues of the Tales books, the main characters were hanging out at a carnival before heading to the Pizzaplex. One of the levels in Security Breach Fury's Rage, the last game.
Okay, that was the first, like, really superficial thing, where it's like, yeah, nah, kind of, but nah. A carnival is a pretty generic concept in that context. But maybe they picked it to connect to the story, whatever.
Scott made before Security Breach released features posters advertising a circus with a carnival happening in the background. We also have the leaked balloon circus characters that have yet to be explained. The connections go on and on.
That's
so
better.
I'm convinced that Circus Baby's Pizza World is where we're going next. But the question is why? Well, in the fourth closet, this was all leading up to Circus Baby being revealed as the big bad. In the Silver Eyes trilogy, Henry created...
She's not really... She is a big bad, but I would say William's still the big bad in Silver Eyes, but okay.
For realistic robot versions of Charlie after her death, one for each stage of her life. He kept each Charlie bot in different closets in his house, but when he got to the fourth Charlie bot, he started having regrets about what he was doing, and in a fit of grief and rage, poured his agony into the robot. After Henry...
I mean, agony wasn't really established yet, but sure. Like, this is a lot of those kind of This is a lot better than some of the videos I've seen from FNAF. Like, just a handful where I'm like, no, that wasn't great. But, like, the agony wasn't really established yet.
We left the robot behind, Afton came in and stole it, turning it into what we now know as Baby. Baby was the fourth Charlie bot, hence the title of the book, The Fourth Closet. If this sounds familiar, I've actually talked about this before. Last year, I pointed out the Nightmare Yon plushies and imagery throughout Security Breach. Charlie possesses the puppet, so Nightmare Yon would be the metaphorical evil/dark version of Charlie. While playing through Ruin, I noticed that the Nightmare Yon plushies were back. Stop, Steelwool! They put this in the game to just taunt me. But it wasn't until I started exploring off-stream that I noticed they aren't just back, they're once again hidden throughout the game, but most notably in one specific place. During the part of the game where the Mimic is chasing you, you enter this hallway leading up to an elevator, and tucked behind some boxes in the corner is a Nightmare Yon plushie. I don't know if this is Steelwool just messing with me, but putting one of those plushies in the most lore-heavy part of the game feels intentional. You know what else feels intentional? Throughout the game, you can collect different plushies. Every plushie features a character we
Does describe it like agony? Okay,
see at the Pizzaplex, except two, a Baby plushie and a Nightmare Yon plushie. Baby and the evil version of Charlie. In the fourth closet, Baby and evil version of Charlie was revealed as the big bad. There's also
But they're separate characters in this context, which doesn't make it as strong. If... Okay. The problem is that in the games, they aren't presented as evil versions of each other. Now, I actually have had a video idea for a while about how they narratively parallel each other as evil versions, and that's why I think Twisted Ones was not Twisted Ones, Fourth Closet was going for. In many ways, Baby and Charlie's story arcs are mirrors of each other, but they're foils to each other, right? Baby is a character killed at her core, or Elizabeth is killed at her core by her entitlement to her dad. The idea that this character is made for her and that she has to see it. It is that childish obsession. Now, does she deserve to die? No. But at its core, the difference between Elizabeth and Baby and Charlie dying is their agency in it. In a way, while Elizabeth obviously didn't know she was going to die, she did choose to die in that weird way. Like, if you kind of get what I'm saying, like, at the end of the day, it was Elizabeth's choice to do the things that led to her dying, and she was unfairly punished for it. And Charlie's is the exact inverse. At the end of the day, her story is her completely out of power, thrown out of the pizzeria by bullies, and killed by William. They are both the daughters, or the lone daughters to our knowledge, of the two big people in the center of the story, Henry and William. And they are both people who are like the kind of main girls of their group, who have a leading role in both stories. But Bailey uses her role as the ringleader to make the Funtime's lives often worse. It's harder for them to kill what they think is William because of Baby's actions. She's the one tricking and manipulating them all. She is the one who makes it so that what she thinks is William, or we presume to think is William or Mike or whatever, going to be injected with the remnant, so he'll still live when the other Funtimes seem to want him dead. And like I said, they're both kind of their lone figures. They're both the ringleaders of their groups. They both represent different things about lone daughters. I mean, they're the only girls in the group, right? Elizabeth is William's only daughter. He has other kids, but she is the girl in the group. And Henry's only child, to our knowledge, in the games is Charlie. So I do see the idea that they're dark mirrors to each other. The problem is the characters they represent aren't. Baby isn't represented as the dark mirror of, or isn't represented as being connected to Nightmare Yon.
So many weird connections to Baby in this game. There's this room full of half scrap Baby.
I wouldn't say she is corrupted Charlie. I mean, they're narrative foils to each other. It's like Darkwing Duck and Negaduck. It's like another duck-related subject. It's like Glomgold versus Scrooge McDuck. A foil is in many ways the dark reflection of what someone is, but it's not like they're not literal like natural opposites. It is taking the thematic presence of one and riffing on the other. Like how Frieza is the foil to Goku. He isn't evil Goku, but he represents everything that Goku isn't and opposes it on the same level. Goku is someone who had to work on everything and achieve everything in his life. whereas Frieza was born with everything possible and all the power in the universe. Nightmarion had green eyes and ruined when? I don't remember that. Nega duck. Negative duck. You can't get me on this one. Fuck you.
Plushies with green eyes and half baby plushies with blue eyes. Baby is synonymous with ice cream, and the Fredbear cutout we see in one of the endings features him holding an ice cream in both his hands. Also in that ending, we see everyone sitting on a hill enjoying an ice cream. Ruin itself also plays just like Sister Location. In Sister Location, you never know if you should trust Baby. In Ruin, you never know if you should...
Yeah. I mean, this is a lot of kind of, you know? Like, that is kind of what's happening, but it's not... I wouldn't say that with 100% confidence myself, but I don't discredit John for saying this.
You should trust Gregory. Both games end with them telling us to go left or right.
Go forward and left. Keep going.
Go right, keep going.
And both games feature an ending with a scooper. The multiple connections to Carnival, Baby, and Nightmarion seem to tell us that some version of what happened in the fourth closet is going to happen in...
This is the thing I'm shakiest on. Because it's like... The connection that's really being focused on here is kind of that Baby exists in both series, with some connections to how, like, oh, carnivals exist, and there's a lot... Like, it's not the worst, but it's a lot of, like... I want something better that shows more intent. Hopefully that's in this video.
Closet, Baby reveals that she was the one pretending to be Charlie's brother calling out for help. Baby also reveals that she wants to steal Charlie's identity so she can look more human. This is just like the ending of the Fazbear Frights books. Eleanor, who I think is the book's parallel to Baby, was revealed as the big bad, and her main thing is stealing people's identities by ripping off their limbs. This plot point of a robot wanting to steal a human's identity is something we see over and over again in the Frights and Tales books. Story after story, Scott has been hammering this idea of a robot wanting to look more human into our heads. So both in the Silver...
Kind of, yeah, and... Like, I haven't had something where I'm like, that's totally a great thing, I can't see it elsewhere. Which I think is what the best theories cover. The best theories are ones where it feels like this is the best answer or the only answer. This doesn't feel like that. This feels like an answer.
Silver Trilogy and the Fazbear Frights books, we have a version of Baby being revealed as the big bad. With their...
But she isn't in this context, though. She's still pretty subservient to William for the most part. Isn't she?
Main thing being they want to steal someone's identity. But at the end of Ruin, the big bad is revealed to be... By now, I'm sure you've heard of the Mimic, an endoskeleton first introduced in the Tales books that was built to mimic whatever it sees. Here's a quick summary of the Mimic story from the Tales books. A guy named Edwin, who works as an engineer for Fazbear Entertainment, built this endoskeleton for his son to keep him occupied while he works. This endoskeleton was programmed to mimic anything it sees, so it started mimicking Edwin's son. After Edwin's son died tragically, the endoskeleton was still mimicking Edwin's son. So in a fit of grief and rage, Edwin beat up the endoskeleton, pouring his agony into it. But the Mimic started mimicking what Edwin did.
At least he's actually describing what happens in the story. Got that over MatPat now.
To it, brutally killing anyone it came into contact with. The main way it would do this is by putting on random mascot costumes and then ripping off people's limbs. This endoskeleton was still mimicking Edwin's kid, but it was also murdering people at the same time. So it was basically an evil robot.
I mean, yeah, Eleanor is a weird case, because it's like, she's kind of like the finale after the finale, because I swear Faz Frights was extended.
Version of Edwin's kid. If you've watched any of my recent theories, you know that I believe this story is a parallel to Henry's story from the Silver Eyes trilogy. And after figuring out that Scott is using the Silver Eyes trilogy as heavy inspiration for the games, that belief has only been strengthened. In the Silver Eyes, Henry built a robot that mimics his daughter Charlie. Henry then poured his agony into the robot and left it behind, only for William to steal it and turn it into what we now know as Baby. Baby was now an evil robot version of Henry's kid, just like the Mimic. And I think a very similar version of this story happened in the games as well. I think Henry built this endoskeleton to mimic his daughter Charlie, but after Charlie's death, Henry left it behind, only for Afton to steal it and use it to help build what we now know as Baby. The main goal of Eleanor and Baby in the Silver Eyes trilogy was to look more human by stealing someone's identity. And I think this endoskeleton that was built to mimic Charlie also wants the same thing. It was built to mimic Charlie, but it doesn't look human. Just like the robots wanting to be human stories Scott's been telling us for years now, it wants to be human. It wants to steal Cassie's identity. Need more proof? Throughout Ruin, you can find these comics that Cassie reveals were...
That's a better theory. Honestly, if we cut out this entire first half and just say the Mimic's entire character is just trying to become a human any way possible, and that's why, and you could say, oh, the Cassie at the end of the story is the Mimic saying or like copying Roxy, or trying, or like focusing on Cassie or whatever. If it's quiet, make the video louder. Did it get quieter? Okay. Okay, it's a little louder now.
These comics tell us that most of the endings that happened in Security Breach were not real and were just made up in Gregory's head, including the Burn Trap ending. During the Burn Trap ending of Security Breach,
It's also not quite Eleanor's goal, but yeah. Yeah, it's also kind of like, it's also, yeah, as someone pointed out, it's not really Eleanor's goal to look like people. That's just kind of one of the things she does. So honestly, Eleanor does a lot of random shit. But saying that it's like, it is a running point of these, there's been a running plot beat that might just show it's in Scott's mind to have that's not as bad.
Helping to bring Afton back to life. We see that
Eleanor's goal more than anything is just to torment people at its core, in its simplest version. It's build of agony and all that.
was being kept in a charging pod with a circular window on the front of it. In Security Breach Fury's Rage, Vanny's boss battle takes place in a factory full of animatronic limbs and torsos, almost like Vanny is trying to rebuild something, and that thing that she's trying to rebuild is also being kept in a similar pod to Burn Trap. But it's not Burn Trap, it's Eleanor, a version of Baby that's known for ripping off people's limbs and stealing their identity, just like the Mimic rips off people's limbs and I think wants—
I mean, it's a pigtailed figure, but whatever.
To steal Cassie's identity. But how could this Endo be Baby if she was scooped in Sister Location and burned in FNAF 6? Well, in the Tales books, it's revealed that the Mimic loves putting on costumes, just like you see in Ruin. But there's one specific costume that's been mentioned multiple times now, a Jester costume, which is what Baby is. She's dressed up just like a Jester. But the most recent time this Jester costume was brought up, it was revealed that it isn't just a normal costume, it's a Springlock suit. A Jester Springlock costume that this Mimic endoskeleton has put on and walked around in. Charlie describes Springlock suits in the Silver Eyes by saying, quote, "I think they were costumes. Sometimes people wore them, and sometimes my father put them onto the robots. Springlock suits can be put onto endoskeletons. And if this book is really hinting that Baby is a Springlock suit—
That feels more like a weird wording. Also, ad coming in. Deal with it. Oh no, look at that ad. How could it happen? Wow, ads and stuff. I don't know how long the ad's left. I'm actually just trying this out for the stream, honestly. I'm not sure like how happy I am with there being ads on the streams or not. But I think it might serve a good break just to kind of clear my brain a bit. Yeah, it does just kind of pigtails. But I can slow down FNAF actually a bit. We've been going for a while. We're actually in the meat of the theory now. Oh, you have ad block? Okay.
That would line up with what we see at the end of Ruin. This is Baby's endoskeleton, just without all the wires and the shell that comes with the Springlock suit. The Baby Springlock suit would essentially be put onto this endoskeleton with the same eyes, teeth, and head shape as Baby. I think people forget that in Night 4 of Sister Location, Baby puts us inside a Springlock suit that has faceplates, just like the Fun Times. So the idea that Baby could be a Springlock suit isn't too far-fetched. But even then—
I mean, yeah, we know there can be Springlock suits in the Fun Time collection. But yeah, we've only ever seen yellow, brownish, dull-colored Springlock suits so far. But I do like this theory overall. I don't think it's correct, but this is better than some of the like the one I think that was really where I was really taken as mean. I felt wasn't as good because it was really confusingly laid out. Actually, the stream that was like all clarification stuff. I felt like was like I said, it felt like it explained a lot worse, and the clarification stream was a lot better. And I felt like a lot of the points in that clarification stream should have been in the original. But yeah, as people are pointing out in chat, we kind of are breaking how Ennard works a little bit. Ennard, obviously, we should see the Mimic shell or parts of the Mimic in that suit, and we don't. So and also no place for the stomach claw. Yeah, the stomach claw doesn't really fit in there. We actually have. Let me pull it up. I actually saved this because I knew something like this was going to appear at least once. So we have we have Baby's blueprints to look at, and we don't see this kind of stuff. We just see the coils. Like we don't see like an inner rod or anything like that. Which, yeah, granted, could just be Scott hadn't designed the character yet, but like, I don't know, man. We just don't see some of this stuff that's supposed to be there. But we do, like, we can make out stuff like the claw in her stomach and all that, and like we can see that and all. So it's like, This is at least more interesting.
Baby got burned in FNAF 6. How could her endoskeleton still be around? Well, throughout Sister Location, Baby is the main character, but we never actually see her until Night 5, when she's about to get scooped. She's obviously not been scooped yet because she still has all of her wires and is in perfect condition. If she was already scooped, those wires would be gone, and her shell would be dismantled like we see with the other animatronics in the scooping room. But look at the way she's posed in this scene. She almost looks like the Golden Freddy suit. There's nothing to hold her up. She's also missing her eyes and teeth. She's missing her endoskeleton. She's posed like that because she's in suit mode. But if this endoskeleton wasn't in Baby during Sister Location, where was it? Well, one notable trait about the Mimic is that it messes with technology. Essentially, wherever it goes, it can turn off lights and intercept radio signals, like it does to lure Cassie in Ruin. In Sister Location, it's our job to check on the animatronics and see if they're on stage. With Ballora and
Okay, I see where the connection is going. It's because you can't turn on the lights in Baby's room.
Foxy, even if they're not behind the glass, we can still see their stages. But when we get to Baby's room and we turn on the lights, we see nothing. Also, as the nights go on, Baby's room is the only room where the controlled shocks just straight up stop working.
Oh, Circus Baby, we aren't here to play hide and seek. Let's encourage Baby to come out of hiding with a controlled shock.
I think it's possible that the Mimic Endo that
That's a more interesting connection.
and Baby is now being held in this room, the Circus Gallery. Need more proof? It's a pretty popular theory at this point that the pizzeria Henry uses in FNAF 6 was also Fredbear's family diner. People say this because the secret images of the alleyway in FNAF 6 look similar to the alley where Charlie was killed. Also, the gameplay of FNAF 6 is literally about upgrading an old pizzeria and turning it into what we see in Security Breach. Now, in Ruin, we see a cutout of Fredbear directly under the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which only strengthens the theory that they're the same building. Henry just reused and upgraded the building he already owns. Why is this important, you ask? Because on the map in Sister Location, we can see Fredbear's family diner, connected right to Baby's room, the Circus Gallery.
Yeah, I talked
the
about
same
this
room
actually.
that I believe
Yeah.
the Mimic was being held in. This explains why we find the Mimic trapped in this specific...
But does that mean, okay, how many things are in our layer cake sandwich at this point? You know? Because this is not Sister Location. This is, like, even if you think it's Sister Location is related to this, like, this specific set of rooms is not the same. At least, like, we should see it on the map if it was the same. I am actually these days leaning more to Charlie dying at Freddy's because of Midnight Motorist. But that's just me personally.
area. It was being held in this part of the Sister Location bunker, forced to wander between Fredbear's and...
I mean, kind of, yeah. I can see that a little bit more, but then it's like, where's the other space? Shouldn't that be, like, around here-ish? And also, like... This just doesn't feel like a clean answer.
Baby's room. I think this room specifically was trying to remind us that Scrap Baby and the original Baby are two separate things. Scrap Baby was Elizabeth with green eyes, the tangle of wires and the shell that belonged to the Springlock costume itself that eventually got scooped and turned into Scrap Baby. But the robot that was inside Baby, the Mimic Endo, is its own thing, separate from Elizabeth, represented by the blue eyes. I think it's important to say that this Endo has obviously swapped out a lot of its parts over time, and can also shapeshift to literally fit itself into any costume in the books. So if some physical features and the scale of the Mimic don't 100% match, the Endo can literally shapeshift. I don't know what to tell you. So who made...
That is something I hate about the Mimic. You literally can't say, oh, it couldn't do this, because it always fucking can.
These mascot costumes? Well, like I said before, these mascot costumes were first introduced in the Twisted Ones to foreshadow Circus Baby's Pizza World. We even get a description that sounds just like one of the costumes we see in Ruin. One of the costumes was, quote, a massive contorted bird-like creature with a wide curved...
The problem with that is one of our main animatronics is a bird. And a bird having a contorted or a curved beak is like most fucking birds do. And also this is this really curved any more than every bird is curved? Like if it was like toucan shaped and then this was a toucan, that would be like a more specific connection.
Beak. These costumes were meant to foreshadow Circus Babies, and Circus Babies was definitely a William Afton thing, so they could be made by William. I mean, the Mushroom Cave was revealed to be William's secret bunker in the Twisted Ones, so that would make sense. But in the fourth closet, Charlie finds a book in Henry's workshop. This book was about the history of the traveling carnival and of the circus. So we know that Henry also had a fascination with the circus as well. It was also revealed that the cave and facility where the costumes were found was built under Henry's house. So it's also possible that these costumes were some of Henry's first creations. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think Help wanted to...
Okay, this one's better, but like it doesn't fit super cleanly with Tails is my problem. Because, well, whether Tails is in the game continuity a lot, or whether it's in the game continuity or not, a lot of these answers don't feel like they fit that chunk of the story, but that's more of a gut feeling thing. I'm sure if I really tried, I could find counter arguments for all of this, if I really wanted to. But it's fine. It's eh. I don't really have much to say on this one. It's like, this is better than some of the videos I've seen from FNAF, but like, there really isn't an end destination there. That's it. Yeah, my chair squeak did sound like the Among Us vent sound effect. It is not annoying, but it is definitely a trait of FNAF to really focus on the classic book trilogy. New poll. This one I can follow a lot more. I get the statements being made here, which was my biggest problem with the original Baby is Mimic theory, is I just didn't know what was being claimed. Oh, we have Ozone in the chat? Oh, hi, Ozone. Yeah, it is definitely, like, that is definitely a quirk of FNAF to focus on the original books. Welcome to the chat, Ozone. Oh, it looks like ID is taking the lead, but... Yeah, no, ID talks fast enough where the speed up isn't really worth it. And also the videos are a little, not shorter, but like, other than this one, they're about, I'm expecting we'll be able to get through them pretty quickly.
Is going to pick up right where we left off in Ruin.
Oh, there's
the
more?
ending of Ruin has an elevator falling to the ground. The trailer for Help Wanted 2 has the sister location elevator falling to the ground. I think we already saw in Ruin that the digital world and the real world are merging, and Cassie is struggling to know what's real and what's not. I think this is going to be the theme of Help Wanted 2, along with visiting the sister location bunker and Circus Baby's Pizza World. I know a lot of you probably think I'm insane, and there's going to be a lot of angry tweets, but I'm not taking any chances anymore. We live in a world where Scott and Steelwool took almost every single ending in Security Breach, even the fully animated one, and said none of that was real. So anything is possible. And I'm trusting these books to tell me what's going to happen next. And I guess we'll just have to see later this year if I'm onto something or if I'm dead wrong. There's still
I do like how this video is written more than the prior ones were. The prior ones felt like it's just the theory was used as a, wait, what if I'm wrong shit sometimes. Like, it's like a statement, like, whereas this one felt more like it was genuinely trying to open up an idea here. Or not genuinely, that sounds a little misleading. It felt like more like it was actually tossing a ball to the community to talk about and think about. And it felt like it was more coherent with what the idea given was. Okay, it looks like we're doing ID next. Let's do the shortest one first. Ooh. No, get back down here.
In Pizzeria Simulator, the candy...
Yeah, let's turn off the speed. Yeah, John's scripting has gotten way better over time. The Midnight Motorist video was the one I'm like, I had to watch about 8 times to figure out what was even being claimed, because I was just so confused with what the direction was. Ozone is another FNAF channel. I'll keep it at that. Actually, let me pull up Ozone's channel. Oh wait, no, it's going to bring up the actual. Let me just look it up on YouTube.
What's up, Brozones? Welcome.
Well, that was going to be there. Yeah, Ozone's channel in chat. Did a theory review. Actually, I was in theory review number 1. Over here. Check out their channel. They're in chat right now. They just did the video a few days ago that green does not mean Charlie. Because, I mean, it really doesn't. Because, you know, this. Anyway, ending a poll. ID is going to be the next one. This is... I'm gonna love using this image. I don't even need to add more. I could add even more to this if I really wanted. I could add, like, I'm sure I could add Monty to this list, or I could pick out, like, the random green mask in Happiest Day, etc., etc. Or the background of of Chica's Party World, the minigame being green.
Cadet animatronic can tell one of 3 different stories that seem to connect directly to the overarching story of the franchise. However, while certain interpretations of the stories tend to be widely held, I think there are certain aspects of them that have gone largely overlooked that tell a different story than the one the community has assumed. So for those of you who have been waiting for this since I mentioned it in my sister location video, and for those of you who may just be here to have some questions answered, strap in and consider subscribing, because I'm going to explain just what everyone missed about the Candy Cadet stories and what that means for these stories' implications overall. For those who don't know, Candy Cadet tells...
Thank you, Matthew. Normalize Henry Trap? I hate to, like, disagree with, like, a donation, but it's like, I'm not... Henry Trap feels like... The only way you get Henry Trap is if he's Spring Trap but not Scrap Trap. Because Scrap Trap is just outright credited as William Afton. So it's like, and if that's the case, where does that go? Like, so is Henry just Springtrap during the entire events of FNAF 6? It's like... Donation legalized nuclear bombs.
Tells 3 stories in Pizzeria Simulator. One story is about a boy with a pet snake who found 5 kittens in a box, turned a blind eye as the snake ate one, and after 5 nights felt bad, cut open the snake, and put the kitten back together and in the box. Another is about a woman sealed in a room with 5 keys that unlock rooms with kids trapped inside and a furnace. She can only leave the room with 1 key, so she melts the keys together in an attempt to save them all, but because the keys are melted together, the kids remain trapped. The final story is about a man who adopted a group of 5 orphans to keep them safe, but a burglar broke in and killed the 5 kids, who the man stitched together because he could only afford 1 coffin, and after they were buried, he heard a knock at the door. It's pretty easy to see how these stories share some common factors. All the stories have 5 things and stuff being put together, and as such, the theory I usually see is that these stories are different tellings of the same event, all being evidence that the 5 children that William killed during the Missing Children's Incident, or MCI, were combined into Molten Freddy, with each of the stories being either...
See, okay, actually, I want to spotlight something. But this is actually the approach I've taken with Molten MCI, kind of. Or not Molten MCI, the MCI in general. Because there was this era where I would just say MCI, and then people would be like, what's the MCI? Like, it's in the first game. Like, that was the thing of, like, how did the community not know this? That bewildered me, personally. Was that people didn't know what the MCI was. And that kind of taught me that even some of the most optimist, like, even some of the most common things you might think is generally accepted is not always accepted or known. But even just quickly saying Missing Children Incident MCI is a quick way to catch people up without having to stop and say the entire origins of the series. That's always something I like.
Either Williams or different people's perspectives of the 5 things becoming one. However, while I do see the reasoning for this, there's one pretty major detail that signals to me that this isn't the case. Namely, the fact that not all of the stories are about 5 things becoming one. In the story about the 5 kittens, only 1 kitten is eaten by the snake, and after 5 nights is put back together. In the story itself, there's no mention of other kittens being eaten, and only 1 kitten is said to be put in the box. And given fully grown snakes only eat once a week, there's no reason to assume that 5 were eaten over the course of each of the nights, especially since the story says that the boy thought that choosing 1 kitten to feed the snake might satisfy it. The only
Pausing the stream for 20 seconds so you can get water. You have 20 seconds. You have 20 seconds. You only get 20 seconds. You better go get water. Go get water now. You better get it. You have 10 seconds left. The bomb will go off in 7 seconds. What are you doing? Get the water. Get the water. Go. Go get the water. You failed. We're back to the video.
The only place I've seen that does say 5 kittens were eaten is the Ultimate Guide, and given it says that sister location takes place at Circus Baby's Pizza World instead of entertainment and rentals, and that we don't know what event FNAF 3 is 30 years after, only to a couple pages later say Phone Dude says it's 30 years after the closing of Freddy's, which Phone Dude never says, gets one of Scrap Baby's lines in Pizzeria Simulator wrong, and a whole bunch of other things I don't have time to go over, I would not rely on it for accurate information. Additionally, while I can see why people think that William is the one the stories are about, none of the main characters of the stories really fit William and his motivations as well as other characters do. The young woman tried to help the kids while in a trapped position herself. The boy feels guilt and tries to fix things, though for this story specifically I can understand the interpretation of William, which I'll get into later, and the man is scared for the orphan's safety and a burglar is the one to kill them. Meanwhile, in the games, William definitely doesn't help the kids, doesn't seem to feel particularly guilty about killing them or care about their safety, making all the stories being about him not incredibly likely. As such, if the stories aren't all about 5 things becoming one through something like Molten Freddy, or talking about William's direct actions, what are they really about? I think that the Candy Cadet stories are meant to give us special insight into 3 characters and the roles that they played in the franchise. For those who watched my video on Sister Location's timeline placement, you may remember I mentioned what characters I think these stories are about. But as some had questions about my assignments, and they probably do seem strange without context, I'll go through each and explain my reasoning for why I came to that conclusion. For example, I think the key story is pretty clearly about Charlie Emily and the missing children. After all, the story stars a young woman sealed in a room and 5 trapped children, which sounds rather reminiscent of Charlie, whose soul was sealed in the puppet, and the 5 victims of the missing children incident who were similarly trapped in their animatronic suits. The woman in the story has the keys to free the kids, but in an effort to save them all, rather than just one, she merges the keys to their freedom together, leaving them all trapped. Meanwhile, in the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame in FNAF 2,
This is actually one of my favorite theories, personally. Like, there are not many theories where I'm like, that's just cool, all the way through. Not only do I feel like this is actually pretty close to intent, but like, the idea that Charlie had the ability to save one kid. Hell, even in the more sci-fi versions of the modern series, the idea that, let's say for the modern lore, she had the remnant to bring one kid all the way back to life, but instead of doing that, decided to try and bring them all back to life, which leads to this halfway situation, and leaves them all stuck, is so fucking cool to me. Like, the idea that Charlie's mistake is what causes the possession when she could have just saved one kid. I'm not sure if that's how ID actually interprets it, but that's ID led me to think that. And I love that interpretation, personally. That's such a tragic... Like, that fits the tragedy of the classic series. It's such a cool idea. Thanks again for the $10, Crashmaster. I swear Scott solved everything. I swear Scott, I've solved everything in the game continuity. I don't understand. It's the place where sister location happens, like, when Mike's down there. That sister location is the tricky part. It will always be the tricky part, because even if you have a good explanation, there will always be a caveat to it. Like but there's that thing. Imagine the story where she did save one kid. I guess then, if they saved Andrew, Cass Andrew, whatever you want to think Vengeful Spirit is, boy, would this story be a lot shorter in some spots.
The puppet tries to help the 5 kids William killed, but her attempts to give them life leave them haunting animatronic vessels for decades, unable to move on until a happiest day involving the entire group can take place as their fates are bound together, just like the keys to the kids in the story's freedom. What's cool is that by looking at this story through the lens of it being Charlie trying to save the kids, it gives some extra insight that we wouldn't have gotten from just the minigame in FNAF 2. The young woman in the story had the opportunity to save one child along with herself, but in her attempts to save all of them left them all trapped. This could mean that Charlie could have saved one of the missing children, as Remnant doesn't just anchor souls to the realm of the living, but it can also heal, as shown by the tales.
Fucking literally just what I said. I fucking love it.
Story Frailty,
yeah, you can't is so significant under that context.
To heal people who would otherwise die. However, because Charlie tried to save all of them, she split her power between the whole group, keeping them anchored to the realm of the living, but not fully alive either. Maybe the end of the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame, where she gives the kids the animatronic masks, isn't the only important part, as it could be that the gifts were Charlie's attempts to save them all, but when that didn't work, she gave them a way to live through the animatronics. But hey, that's just a theory, and it doesn't change much if you interpret it a bit differently. But whatever the case may be, the story lines up pretty well being about Charlie's actions during during the missing children's incident, and how those actions led to the situation we see in later games. As for the kitten story, it's the most noticeably different due to the fact that it's the one story that doesn't involve 5 things becoming one. And in part due to that major difference, I think the boy in this story is a solid parallel to Michael Afton as of sister location. While that may sound strange, hear me out. The boy in the story has a snake that is specifically mentioned to be the color red, just like a certain Funtime animatronic, that kills one kitten at
this is another one I also pretty agree with. That's actually, this combined with Williams, the Fox kid, Mike. This combined with Mike saying, I put her back together, is what made Shatter Elizabeth a theory. I doubt ID's going there, but like, I just wanted to bring that up.
random, just as Circus Baby killed one child. Based on that alone, I can see the argument being made that the boy represents William, who owned Circus Baby and lost his daughter to the animatronic. But there are a lot of aspects of the story that make me think it's Michael. The story specifically says that it's after 5 nights that the boy feels regret and puts the kitten back together. The fact that it calls out the 5 nights is especially interesting to me, since Mike is the one who spent 5 nights at Circus Babies and was the one to do the action of putting his sister back together according to his monologue in Sister Location, with the kitten being put back in the box that the 4 other kittens were in, likely representing Elizabeth combining with the 4 other Funtime animatronics.
I can't wait for a 5 Stripes movie starring Fox Kid!
To create Ennard. Additionally, the fact that the term boy is used in the Candy Cadet
The dementia hitting. I'm sorry, my brain, I was trying to say Mike so bad, but somehow I ended up on the Fox Kid!
Story, implying a child, makes it pretty clear to me that the character this story is meant to represent is the younger of the 2 Afton men. As such, I think the purpose of this story is to explain Michael's character progression and motivations. I think the snake represents both the Circus Baby animatronic and William, since he's the one who programmed Baby to kill, and the description of the snake as having a hunger that couldn't be satisfied connects pretty well to William having a desire to kill more children. Michael may not have helped his father find a victim or given Elizabeth to Circus Baby himself, but he did turn a blind eye, hoping that if he left things alone, everything would resolve itself without him being complicit. However, after spending 5 nights at Freddy's sister location, his guilt led him to putting his sister back together and to him turning on William, the man responsible for her death. You can probably find other ways to explain certain details, and some parts of the interpretation are a matter of perspective, but whatever the case may be, I think this story fits Michael's story as of sister location very well. So if the key story is about Charlie and the kitten story is about Michael, that just leaves the story about the man and the orphans. This is the story I think connects the best to the usual fandom interpretation of connections to Molten Freddy, though not in the way you might think. To me, this story seems to be about Henry Emily in the lead-up to Pizzeria Simulator. The man in the story brought the orphans toys and gladness, while Henry ran a restaurant and built robots to entertain children. The man lived alone, and Henry was similarly lonely after the loss of his daughter. The burglar killed
Father, it's me, Fox Kid. Why the fuck did you name me this? Please, Father. I'm gonna change my name to Michael legally, just so you take me seriously.
5 orphans at the man's home, and William killed 5 children at the restaurant Henry co-owned. Additionally, the mention of how at night there was a knock at the door could connect to how the scrap animatronics show up in the alleyway during Pizzeria Simulator. You may notice I didn't talk about the part of the story where the man stitched the bodies of the orphans together to put them in one coffin. This is what a lot of people use to connect this story to the theory that the souls of the kids from the missing children's incident were taken from the original animatronics and put into the Funtime animatronics, which eventually combined and somewhat separated, given Scrap Baby's off doing her own thing, to become Molten Freddy, aka Molten MCI. While it would be impossible for their whole souls to end up in the Fun Times, as shown by the FNAF 3 ending where Happiest Day doesn't happen, showing the eyes of the original animatronics lit to indicate the spirit's presence in the robots, it's possible for some of their remnant to have been extracted and put into the Fun Times at some point, along the lines of how in the 4th closet the souls were still linked to their original suits, but had control of the animatronics that William put a portion of their remnant into. However, I don't think this portion of the story is meant to prove Molten MCI, and not just because it wouldn't make much sense for Henry to have created Molten Freddy. The missing kid spirits would have had to end up in the Pizzeria Simulator location somehow, but I think this story is about the souls located at the FNAF 3 location, not Molten Freddy, which would be better represented by the knock at the door. Molten Freddy got itself to the location, but without Happiest Day releasing their souls, the kids would still be stuck to the broken parts in the FNAF 3 location, and given Happiest Day involves Charlie's spirit moving on when she's definitely around in Pizzeria Simulator as Lefty, I get the feeling Happiest Day didn't happen at that point in time. However, just as they needed to get to the Pizzeria Simulator location, Henry needed something to inspire him to create created. And given Henry's recording where he talks about the situation and his plan to call the animatronics back is labeled HRY223, I have a feeling I know what that inspiration was. After all, FNAF 3 most likely takes place in the year 2023, which could mean the tape is an abbreviated form of Henry 2023. If this is the case, it doesn't just make 2023 the first year a game takes place to coincide with the year we experienced since the start of the franchise, but it implies that Henry's speech is in reference to something he discovered with the events at the FNAF 3 location, which just so happens to be where the parts containing the souls would have been located. Whether you believe it was him or Michael actually working there doesn't matter too much, because he wouldn't have needed to be working at the location to get his hands on them. At the end of FNAF 3, we find out that the location burned down thanks to a newspaper clipping that when brightened...
Did I hit their mic there?
At the end of FNAF 3, we find out that the location burned down thanks to a news...
I think so. It was just one of those funny little things to, like, know about working behind the scenes, to know, like, stuff like that happens. Like, the latest video has so many chair squeaks, just because this chair was just so squeaky at that particular time.
Paper clipping that when brightened shows Springtrap. But what I find interesting with this newspaper is the text at the end, saying that the few items that were salvaged will be sold at public auction. Given the endings of FNAF 3 show the intact heads of the original animatronics, it seems as though those heads were part of the salvageable items from the location, which means they would have been included in the items sold at the auction. From there, it's completely possible that Henry saw either the article or the auction itself, got a hold of the items, then noticed that they were haunted, or vice versa. After all, Henry says,
"It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create. As if what he had already done wasn't enough. He found a new way to desecrate, to humiliate, to destroy. As if the...
Hey, Right Host, welcome! More like SireSquawks. That is very much my experience in these streams. I'm sorry that my chair squeaks so much at this particular setup.
Suffering wasn't enough. The loss of innocence, the loss of everything to so many people. Small soul.
This is kind of actually... Scrapnet from CI, which is the next video I'm going to be working on, actually does borrow a lot of these ideas. Seriously, shout out to Right Host. I mean, we're going to be reacting to Right Toast later in this video, so it's kind of an inevitability. We're going to get there no matter what. I'm glad to know you're in the stream. Yeah, Scraptrap MCI is more... Honestly, I made that video is going to be more of a asking questions to the community of where do we draw the line for it. Because that video made me realize not just stuff with Milton MCI, but like I said, what do we draw the line at a theory being confirmed or debunked? The entire lore security breach, because that's just a game recap. Okay, so we can skip entire lore. Yeah, okay, we can skip this one. Good, that's good to know. I think that was one I actually saw part of. And yeah, it was mostly recap. So, Scrap MCI, yeah, it's basically the idea that, to kind of tease the video a little bit, while I'm stopping the video right now, the idea of Scraptrap MCI is that all of the spirits during the events of Help Follow Me, when they vanish, they don't just disappear into the ether. They cling onto William. And whether Frights games or Tales games, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether they're in the continuity or not. But the idea is that, much like that series, the spirits cling onto William to torture him and keep him alive. And during the events of FNAF 6, Charlie, as Lefty, or the spirit, however, pulls them out of William as Scraptrap, which is part of how he's able to be killed and why she has to be there. That's why they have to be all in one place. What was on chat post? And that's just the video, but it does. What I realized is it had a lot of the problems that Milton MCI has. It was very funky, but
Souls trapped in prisons of my making, now set to new purpose and used in ways I never thought.
Yeah, once again, hi
While
Hi,
the
Red
wording of
Toast.
the entire speech is a bit vague and open to interpretation, to me this section of it implies that only now, as of 2023, he understands that William not only killed the children, but managed to trap their souls in the animatronics.
Molten Freddy, I leave open interpretation in the video. Molten Freddy could be anything in that video. Molten Freddy could be the spirits of the fun times if they killed their own kids. It could be Scrap Trap MC. It could be Shatter Elizabeth if I ever make that video. Oh boy, is that a weird one. It is kind of feel like we're getting a cameo from everyone.
Henry made, making them prisons now serving the unimaginable purpose of containing the souls of children. As such, I believe the portion of the Candy Cadet story about the man combining the orphans' bodies to fit them into one coffin is meant to represent Henry literally bringing the remains of the original animatronics, haunted by the missing kids' souls, together to Pizzeria Simulator, where the building would serve as their coffin, with the stitching together figuratively representing how the conditions were made right for the kids, whose keys to freedom were similarly merged in the key story to be able to move on. Of course, it's absolutely understandable if you see things differently. My interpretations aren't definitive or anything. But overall, I think these interpretations are pretty satisfying, with each story being about one of the characters.
I do agree. Especially the key puppet interpretation. This is one of my personal favorite theories. Like, this could be wrong, and I would say, like, screw it, I'll make a version of the story that makes this work. Shatter Elizabeth, I feel like, has to happen now that I've talked about it enough. Regardless of how good it is. I guess let's go to the book, the most recent ID video. While I'm watching this video, whoops.
This video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN.
Oh, good on you getting a sponsorship.
Over 30 books.
Is the everything you need to know about Ruin a theory video? Because it says theory, or is it actually worth watching? Is it, or should we skip to Rytos after this video? I want to know that, because if there is theorizing in it, we'll watch it. If it's just a recap of Ruin with some ideas thrown in there. The Freddy's Mr. Hippo. When is Scott gonna crash the stream? Never know.
Books across multiple series, one could pretty easily argue that Five Nights at Freddy's is more of a book franchise than a game one at this point. And given the different methods of storytelling and
it is a little bit
information between the books and the games, there's a lot of information we just wouldn't have without the books. However, what causes a bit of an issue in theorizing is the question of how and if information from the books should be used, especially with recent debates over just how canon they are to the games. As such, with the final book in the recent Tales from the Pizzaplex series coming out, I think it's important to go over just how useful and usable the books are for actually understanding the lore of the games. So sit back and consider subscribing, because hopefully by the end of this video, you'll have a pretty good idea of what the Five Nights at Freddy's books bring to the table. Generally speaking, all the books can be separated into 4 different series or categories: the Silver Eyes novel trilogy, Fazbear Frights, Tales from the Pizzaplex, and informational books, with a couple of outliers that don't exactly fit into any category. In this video, I'm going to be focusing primarily on the first 3 narrative-style series, as that's typically where the most debate shows up around their use in the games. Each category functions a little differently with how and what it does with the information they have, but once you've got the differences ironed out and know where to look for information, it's not too difficult to decide how you want to approach the books for theorizing. For starters, the Silver Eyes trilogy was the first instance of the franchise branching into the world of literature, and due to the pretty major plot differences between it and the story of the games, franchise creator Scott Cawthon made a post after the first book's release that not only helped clear up just how relevant the stories are to the games, but also established the canon versus continuity difference that's important to be aware of when talking about various aspects of the FNAF franchise. In that post, Scott explained that because lore could get so crowded that original stories couldn't be told, the Silver Eyes was not made with the intention of solving anything from the games, which at that time weren't supposed to continue past FNAF 4, and that the games and the books should be considered to be separate continuities, even if they do share many familiar elements. Most fans of the franchise are somewhat aware of this alternate continuity situation, but the next part of
FNAF manga, you say? Hold on. Wait, I actually have a thing for this. No, that's Scrap Trap this collection. Let me look at the... Where is my Clara? That's where I drew the FNAF manga joke. FNAF manga arc. In a way, Freddy and Friends newspaper is kind of like a FNAF manga. There we go. FNAF manga arc. Oh. Now we're talking. I also have Freddy and Friends newspaper, which if you haven't read, that's one of my personal favorite projects I work on. But yeah, Freddy and Friends newspaper is like, it's kind of stylized as if Freddy's had a show to look at. But it's stylized as a newspaper in general. Currently working on chapter 4, which is unfinished. It has Roxy in it. Big fans of Roxy. Roxy's there. Latest page came out today. Wow, look at it. Look at it go. Anyway, sorry to plug the newspaper. Let's go.
Post is something that often gets overlooked. And
Welcome
it's
to the
that
actual
book
live
is
stream.
Canon, just as the games are. Typically, when people use the term canon, they mean it in the sense that something is an official part of the true story. For example, Elizabeth Afton is canonically the name of the spirit-possessing circus baby. However, Scott's approach has a bit of a distinction to this, with canon referring to all of the Five Nights at Freddy's storylines of the franchise, but continuity distinguishing them between timelines. Each of the books and stories is something that
let me pull up the... It's actually on my channel. If you want to read Freddy, because I saw someone asking where's like the link to it. There. It's there. If you want to read Freddy and Friends, I just put it in the chat. Of the chat. Episode 4 is actually almost done. I'm wrapping it up in the next few days. Anyway,
could
there we
plausibly
go.
happen within the setting and world mechanics of the series, but what exactly happens is
No, Freddy and Friends newspaper is not a FNAF AU. It is an in-universe. It's supposed to be Freddy and Friends on tour kind of thing, where it's like it's an in-universe show. Well, it's a comic that's adapting a show, but same difference.
Continuity of the novel trilogy and the continuity of the games. For instance, in the games, William Afton got Springlock due to triggering the Springlocks himself after getting chased into the Spring Bonnie suit by the spirits of the kids he killed. But in the end of the Silver Eyes, Charlie Emily triggers the Springlocks of the suit that he was wearing to attack her and her friends. However, this doesn't mean that there is no overlap between the books and the games, and that's where I think a lot of people tend to get confused. I've often seen people assume that because the games and the books are different continuities, that means that they're completely irrelevant to each other. But even in his post, right after saying that the games and the books should be considered separate continuities, Scott specifically clarified even if they do share many familiar elements. And if we take a look at the novel trilogy and compare it to the games, we can see that at play. In both continuities, William Afton killed 5 kids at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza in the 80s, who then went on to possess Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy, even if the exact spirits to do so are slightly different in each universe. In both timelines, his daughter Elizabeth Afton is the one who possesses the Circus Baby animatronic, even if Circus Baby's exact origins differ. Henry and Charlie Emily are both characters in both continuities, but while we know it's them in the games, we only ever see Henry's name in abbreviated form, and Charlie's name is only ever shown in the files for Security Breach. So we only know it's them because of the character relationship between William and Henry that was established in the Silver Eyes. So while the novel trilogy is definitely distinct from the games, it isn't 100% disconnected, especially since Scott originally wrote them not planning to continue the game series, but then had the games he made after the books were published rely quite heavily on the characters and world building introduced in the novels. Because of this, I think Scott's statement that the novels aren't intended to solve the games is mostly referring to the timeline side of the games up to the point he started making the books, and more specific events, as the mechanics he sets up for how souls, emotions, and memories interact with the
British girl sister of unnamed boy and fox boy.
world are something that
Of
carries
course.
over between continuities. As such, I use the novel trilogy to explain the mechanics of the world and the reasoning behind certain things in the game.
Yeah, I don't. My only problem with the novel is a lot of changes were clearly made early on to facilitate its own version of the story. And a lot of those changes have long-term repercussions for how the story will work. And I feel that the way that those differences make connecting events unreliable. Not impossible. Sometimes there are genuine connections, but it's like, it's kind of hard to tell what directly goes between the two. The Fox Kid, trademark.
Games. Why do the spirits attack the guards who don't look like their killer? Why didn't the spirits attack William when he got into the Spring Bonnie suit? I found that the Silver Eyes trilogy is helpful for questions like these, although I'm very careful to cross-reference for the games for any evidence there and to accommodate for continuity differences, as well as the other books for clarification and to see what stays constant across continuities. Speaking of the other books, next up on the list is the Fazbear Fright series, and the approach I recommend taking with this series is a bit different, mostly because Scott's approach to making the series was a bit different. More specifically, while the Silver Eyes trilogy wasn't made with the intention of answering questions about the game world, Fazbear Frights was, with Scott saying that some of the characters and plotlines in Frights would connect directly to the games, and that while new games would look to the future of the franchise, the books would fill in some of the blanks to the past, and boy does it do just that. The man in room 1280 clarified that William Afton was the one experiencing Ultimate Custom Night as a nightmare coma inflicted by the vengeful spirit of one of his victims, rather than it being Mike being tormented by the crying child, or it just literally being purgatory. What we found takes place at the Fazbear's Fright location from FNAF 3.
I do agree with something that Hexadecimal in chat just said, that ID and Ride Toast are very practical in how they approach the series, which is what has made me a fan of them personally. Whereas at FNAF is very much the, let's try a different approach of this. I do think FNAF is getting better at that approach, of going in a different direction, trying to look at it from a different angle. Game theory is in the middle, is not in the middle, but on the left half of that road, if that makes sense. Like, it is definitely more in FNAF's field house. At this point, they're a lot closer in the... But the difference between game theory and FNAF is presented like a different angle on it. Whereas game theory isn't. Game theory is presented as the objective angle in many ways. I know it's just a theory, but it's portrayed like this is what's happening in the books. I'm talking about what's happening in the games. If that makes sense. For me, how I think of the novels. I think of the novels as the MCU to the games as comics, if that makes sense. In, like, obviously the Marvel Cinematic Universe is very different from the Marvel Comics universe. They change a lot. There's a lot changed to facilitate its own story and format. But that said, there will always be things that happen. Obviously, Peter Parker is going to be Spider-Man, because it has to happen. You know, like, those kind of plot beats have to happen to resemble the story structure. And then that's kind of all there is to it. It's just that it changes a lot to facilitate itself. Like, Ned Leeds in the MCU is a completely different character from Ned Leeds' comic counterpart. Canon events! That's kind of what canon events in Spider-Verse are commenting on anyway. But Ned Leeds is like a rival kind of reporter, photographer in it's Daily Bugle in the comics, right? I'm sorry, I've just been watching My Adventures with Superman, the Adult Swim show, which is great, by the way, you should watch it. It's the Daily Planet in that, so it's like my brain's like group of reporters at newspaper place in one continuity to the other. My brain's been mixed up on it. But Ned Leeds is like a rival. He's an older rival reporter. Peter is kind of realizing his first ever love interest, Betty Brant, isn't working out, and Ned Leeds is super into her. So Peter's like, Betty, just go with him. He cares about you more in the long run than I do. It is the Bugle, yeah. And so Ned Leeds is that, and then Marvel editorial fucks around, and Ned Leeds becomes the Hobgoblin. Oh, he's just a reporter? Yeah, he's the rival of Betty Brant. That's what I'm thinking of. So he gets with Betty, becomes Hobgoblin because he's like brainwashed by the actual Hobgoblin, because comics. And then then the MCU writers were like, we're going to reinvent Spider-Man. And kind of part of that is they borrowed a lot from Miles Morales' comics to make MCU Peter, including just stealing Miles' best friend Genki and rewriting him as Ned Leeds, who's there in name only. So either, unless their long-term plan is for Ned to become the Hobgoblin, which, oh man, if they pulled that, that would be wild. Oh yeah, the fact that DC Comics means Detective Comics. Anyway, that's just a general rant about comics. So that explains, like, that kind of, that's how I interpret it.
Clarifies how the Phantom animatronics may have come to be in that game. And the Stitch Wraith epilogues and various stories give pretty in-depth explanation of what Remnant is and how it works, which is pretty useful given Remnant is the fundamental mechanic of how possession functions in the first place. We can also get probable confirmation of the year that William killed the kids at Freddy's, as while 6 kids are killed in Frights instead of the 5 in the games in the novel trilogy, both the trilogy and Frights have the murders happen in the year 1985. Most of it is information you can get from the games if you know where to look and make the right guesses, but Frights does wonders for actually nailing some things down, though I will certainly admit it has its weirder stories as well. In any case, when there is a connection between Frights and the games, it's definitely something to pay attention to, but it is still important to be aware of, you guessed it, continuity differences. While they aren't as obvious in every story of Fazbear Frights, like they are generally pretty dang obvious in the novel trilogy, there are some pretty notable ones, including but not limited to the aforementioned differing numbers of kids killed in the missing children's incident, with one of said kids having her hair color changed for some reason, FNAF 3 starring some random guy who dies and starts a fire by climbing in an oven after one night instead of the actual 5 nights of the guy who's actually probably a relevant character doing his job, and Charlie getting dumped in a lake along with William when in the games her tearless mask, which wouldn't have been produced by Fazbear as the tears became the official design after her death pretty early on in the timeline, is present in the blob during security breach. Once again, there are likely others I didn't mention, but these are some that I find notable. Because of some of these continuity differences, combined with Scott saying that some characters and plotlines are directly connected to the games while others aren't, there's a somewhat popular theory called Stitchline Games, which is essentially that certain stories, namely the epilogues about the Stitch Wraith and any story connected to the epilogues, are game continuity, while the others are their own continuity. While I see the reasoning for this, there are a few reasons why I disagree. For one, the story involving a 6th kid getting killed by William is part of the Stitch line, and unless Scott randomly decided to backtrack his statement about not retconning things on a whim to add in an extra kid, I find it rather unlikely that it could be game canon. Similarly, Charlie getting dumped in the lake is part of the epilogues, which once again is very much so part of the Stitch line but doesn't line up with what we see in Security Breach. However, I think the main issue actually comes from the interpretation of Scott's statement. For Stitchline to work, that relies on Scott saying that some characters and plots being connected to the games, meaning that some of the Fright stories are directly identical to the games. I would already have some skepticism about that, given that would mean half of Frights isn't canon to itself, but the thing is, connected doesn't mean the same, it just means related or associated. And what Scott really said was that the books would have 3 different short stories with unique characters and plot lines, some connected directly to the games and some not. The phrasing implies it's the characters and plot lines that are occasionally connected to the games, and we can see this throughout Frights in various non-canon to the games ways. What we found is directly connected to FNAF 3 in the location and some similar events, but it doesn't actually match the events and characters we see in the game. Step Closer has a character named Pete who connects to Michael Afton through parallels such as picking on his younger brother, liking gum, and staying alive after his death.
And being connected to Foxy.
But he very clearly is not Michael Afton in several obvious ways. Room for One More takes place in Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals, and as such is connected with sister location.
Yeah, they...
But the characters, timing, and...
I love... Okay, here's the most absurd thing about time-traveling ball pit. Not only is it not a literal time-traveling ball pit, but the official media claims it is. Fucking... The This isn't the first time an undesirable thing has hidden in the ball pit. Yeah, new leads. Time-traveling ball pit. By diving into the pit and staying under for 100 seconds, Oswald is able to travel back in time. The official Ultimate Guide claims it time travels. I'll never get over that. Fuck you. Go in the corner. I was hoping that would make more of a sound, but it just hit a pillow that was like knocked off my bed. Whoops. I can't believe it's officially treated as a time-traveling ball pit of all things.
Events of the stories are different. The series is full of connections and parallels and explanations for things, but maintains the differences to make it still its own continuity. Because of this, with Frights, I build upon my strategy of cross-referencing and examining world mechanics and use it for the parallels it contains. Even if the characters and events in the stories have their differences from the games, there are enough similarities between situations and characters to whereby examining what happens in one continuity, we can make a pretty educated guess about what may have happened in the other while maintaining the separation between the game series and the book series. Fazbear Fright's Tales from the Pizzaplex, on the other hand, almost blurs that line of separation entirely. As far as I know, Scott hasn't made any statement on it as the series released after he took a step back from interacting with the fanbase as much, but when you look at Tales, there is a lot there that doesn't just connect to the plot and characters of the games, but confirms some theories about them, such as Gregory being both behind the high scores on the arcade cabinets at the Pizzaplex and being Patient 46, and the series introduces us to new characters that eventually make an appearance in the games, like the Mimic Endo, who, despite FNAF Twitter/X's protests, I am still very confident is not Burntrap, but this video is not the time or place for that discussion. My point is, Tales has a lot in common with the games, to the point that rather than people suggesting only certain stories are game continuity along the lines of Stitchline, the popular theory, as far as I can tell, is Tales games, that all of Tales from the Pizzaplex is canon to the games. However, the pretty immediate and widespread acceptance for a large portion of the community of Tales games as fact has led to a few issues. For one, I've seen a lot of people say that because all the stories are canon to the games, that means that there cannot be parallels, and they use that to dismiss theories. The thing is, there can be parallels while also having a story be part of the same continuity. Even if Tales is game continuity, the story.
I like how I don't even need to say shit.
On different
just spitting straight facts.
Characters than the games do, and even if those characters do exist in the game line, they can still be parallels to other characters within the same continuity and with how their stories work. A story or a character being a parallel to another doesn't make them mutually exclusive, and I think that's important to be aware of. The second issue with taking Tales from the Pizzaplex as game canon is that to avoid continuity differences, it is absolutely necessary to pick and choose what details you think were intentional and which you think were just accidents that you can ignore for convenience. This is
Thank you again for another bit of money, Crash Master. $5 this time. I love how time travel in media is just all about forms of media, but it's the last thing of. Oh yeah, time travel is in all media, but it's like it's always there.
It's particularly a problem when the continuity issue in question would absolutely shatter the game continuity's timeline, and the supposed error takes place in one of the most important plot lines in Tales, the origin of the Mimic. We're given enough information in The Mimic and the Storyteller that we can put together a pretty solid understanding of when the events mentioned in each story take place. To start, we're told that Edwin, the man who created the Mimic, started his company that he eventually...
Oh, should I be adding screens? Do we want to add screens this stream? Are you sure you want that? Here, I'll add... Hold on. There we go. I added a screen for you. You get one screen, person who asks for a screen.
For entertainment, around the same time he graduated college and got married in the early 70s. To be as generous as possible, we're going to go with the latest early 70s date of 1974 for him to graduate college, and assume that he graduated and got married at 21. You can push it younger if you really want, but it honestly doesn't change that much. We also find out that Edwin was 24 when his wife was still alive and pregnant with his son David. For this specifically, some people try to say that the stories contradict themselves, and Edwin was actually 24 when the Mimic was built, but this seems to just be a misunderstanding starting based on the phrasing of one of the segments that mentions this. In the segment in question, Edwin is mid-flashback sequence about how he was excited to pass on his legacy to his, at the time, unborn child he had just found out about. And it's mentioned that for most of his 24 years of life, he had had a passion for robotics, before then referencing his present-day son's age to talk about when that passion started. People assume that the reference to David's current age means that the flashback had ended and that the 24 years is referring to Edwin's current age as well. But given the storyteller backs up that he was 24 before David was born, and you can very easily also interpret this portion to be referring to Edwin's mental state at the time he was 24, and that modern Edwin is only using his son's age because he's the one having the flashback, is likely more a phrasing issue than an actual error. In any case, if Edwin graduated college in 1974 at 21 years old, he would be 24
I'm not putting an
years
ASMR slime video in the corner.
in 1977. This means that the storyteller, which takes place 40 years after that, when Edwin is 64 years old, takes place in the year 2017. Additionally, by this point, Edwin has been working at Fazbear Entertainment for about 5 years, as he created the Mimic 5 years after his wife was pregnant, and then after the events of the Mimic, he traveled for 30 years before coming back to work at Fazbear Entertainment. This means that not only did Edwin start working for a fully functional Fazbear Entertainment in the likely latest of 2012, but Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex was fully open and operational in the year 2017. Why is this a problem, you ask? Two things: FNAF 3 and Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. FNAF 3 takes place 30 years after Freddy's shut down, and as the last Freddy's was open in FNAF 1 during 1993, that puts FNAF 3 in the year 2023, which is backed up by Henry's tapes during Pizzeria Simulator's Insanity ending being labeled as HRY223. So unless those numbers are completely arbitrary, they were...
Okay, you spelled Zangle wrong, but maybe I will throw a Zangle in there. And someone did point that out. And that is a fair addition, actually, since Zangle's become such a big part of my channel. Create a new source. I don't know why I've been so fixated on Zangle for a while, but Zangle really is, like, a highlight character to me now. For no real particular reason. I think I put it in the Scrap Trip video. Where is Scrap Trip MCI? There it is. This is going to be complicated because I don't actually have a dedicated Zangle file. But now I do. Look at him go. There we go. Stream drastically improved.
were probably recorded in the year 2023. And you know what was built on top of the Pizzeria Simulator location? The Pizzaplex. You can probably see why this is an issue in the context of Tales games. Even if the 2023 date isn't correct for FNAF 3, and it was 30 years after the first Freddy's closed instead of the last, and we say that the 223 in the HRY
That's Changle.
Is completely arbitrary. That would still put FNAF 3 in 2015, several years after Edwin had started working back at Fazbear Entertainment. And that would put real quick turnaround on Pizzeria Simulator being after FNAF 3 and leading to Fazbear Entertainment no longer being a corporate entity and then suddenly coming back with extreme popularity, having the indie dev make games and making Help Wanted in response, and then building and maintaining a fully operational Pizzaplex in less than a span of 2 years. And this isn't the only strange discrepancy with the games. The Pizzaplex in the books is circular while the game Pizzaplex definitely is not. The indie dev from Help Wanted in the books dies before finishing the 4th game Fazbear asked him to make, but in the games we hear that Fazbear has pending lawsuits against him, which wouldn't exactly work if he was dead. Heck, even minor things like the Mr. Hippo fridge magnet having been recalled in the books due to the way they interfered with the machinery, while in Security Breach Gregory is given one as a free prize showing they have not been recalled, shows that there are continuity differences between the game timeline and Tales, and that is absolutely something to be aware of and acknowledge. When I point this out, people tend to assume that I'm saying to completely ignore all the important lore reveals in Tales, or that it's impossible for the writers to make mistakes, and that's not the case at all. I think that Tales is great for giving us pretty strong confirmation of things, and while I generally have an explanation for what people often use as evidence of definitive mistakes, I do understand that point of view and acknowledge that, as human beings, we are all flawed. The issue is that even if the majority of elements between continuities is shared, if there are differences between the two, which there definitely are, you can't just assume that everything carries over. Similarly, if you estimate one date or time span to be an error, using another as definitive evidence of something something without cross-referencing that with another continuity where it is in fact definitively the case would be ill-advised, since you would have to be willing to apply the potential error logic for both. And that's assuming there was even an error in the first place and there isn't actually an explanation for whatever the issue is. So do I think Tales Games is canon? No. But I do think it has enough in common that it is intentionally giving insight into how a lot more aspects of the game work. As such, my advice is to use the games as a base, cross-reference it with the information in Tales, and if things work out, it probably carries over. And if not, just go with the information in the games. But honestly, you can choose to use the books to theorize however you want, and just...
That's an important part of it, is understanding that things are important regardless. You can't dismiss anything just because... Like, even me, I can't just dismiss anything in Silver Eyes saying, oh, anything can be different. Because not everything is going to be different. If there's a strong connection between something in Silver Eyes and the games, it is a connection regardless.
Just come up with whatever conclusion you think is right. I just recommend to keep in mind that no matter how right you think you are, there's always going to be someone out there who disagrees, and it's important to be respectful of that, you know? Whether you believe Stitchline games, or Tales games, or games doesn't really matter, as long as you're having fun discussing the franchise with other people. But hey, these are just my own interpretations, and you're absolutely entitled to yours. Please consider subscribing and sharing this video if you thought it was helpful in any way, or leave a comment.
Okay, is this just a recap video?
This video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. It's been over a year since Security Breach came out, and since then there's been a whole bunch of content. From theories to books, from potential robot kids to mimic endos.
I can dismiss things. I dismiss things I personally don't like. Well, ID did say you can dismiss anything. You can use the books any way we want. Games. Gorilla. Scientific name. Don't get stabbed, people. Games. 3. William is Henry's identical twin brother who was deported to England by their father Edwin. Funko Games. Call me true continuity. I dismiss reality. Ruin security procurement. Okay, it's predictions. And everything before Ruin. Maybe we'll come back to this later if I feel like that's worth covering. I think we should start getting into the Raito stuff now. Dismissal toast. Let's start with the first Raito episode. That's after the entire story, because I was told by Toast himself. Skip it.
And blew away effectively 99% of the fan base, and it reignited a passion in the fandom that was honestly a little needed. But one of the most intriguing parts about Ruin is the lore that it presented. New characters, new animatronics, even new protagonists, and Cassie. We don't get all that much information about her compared to other video game protagonists, but for FNAF standards, we honestly know a lot about her. Or do we, really? Slices, put on your aprons, and let's bake ourselves a theory. So what is the story of Cassie? At first, all we know is that she's a girl of a similar age to Gregory, and that she's friends with him enough to go to this scary abandoned pizzaplex to meet him. As the game goes on, we begin to learn more about her. When we pick up the Roxy talkie after hearing Gregory's voice, we learn that he's trapped under Roxy Raceway, and that we agree to go find him. We also learn that Roxanne Wolf is Cassie's favorite character. Keep that in mind because it's important later on. Quickly after, we learn more about Cassie's family, namely her father.
Okay, I will do this just because this is Rye's first video really theorizing about Ruin after the recap, so there's going to be a bit of that kind of, as I was talking about with Game Theory, the recapping part. So we're going to have to go through that pretty quickly.
The Faz Wrench is an item described as being used by Faz technicians.
I only do that because we've watched this. Once again, all in a vacuum, this is useful. Like, for Game Theory channels, makes sense. If you're only watching Raitoast, of course, Rye would need to do a recap for it. And if you're only watching FNAF, you would need to recap for it. If you're only watching Game Theory, you'd need a recap for it. But we've heard this like 3 times throughout the video, so
this implies that her father was a Faz technician at the pizzaplex, if this one looks just like his. But that's not the only
Wait. I love the different interpretations of Cassie's dad we've gotten. Where's mine? Let me pull it up. Game Boy, Mike's Clara. Let me look through it. It's not Mike's Clara, it's Ruin Cassie's dad. Or did I also put it in tail? No, he appeared in, let me find it. He appeared in Tails games. Let me find it. Like I said, I love how every channel has to make their own. Every time there's a character we never see, everyone has to make their own version of the cast. Where's my Cassie's dad sprite? Yeah, here's Cassie. Dadsy. There we go. Well, the wrong window when I was looking for chat. There we go. No, wait, what's this one's name? God, the more new Pokemon exist, the less I know them. Chat, just tell me. I'm not going to be able to remember this one. For what the pun and Cassie's dad images. Purple guy. Dadsy. Good night. Toxicity. Is that it? Toxicity of Thazrange. Toxicity.
Information about her.
Oh, but you can have the ability technician. Oh, okay, I get it.
Affirms this detail. Later, when we get an AR Glam Bonnie plush, Cassie notes that her father never told her what happened to him. If her father knew what happened to him, he would have not only had to be part of the company, but pretty high up. Not only does this nearly confirm that he worked for the Pizzaplex, but he also worked here fairly recently. We're not talking about someone who used to work at the Pizzaplex, but retired and is living with his daughter. Bonnie was put out of commission so quickly that although they did change most of the art in the Pizzaplex, they still didn't have an official corporate story to what happened to Bonnie. As of Security Breach, we can honestly assume that her father was most likely working there until at least Security Breach, which brings me to something else about her father. A lot of the information we get about him describes him in the past tense. Dad wouldn't tell me instead of Dad won't tell me.
I made a joke about the Hobgoblin's convoluted comic history. You don't have to feel bad about, like, the obscure pun. Some of my jokes are really dumb and esoteric.
My dad used to collect these instead of my dad collects these. Bonnie was my dad's favorite instead of Bonnie is my...
Now, this is a point I did bring up in the game theory reaction. All of these are situational. If Cassie's dad finished collecting the lunchboxes, it would be past tense. He was connecting it. He used to like Bonnie, but Bonnie doesn't exist anymore. He wouldn't tell me because there isn't an answer. The place shut down. There is no Bonnie to talk about anymore because Bonnie's in the shutdown Pizzaplex. All of these are time sensitive, and Cassie does say it's just like my dad, which implies he still has it. So I will say this is a problem that both game theory and this video have.
My dad's favorite. The repeated use of the past tense makes me assume that her father is most likely dead, for who knows how long, but at least long enough that being reminded of him with the Faz wrench didn't seem to upset her. And for a while, that's really all we get about Cassie. Honestly, that's all we get about her for the majority of the game. But then Roxy Raceway starts telling us more, starting with the Roxy Salon. We get a bunch of cardboard cutouts of Roxy hanging out with Cassie, having a great day, doing their makeup and things like that. We also get these two cardboard cutouts back to back of Gregory giving something to Cassie, and then Cassie in tears looking at Gregory's missing posters. It seems as though we're right to assume that Cassie really likes Roxy, although at this point we're not 100% sure why. We can also assume that this is part of the reason why Cassie is so willing to help Gregory. They are close friends if these images are to be believed.
I mean, yeah, her dad could be dead. I just don't think it's necessarily like a fact at this point.
And then, of course, the scene that gave a lot of us a lot of dread, shutting off Roxy right outside of the end of the game. However, when we encounter Roxy, she gives us a lot of information. She tells us that she remembers our special day, most likely a birthday.
I do love the cutout art. It's adorable. Every time we see art of the characters, I'm always a fan of it. I mean, the entire newspaper is based on, obviously, Freddy and Friends on Tour, but I just love imagery of when we get to like look at the characters and actually get to see them as the characters they're supposed to be. I just love that kind of imagery in shots. Personally, it's adorable when we get to see it. I always like when we can say the full. Oh, it's play on your name. That makes sense. Mine is not a play on my name. It's a super convoluted origin. It started from Ostrich Games, which was his nickname about Ostrich, which was his nickname I had about my height. And then I was trying to think of a more generic version of Ostrich Games. And though I've never really played League of Legends, I did make an account once to play with my friend Zach. And I noticed when I was watching him play that everyone would use the first name in your username, typically. So if you were like, Zagoth Stand, they would call you Zagoth or Stand, typically. So I thought it'd be SireSquawks would be funny, so people would call me Sire. So that's the origin of that name.
And most likely our 11th.
And I just liked it.
Now, she just says it was the 11th, so this could be a date, but the lack of a month suggests that it was our 11th birthday. And finally, she says, I'm sure your friends will show up next time. Have you booked your party yet? And suddenly, everything clicks. That's why Roxy is her favorite. That's why she's so willing to help Gregory this far in this dangerous mission. Cassie has no other friends. On her 11th birthday, she was completely alone. Her father didn't even show up. He might have already been dead by the time that happens. There's only one animatronic there, Roxy. She tries to have a fun day bonding with Roxy, doing makeovers and everything like it, but it only helps so much. She's still sad and alone. Until Gregory, that is. He comes to her birthday and they become friends quickly. She's willing to go this far to save Gregory because he is her only friend. She has to save him, just like he saved her. After this admittedly rough moment, we go deeper down.
Is it still Backrooms? It was Backrooms for a long time. Have we left the Backrooms arc of the Rytoast ad read? It's 2 minutes long, and we have a lot of Rytoast to get through, so I think I will be skipping the ads, sadly.
Oh, joy. We find the room keeping the thing in the basement locked away. Turning off Nexus and breaking down the wall, we encounter it. What we thought was Gregory. We encounter the Mimic. Roxy, somehow still alive, saves us apparently, for a time being. And Gregory, the real Gregory, gets a hold of us. He tells us that he's been trying to get a hold of us this whole time, which I am inclined to believe. After all, halfway through the game there's a rare moment that only some people got. This jump scare...
Do you need assistance?
Bastard.
Do you need assistance?
No.
Do you need assistance?
Go away. Can occasionally be replaced with this.
Gregory?
That feels like the real Gregory trying to get a hold of Cassie, to me anyway. He tells us to listen to his friend's instructions to get us...
Oh, it's just a floor in the Backrooms? Okay. Also, thanks for doing the chapter system so people can watch them and escape going easier.
To an elevator to escape. Once there, he lets us know more about Nexus, that it was created and designed to hide this thing in the basement. Then
That's a fun one.
he switches tone, tells us that he's sorry, but he has to make sure that we're not followed, and drops the elevator. Now, I have reasons to believe that Gregory isn't the one talking to us at the end of this ending, and instead the Mimic took back over, but that's a topic for another video. For now, we're focusing on Cassie. But is that it? What else could we possibly know about her? Well, I think there is more to her and her father, and the key to solving it, frankly, is through the premise of the game. Gregory never wanted Cassie to go to the Pizzaplex, so the initial message that she got from Gregory to meet at the Pizzaplex was fake. Okay, so then the Mimic sent that message. Well, therein lies the problem. How did the Mimic contact Cassie? Or why did he even think to contact her in the first place? Sure, the Mimic can learn Gregory's voice from the security logs throughout the Pizzaplex, but why would it know to contact Cassie? Or how could it even reach her? It has no service, no freedom, no money. The only thing it could do is something free and easy that supports someone, like subscribing to my new second channel, Rytoast, that's launching 2 videos today. My wife and I's playthrough of Faith Chapter 1 and part 1 of my Security Breach Ruin playthrough. Link right
Can't
here.
see it, but I have my head in my hands as I slowly realize what we were getting to.
And it's edited by the very talented Queen Coda. I'll see you there. But in all seriousness, all the Mimic could physically do is wander around the room that it's locked in. But if you look around the room we're adjacent to, putting on the Veni mask, you'll see a bunch of destroyed security nodes lying around the floor. It was destroying its bonds while it was in its cage. That's why I think Gregory and Veni cemented over the door. They knew it was already trying to break out. And specifically, I think Gregory and Vanessa are the ones that cemented him into that room specifically because of the Gregory backpack right outside the vent, right outside the room. But that's, again, theory for another day. Whatever locked it down here started placing security nodes all over the Pizzaplex to try to distance it from the ones it was already breaking, which means in some digital way it can reach into this room. And what do we have in this room? The machine that was created to contain it that presumably it can't directly interact with, and the console used to modify the machine. But it's a console nonetheless. So who would have used that console last? Well, let's step back and get a broader picture to see if we can answer that. A recurring theme in the duffel bag messages of Security Breach is that although she wasn't being sloppy, Vanny's shenanigans were starting to be noticed by several of the human staff. But right as a few of them were about to uncover something big, they were all called in to the all-staff meeting. Specifically, one that was after hours, Cake was promised at, and that all service staff were required to go to. Now, a lot of people have theorized that although mass firing was already taking place because of the staffbot success, this all-staff meeting was Vanny's way of tying up any loose ends, killing off people that would have otherwise uncovered what was really going on. Pretty much any service staff...
I gotta say, I think people dismiss how much murder Vanny's implied to carry out. Like, yeah, she doesn't have her knife anymore, but, like, think about how much shit she's done, or is implied to have done. Like, Gregory's killed at least 3 counselors. 3+, actually, I think. And there's tons of missing staff and people that, like, get no end results. And mysteriously, the person trying so hard to get the princess out of the princess quest just kind of stops with that plot line.
Who would be poking around places they shouldn't be. Mainly people like janitors, kitchen workers, and technicians.
Okay, it was a
just
lie.
like Cassie's dad. Well, we know he's dead, but why would we assume that he was getting too close to Vanny? What could he have found? Why was he digging? The answers lie in Candy Cadet. Right before the ending of the game...
I do think that is a better point, though, to imply Cassie's dead. Is if he was in the staff and they were all killed.
Candy Cadet, who tells us a 5-part story. The story tells us about a mother and a son who live in a cabin in the woods. In the woods, there's a monster that the mother locks in the basement. Every night, the mother sings a lullaby to the son and then leaves. Eventually, the monster stops growling and instead learns the lullaby. It sings it once, the son goes to the door and opens it. The story ends there, but like, the monster kills the son. It's pretty straightforward. For a while, I was thinking that this story was detailing what Vanessa and Gregory do in between Security Breach and Ruin. They find the monster, trap it underground, and then eventually it learns to mimic the son. But there's 2 problems with it. First off, Vanessa and Gregory aren't mother and son. They're just 2 people. Granted, that's not a huge issue because it is a story, so it's supposed to be a metaphor. But the real issue here is that in the story, the son is the one that was tricked by the lullaby. Meanwhile, Gregory isn't tricked. Cassie is the one that falls for it. But now I'm thinking that it wasn't about Vanessa and Gregory at all, but it was about a family. Okay, I think I've got...
Yeah, this is actually the interpretation that I have in Ruin's Cassie Dad video.
Here's the real story of Cassie and her father. Mr. Cassie's dad worked at the Pizzaplex since its inception. Gifted with technology and a deep lover of the franchise, Bonnie was his favorite after all, he thought his talents could lend to the creation of something wonderful. And as a fast technician, it did. Okay, bye. He was able to work alongside the animatronic characters that he loved, and his daughter Cassie could stay at the daycare while he did it. It was hard for her to make friends, spending most of her time at the daycare of the Pizzaplex, but she understood that this was for the best. Besides, she did have a lot of fun at the daycare, and having a dad who worked at the Pizzaplex came with its benefits. She was able to ride the Foxy log flume, although it was never open to the public. But when Bonnie, her dad's favorite animatronic, seemed to disappear one day, he got a lot more focused on his work. She asked him what happened to Bonnie, but he refused to tell her. Truthfully, he wasn't too sure himself. Bonnie goes to Monty Gator Golf one night out of nowhere, and suddenly he turns up in the back of Bonnie Bowling, destroyed, surrounded by a smashed bowling ball. None of it made sense. Nothing added up. So he started snooping. He traced the electrical signals going from the animatronics, trying to figure out what was causing them to act erratically. Eventually, he found a current of electricity pooling underneath Roxy Raceway. The same current electricity that was causing all of these brownouts. Going even deeper, eventually, he found it. The mimic, the creature underneath the Pizzaplex that's being locked away. He's confused and doesn't really understand what's going on, but between the mimic being there, the Nexus machine, and the console to use it, he starts to piece things together. As a fast technician, Mr. Cassie's dad would be pretty smart, and so he works on the Nexus unit, placing security nodes all over the basement and expanding its coverage. He begins placing security...
Now that is a question that I'm split on. How old is Nexus? Because in my version, I have that it actually works even more now that we have book, or that we will have book 9 based on the leaks from it. Or not book 9, book 8. I keep thinking it's the last book and it was announced to have 9 books, but no, they're ending a book short, it seems. So book 8, from what's implied from the leaks, has the technicians come to save... Kelly's the one who survived, right? Their names all fucking blur together. Or is it Lucia's the one that survives? No, Kelly's the one who gets fucking gored, so it's Lucia. It's Lucia. So, from what I understand, the leaks have Lucia survive after Mimic Boy is spring-locked and turned off. And my idea is that the technicians would, for some arbitrary reason under Tales games, if that's true, Yeah, I know it's Lucia. I figured it out. Chat. You didn't need to tell me. Kelly was the one who got entered, dude. And then they seal it away and cement it and then put in Nexus. That would be an easy explanation for it. However, but Gregory has the line that, like, it's been down there for a really long time. I'm Nagito Kaimeda. Undertale's games. Then it could be ancient. That would fit with this interpretation.
Nodes throughout the facility, trying to cut off its access points, and to make sure.
But even without Tales games, that plotline would still work kind of either way. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of one of those who knows which one's which and which order.
No one messes with these security nodes.
I do like. So one of the simplest things to make your videos better is try to be expressive in your voice acting. Like, even if you're doing, Ritos has an actual like live action component to it. But like doing the acting, trying to convey your voice, trying to like express yourself, and all that is such a great way to keep people entertained. Like that is so much of what was most important. Nexus is cool.
Digital watchdog that can tell when someone's trying to hack in. Once it finds that person, it simply summons a nearby animatronic. After all, most animatronics in the facility are programmed to be able to handle and safely extract any ne'er-do-wells. So what's the harm in having a distress signal? He styles this watchdog after his favorite animatronic, Bonnie. But before he can finally finish the entire system,
I do think he has something to do with Nexus, because we don't have any confirmation that Gregory and Vanessa still retain onto the Bonnie thing.
To the all-staff meeting. We cut to much later.
After they're free.
The Mimic eventually is able to disable all of the nearby security nodes, but it still can't get out. There's security nodes that are just too far away and it can't reach. It needs a decoy. It needs someone else to deactivate those on its behalf so it can leave. It once again digitally extends to the nearby room, and it finds the console. Not only that, it finds that someone was logged in to the console recently. Mr. Cassie's dad. Someone who would not only have...
That is an interesting way to look at it. That if her dad made the console or was using the console or had his information on it, it could contact Cassie through that. That would be a cool way to do that.
Have credentials in the system, but a linked daughter in the system who stayed at the daycare. A daughter with contact information. Using the only voice it's been able to mimic, Gregory, it reaches out to that daughter. And luckily enough, she responds. I want to be very clear here. I don't think Mr. Cassie's dad would...
The one problem is she specifically goes there because Gregory called her. That is the one problem with that answer.
Was actually the one to build Nexus. The machine is incredibly rusted and aged.
But I guess he is using Gregory's voice. So Cassie's dad is a toxicity because toxicity has this ability technician.
It's honestly the oldest.
So if Mimic is interpreting Gregory but using the contact info it gets from the technician stuff, that would work.
Thing in that room. I think somebody else entirely built Nexus, but it's someone we know. However, covering that is going to need to be its own video. For now, if you want to know about everything else that happens in Ruin, the video is right there going over all the lore. In the meantime, a huge shout out to the best channel members, the Doe. Security Breach Ruin is out, and I've played it more than the actual base game, I'm pretty sure at this point. Mainly because it's really good and you should play it, but also I've been trying my hardest to understand it. There are a lot of new threads to follow up on. Questions like, who is Cassie and her father? Which you can see right here. Was Gregory ever even at the Pizzaplex? But one of the questions that's been bothering a lot of us, what do the endings mean? Do they tell us anything we don't know about Ruin or possibly Security Breach itself? Or maybe, do they tell us about the next game Steel Wool's going to make? That's what we're here to answer today. So, slices, put on your aprons, and let's bake ourselves a theory. For anyone not in the know, there are 3 possible endings for Security Breach Ruin. There's a 4th one in the files that was coded, but there's no information, so it was most likely scrapped. The 3 endings we do have stem off of the same final chase sequence. So, what is that sequence? Well, Cassie gets down to the old elevator under Roxy Raceway and makes it down to the FNAF 6 location, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place. But the usual tunnel was caved in, revealing instead the giant statue down there has been disturbed by something tunneling out. Going through that tunnel, we approach the FNAF 6 pizzeria instead from the back, passing through this giant cave, some storerooms, Candy Cadet, even the rooms that Burntrap was in during the Security Breach boss fight. Deeper still, and we reach a room much lower than the rest of the pizza place, but still seemingly visually a part of it. In here, we find a forklift, the machine controlling Nexus, and the console used to control the machine. We shut off the Nexus console, trapping the rabbit that was chasing us inside of it, and opening the door forward, only to reveal that it's been poured over by...
Yeah, I could have hacked Endos or... Okay, here is... If Burntrap is canon, I like to think that that the Mimic couldn't escape where it was yet, because the sinkhole was still covering it. Or something like that. So it had Vanny, possessed by Glitch Trap, make him a new body. That's what I would say out of Springtrap, and that would explain but Springtrap's almost completely destroyed, which is why you have like some of the meat chunks, but also you have like Lamrock parts and all that. We're going to Brazil, everyone.
Concrete. We use the forklift to bust through, and we reveal it. The endoskeleton that tricked us down here in the first place. The Mimic. It's been copying Gregory's voice through a walkie-talkie to lure us into freeing it. Once we do, it tries to kill us. Talk about ungrateful. But for some unexplained reason, a very strange and unexplained reason, Roxy is apparently okay, and comes in to save the day, buying us some time. Once we get away a little bit, the real Gregory, or so he says, comes over on the walkie-talkie to tell us that we were never supposed to be down here in the first place. He then says his friend has the building maps and can lead us out of here, we just have to listen to their instructions. This is where the deviations for the different endings begin to occur. So let's start off by explaining the one the files label as the neutral ending. If you run away from the Mimic, follow Gregory's instructions to a T, you eventually end up using your Faz wrench to open this elevator door. The Mimic gets caught in the door, losing its arm, but ultimately we get away. In the elevator ride, Gregory attempts to give us some more answers. Not only were we not supposed to go to the Pizzaplex, but he's not even at the Pizzaplex himself. He doesn't know what the Mimic is, maybe he should read the books, but he does know that it's been trapped here for a really long time. The Nexus machine we just shut off was a device built to conceal the Mimic. Then a bit of feedback goes through. He then explains that this isn't our fault and he knows that we did it for him, but he can't risk them being followed. And our elevator drops, somehow not killing Cassie, as Roxy calls out our...
You know something interesting I've noticed between all channels that we watch today? Because I actually put a lot of thought into this, believe it or not. Well, not a lot of thought. Is the difference in the music approach that we all take. Ritos is very relaxed. It's very like the...
confused after the credits. This
It's very chill. Whereas ID uses a lot of the main series OSTs. And then Game Theory seems to have almost a completely original score, or at this point, or maybe they just use more obscure references to games, I don't know. And then FNAF uses a lot more of the bigger dramatic orchestral stuff. And this is actually a weird thing with mine, is I use a lot of Sonic music, and a lot of techno sounds. Like, here, let me pull it up. Because it's inevitable that this will be in the next video. Wait, there it is. Because this is in every fucking video. I actually intentionally put this in every video. This is an unused draft of the Phaser Blast theme. Because I like the techno soundtrack. In fact, I actually use Ben 10 music in this. Which has the very synthetic orchestral theme. And then there's Stardust Speedway. US version. I've also started working in Road Trip from Scary Breach. When I feel like it's applicable. And then, dude, this one's awesome. This is one of the coolest, use mix of video game soundtracks, so yeah. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, good editing does go to the music, and I try to do that sometimes, but it doesn't always work. Use a lot of Billy Hatch music, sick games. They do have banging OSTs. This is one of my favorite Ruin OSTs that's not even in the game. I fucking love that OST. I wish it was longer. Like, I love it so much. I've been trying to work that into videos now as like the opening kind of song. But yeah, Sonic is known for its music. I specifically try to pick the more chill techno music stuff from Sonic CD. But yeah, Are You There? It's believed Are You There B-side was supposed to be for the like wake up scene of Glamrock Freddy, I think, because it's in Phaser Blast, so it has the techno sound to it. But I like that. I love that tone of that song. I love that kind of spacey theme. And since my OSTs are already so built around the space aesthetic to it, like I've really been trying to adopt that lately. But I do like the very chill music in Raitos videos, because it's like sometimes with FNAF videos it feels like it's trying to make a big deal of everything. Is sometimes how the music can come off. So sometimes it's really warranted. When it's a big reveal, it's totally fitting. But like I feel like you don't always need it.
Straightforward on the surface, but there's actually a bit of a debate going on, one that I'm here to settle. Some people think that this is exactly as it seems. Gregory, although he doesn't want to, ultimately stops the elevator to make sure the Mimic doesn't get out, killing Cassie in the process. The other camp think that at some point the Mimic retakes over communication, and Gregory never actually is the one that cuts the elevator. And I'm here with evidence to show which side is right. Straight away, at some point I do think Gregory is talking to us in this ending. Notably, for most of this sequence, I agree with the files. In the game, anytime the Mimic is talking to us pretending to be Gregory, the file name reads Grimmick. Yes, the Grimmick Shake is canon in FNAF now, but there are other lines labeled in the game as Gregory. Notably, every line we get from Gregory after listening to the walkie-talkie, after encountering the Mimic. Now I know this might seem like case closed for the Gregory is guilty side of the argument. Reminder that they learned this firsthand in the very previous game, Security Breach, where we found out the sprite in Princess Quest was named Cassidy. They immediately changed it in the next update, but not only did they then learn that file names can spoil things for the future because of the fanbase file scraping, but they knew to change it so that we wouldn't spoil things for ourselves in the future. Which means some or all of the lines labeled Gregory could still be the Mimic, they just don't want to give it away yet. So if that's the case,
that is the thing that is tricky about
go back
this.
at some point. Well,
we don't know how much. I think I actually used an orchestral track in the Who Made Nexus video. I needed to because it's my most controversial one. That sounds about right. Mixes is kind of a divisive topic right now. But like I said, matching soundtracks to the scene is important, which is why I want Are You There to be like the opening to a video or like an important moment.
I'm not even close to the first person to point this out, but I think the feedback on the elevator is no accident. Right as that feedback goes through, the tone in Gregory's voice and dialogue shifts. He goes from giving us answers to apologizing and then sending us down. I and many others think that that feedback is when the Mimic regains control of communication. The text box even resets at that moment. But if you're not convinced by just the dialogue, this might do it. Method. How could Gregory, someone who said he's not even at the Pizzaplex, drop the elevator on us? An old elevator that doesn't look like it's even connected to anything else. He would need to have some sort of ultra system controlling every single aspect of the Pizzaplex at like his bedroom or something. It's possible, but it's unlikely. But you know what is a very likely method? This elevator is powered by a battery pack right underneath the conduit that we charged. And you know who just got foiled and let Cassie get away and is sitting right next to that battery pack? The Mimic.
That's a good point. I haven't seen the battery pack comment at all. That's a great one.
To do is just unclip one of the two clips and the elevator would come crashing back down. So not only is it far more likely character-wise for the Mimic to trick and try to kill Cassie.
Hold on. Yarg Foxy, what are you doing here? I know this is from the VOD and it's just playing in the background, but
so not only is it far more likely character-wise for the Mimic to trick and try to kill Cassie again, but it's easier for the Mimic to do it than it would be for Gregory to do it. I think it's solidly in the camp that the Mimic is the one that drops the elevator.
As Titan just pointed out in chat, there is an asterisk to this. Gregory does hack the staff bot there early in the game, and he is listed as a hacker in GGY. So it's not super impossible for him to do it, but I do agree that it's easier for the Mimic to do it.
The final bit about this ending that I do want to mention is Roxy's little bonus dialogue at the end of the credits, when she says, Cassie? This implies that Cassie's alive, and if she survived that massive elevator fall, I don't want to say it, but we should consider the possibility that Cassie isn't human. I'm just saying. That was a big fall. If she survived that, she is sturdy. But that in total, according to the files, is the neutral ending of Security Breach Ruin. Now on to, honestly, what might be the most confusing out of the three, the Scooper ending. This is by far the hardest ending to get, as it's the only one that requires any prerequisites, not to mention that the prerequisites are hard to find. Throughout the game you have these camera stations, but 4 specific camera stations, one being the very first one you encounter, one in the Monty Catwalks, one in the Roxy Salon, and one in Bonnie Bowling, you can zoom out further than you normally can, and on the
I guess I should say that on the Cassie being a robot. I don't think so, in general. Falling down... Because yeah, it is a big fall, but it is the question of how big is the fall, actually. You know, Like, we don't know the speed the elevator's traveling at. We don't know what it landed on. We don't know where it went. We don't know if there's something below the elevator, because, I mean, actually, do we know if there's something below the elevator? FNAF humans are weird in general. Like, they do a lot of shit sometimes. Hell, I would say half the tale stories have humans surviving tons of shit they shouldn't survive. I know, Raya, you brought it up as a joke mostly. Yeah, she does fall a ton in the story.
Very edge of the map is a secret camera. On each of these...
Yes, Phasgu children. The only answer possible. I've been so debated on whether I make a parody SireSquawks video about Phasgu or not. It's just like my Android 16 is bite victim theory. That's absurd. That's not a real... Obviously, that's not a real video. That's a joke video for SireSquawks. But... I don't think I'll ever make that.
When you open a secret camera, it shows a doorway and a door opening in that doorway. Yep. Bye-bye. If you've done all this correctly and get back to the ending, you'll find that things are slightly different now. The Mimic has changed. It's put on this amalgamation costume made out of a lion, an elephant, and a bird. The next scene plays out as normal, but at the end of the chase sequence, the elevator access is blocked off, and instead you go down the 4 doors that you opened. Suddenly, you're in a bit of a higher-tech room. You go behind a door that closes and locks, and then you're just looking through glass with a button on a podium. You press the button, the room fills up with some kind of fog, the Mimic shows up, and then the Scooper kills it, apparently. Some kind of fight happens in the fog, you can't even see it, trust me, I've gone out of bounds, but at the end of it, the Mimic is on the ground and the Scooper hides away. Now, it is worth noting that this is just the Mimic's costume. In the model that chases you, you can see bits of the Mimic sticking out through the mouth, the stomach, and things like that. But I went out of bounds and I looked at this model. That endoskeleton is gone, which does track with what the Scooper is intended to do. But in this ending, the Mimic escapes somewhere. I still hold strong that I'm not 100% sure what this ending is supposed to mean. But I do have a pretty solid idea, and it's all based on location. I've stated before in several different theories where I think the locations of several important places in the franchise are. Namely, I think the sister location Bunker and Fredbear's Family Diner are fairly close together, mainly because of the Funtime Freddy Fuse map. This one sister location minigame has so much lore potential throughout the entire franchise. One of the most important things to note about it is the connections the map makes. Based off of the layouts of these 2 buildings, we can assume that this is the FNAF 4 house and that this is Fredbear's Family Diner. So if there's connected power between the sister location Bunker, the FNAF 4 house, and Fredbear's Family Diner, we can assume they're all relatively nearby one another. Now, most people do believe the sister location Bunker is directly, if not very close to underneath the FNAF 4 house. That makes a lot of sense. But Fredbear's Family Diner being nearby is very important. Why? Well, it's widely believed, and I believe it too, that the FNAF 6 fake pizzeria was built on top of or within Fredbear's Family Diner. It would explain the remote location, how Henry had access to it, and the rather bare-bones internal layout. Do you see where I'm headed with this?
The elevator landed in the time-dropping ball, but I'm sorry, I just noticed that. Wait, where's my... I had an image for this theory, actually, that the... I think it's in Ruin Cassie Dad. That's the internal... I have a ton of weird internal names. Yeah, here we go. Here's my image for this theory to explain it, basically. This is in a very loose sense for how this layout would work, but basically either these are the same place or they're very close to each other. And then you go down like even further. This was just an approximation. This is not an exact layout, but this is kind of the gist between it. So either these are the same or they're close. Which if the Pizzaplex as a whole is anywhere close to Baby's Rental, this map would have to be somewhat true at least. Also, just when in doubt, I love doing the drawings of the Mimic in the Mimic rant video, or not the Mimic rant, the Mimic skit. Just because I love drawing insane or weird characters, and the Mimic was one of them. OSHA's worst nightmare. It would be OSHA's worst nightmare. Bam Bam be damned. Fazbear has its own goddamn pancake stack of places.
Think that this lot started as...
In the FNAF universe, it's cheaper to bury a building than demolish it and build something new.
Fredbear's Family Diner, then was converted to the fake pizzeria for FNAF 6, and then was later bulldozed over and turned into the Mega Pizzaplex. So, what does all this have to do with the ending? Well, I don't think the allusion to sister location in this ending is an accident. I mean, the game's ending sequence is literally listening to somebody give you instructions on whether to go left or right. You can either listen to those instructions and get to an ending that either involves a scooper or an elevator, or you can disobey those instructions and get a questionably canon secret ending. Oh, wait, sorry. I just described word for word the ending to sister location. We were talking about Ruin. Wait a minute, it's the same description. So if this is so connected already, and the sister location bunker and Fredbear's Family Diner were connected by power, who's...
I will say the high-tech scooper is cool looking. I do wonder if this is a second scooper, because I've had a theory, kind of, that there is basically a sister location 2.0 that we're going to be looking for. Because Ballora has AR Ballora. Doesn't AR Ballora have like blue eyes instead? Isn't that? I remember seeing that, like, that she had some weird design differences, but it's a cyberpunk Demogorgon. It is. That is a scarily accurate description, actually. But there is a sister location like 2.0, if that makes sense. That is the same idea. Store the rental animatronics to rent them out. But those are the AR animatronics. So those are like all buried in a kind of box together in, let's say, sister location 2.0. And they have a new and improved scooper sitting around there.
Just to say that this room isn't the actual original scooping room. Alright, I hear you. The design of the scooper is completely different, and the room has been changed too. But I do have two explanations for that. First,
wait, hold on, what that
the
gas
scooper is completely different.
Oh, it's just nitrogen. I thought it said neurogen. I'm like, holy shit, dittophobia confirmed?
And the room has been changed too. But I do have two explanations for that. First, if this tunnel had been known to Vanny or Glitchtrap, they could have been working on the scooper and making their own modifications to it, as this does look a lot more effective than the original model. But it could be as simple as the second option. Steelwool has already shown that they're willing to do character redesigns if it's cool or fits the narrative. Case in point, Roxy. Her design is completely different from when we see her, and it's not a matter of being more damaged. That is a different endoskeleton, but it's fine because it serves a purpose in this game. The scooper could be the same way, where they've redesigned the scooper, but it's still meant to be the same one. That could be this. Regardless, the button shape and layout, the scooping room layout, the window layout, and the proximity of these buildings really has me believing that this room is the original sister location scooping room. And if so, what does that tell us? No, really, what does that tell us? That wasn't rhetorical. I have no idea what's going on here. Like, I have all this context and I think I know the meaning behind it, but as far as what it's trying to say for the story, I have no clue. Maybe I'll find out.
It is called Scooper Files. Garden of Van versus Pizzaplex. Here's the thing. The Ruined Pizzaplex at least has cool memorabilia and shit. What do you get out of going to the garden?
Out one day, go watch some Let's Plays or something in the meantime, like the highly edited content over on the Rytoo's YouTube channel. Thank you again so much for the amazing support on the channel so far, and I cannot wait to bring you more content highly edited by Queen Coda. It's gonna be great. Finally, that middle ending. The secret ending that's easy to get. What the files label as the Brazil ending. All you have to do to get this ending is disobey Gregory in a specific moment. The third time he says go right, instead, you go left, and you find a Fredbear cutout holding 2 ice cream cones. If you put your mask on in this moment, you're transported to a recreation of the Good Vanny ending, the Princess Quest ending, with Gregory saying that he found a place to hide, Cassie breathing panickedly, and the game fades to black. This is admittedly very confusing, but I think we know what this means. And it even tells us a bit about the next game after Help Wanted 2. So folks, bake with me for a moment. I think that this ending is fake. Okay, so like it actually happens in the game, but within the game's continuity, it's fake. Okay, let me put it this way. What Cassie is seeing here isn't real in any way. This is her losing to the Vanny mask, and to the Mimic by extension. Our protagonist is no longer Cassie. This is Cassidy, a newer, more sinister character to use that name. Note, I'm not saying she literally turns into Cassidy here. I'm just saying she changes her name like Vanny to Vanessa, Cassie to Cassidy. Okay, just bear with me. Bear with me. There's a bear with me. Our first hint of the fakeness is the dialogue that we hear. This Gregory voice line is the exact same one we hear the Mimic use in the Roxy Salon.
That was people, I remember in the trailer.
So we know that isn't Gregory. Our second hint is that this isn't the good Vanny ending. Like, we have a Freddy character, a Gregory, and a Vanessa on a hill eating ice cream, sure, but it's not the same. In the original, they're all sitting side by side. Gregory is eating a popsicle, there's a Freddy head, and Vanessa's eating an ice cream cone. And Gregory and Helpy, not Freddy's head, are facing us holding ice cream cones. Gregory and Helpy, the exact same two fake people who let us down here.
Exactly. I'm letting Rai go because I agree with a lot of this in a gist. So obviously, Helpy is controlled by the Mimic throughout the game. Since this is the only time after the Mimic is completely free we put on the mask, I think this is trying to say that, basically. Like, when you put on the mask, when the Mimic is completely free, you are completely ensnared and absorbed in it. You are completely under its control, basically.
The first place. Once again, they're leading us astray. But for what? Why is this happening? The game tells us that too. But first, a little context. For those who haven't read the books, in Tales number 5, the story GGY tells us a lot about our boy Gregory. Assuming this book, or the majority of it, is to be in the game's timeline, which I do, before the events of Security Breach, Gregory was a mind-controlled slave to the Mimic, just like Vanessa was. His name, GGY, as Vanessa's was Vanny. If we take that idea from the books and pair it with the fact that in the games, we don't see Gregory return to a home after Security Breach, and we know there is a child-sized hidden alcove in the daycare, just like Vanny's hidden alcove in the Phaser Blast, I think it's safe to assume that this secret hideout is where GGY was living. Finally, and I'm not the only person to make these connections, FNAF has a whole video on Gregory and how he's been trapped, I think it's incredibly likely that the Balloon World machine is what trapped Gregory's mind within GGY, just like the Princess Quest machine trapped Vanessa within Vanny. Or rather, those machines were the key to freeing them. Okay, so why does that matter? Well, look at the two other things that were added to this ending, balloons and the daycare theme.
Let me rephrase that. The Helpy clearly has spells of being controlled by the Mimic. Like, especially when he turns orangish and has, like, the eyes. That, to me, is clearly trying to say, like, especially with, like, the veins crawling over and the fact that it's, like, constantly trying to help you get to Gregory. And we know the Mimic can play multiple characters, so I don't see why it can't.
Cassie, just like Gregory, has been taken by the Mimic. Cassie might very well be our next antagonist, if this ending is the canon one. Still don't believe me? Then take it from Steel Wool themselves. The ending is labeled in the files as the Brazil ending. At first this seems quite random, but a bunch of folks on Twitter found a movie from 1985 titled Brazil. Let me read you the ending paragraph on Wikipedia. Sam is restrained in a chair in a large empty cylindrical room to be tortured by his old friend Jack Lint. As Jack is about to start the torture, Tuttle and other members of the resistance break into the Ministry, shooting Jack, rescuing Sam, and blowing up the Ministry building. Sam and Tuttle flee together. A whole escape sequence plays. At the end, Jack is surprised to find himself in a truck driven by Jill. The two leave the city together. However, this happy ending is a delusion. It is revealed that Sam is still strapped to the torture chair. Does it all click now? This ending is the mental prison that Cassie gets put in to turn into the next Vanny. And I think it tells us the next game Steel Wool is going to make after Help Wanted 2. For those who don't know, there are a lot of prototype maps that were left in the files for Ruin. Things that never made the cut. One of them is mostly nonsense, except for the fact that there's a big sign on it that says, quote, something cool that maybe foreshadows Carnival. Carnival? To me, Carnival sounds like a project name for an upcoming game that they have not yet publicly announced. But that word Carnival, doesn't it invoke Balloon World? Or even the Balloon Circus animatronics that keep popping up again and again in merchandise? Not only that, but look at two of the costumes the Mimic uses in this basement. A lion and an elephant. Two of the most prolific.
Okay, this is another one where I have an asterisk with this one. The lion does have a varsity jacket, which implies it's a school mascot costume, not a carnival one. Now, could you just focus on the lion half of it? Yes, but I will say that is worth taking with a grain of salt there.
Circus animals. I believe in the works at Steel Wool right now is a game where
the Mimic isn't really arguing with itself as much as it's talking back to itself in character. That is something Gregory would say, even though Gregory's interpretation of the Mimic is slightly off.
We play as Cassie trapped in this cage.
It doesn't really argue with itself, though. It's just like, yeah, with my help. Like, that's just a Gregory thing. It's just playing into the character. Plus, the fact that he says, with my help, implies that they are collaborating.
And try to break out. We see this hill shot with balloons and music in the background, and we pan down to see Fredbear's Singin' Show, the very carnival that Security Breach introduced into the canon. And that is why a Fredbear cutout gets us this ending. So does that mean the Brazil ending is canon? Dude, I don't know. But if you want to know more about Ruin and the other lore the game presents, you can go ahead and watch that video there. For now, a huge shout out.
I will say, Rytest videos do go by way quicker because I can just like let Ry talk. And I feel like, yeah, I agree with that. It's like, they're clearly collaborating, they're clearly talking to each other. So it's, I just want to say that on that point. Oh, Nexus
I know
time.
who made Nexus, why there's Nightmare-owned plushes all over, and what the Mimic is still doing here. Today's theory is going to be probably my most controversial one yet, but I feel really strongly about it, and I do think there's solid evidence for it. And before I go into it, two things to keep in mind. One, this is just a theory, so if you don't agree with it, that's perfectly fine. And two, if it is true, I don't think any retconning has occurred. I think we just haven't had all the answers until now. So slices, put on your aprons, and let's bake ourselves a theory. One of the biggest mysteries about Ruin we still have in front of us is who made this Nexus machine? And exactly what does it do? We hear from Gregory that it was built to conceal the Mimic, something that has been—
Oh, this is the spicy one? Okay.
down in the FNAF 6 pizzeria for a really long time.
Ooh.
The game pretty much begs us to ask, when was it put there, and why? Well, let's look at what we have. We'll start with the Mimic. I'm not going to spend too much time on the Mimic specifically and its origins, because I don't quite think it's important for today's theory. I'm not arguing where the Mimic came from in this theory. I'm just arguing what it's doing now and how it's being contained. But very briefly, I'll touch on what the book tells us about the Mimic. In the books, we get two instances of the Mimic, one in the story The Mimic and one in the epilogues. It could be the same one, but there are some differences, so maybe just some time has passed. It's not super clear yet. What we do know is that it was originally created with the intent to copy whatever it sees and recreate that action. Eventually, Fazbear got its hands on it and made an entire line of mimics, but scrapped it after they started copying humans in unexpected ways. In the epilogues, the main villain is a mimic endoskeleton. It begins because a construction worker programs it to take apart staff bots by ripping off the arms and head and putting them in a pile. Eventually, that goes awry when it runs out of staff bots and starts turning on the construction workers instead. Later on in the epilogues, it hunts down teens that sneak into the Pizzaplex to do the same thing. It's incredibly intelligent, shown to be able to lure teens into a room by pretending to be a kid on the radio. But the important thing to note here is that the mimic in the epilogues doesn't seem to have any agony or malice attached to it. In the story The Mimic, we definitely see a very violent creature that is acting upon its programming tainted by agony. But in the epilogues, although it's violent and calculating, we get its perspective in the most recent edition, and it's calmly observing its environment and just trying to do its programming. All it wants to do is take off arms and heads. That's what it was told to do. It does it to a doll as it walks past, but there's no seeking to kill. It's just following its programming. Now, whether or not you believe the books are one-to-one with the game timeline, I think we can all agree that the information we get about the Mimic in this book is important to the Mimic we have in the game. If they're the same character or not, the information carries over. Sort of like how in the Silver Eyes we get William Afton, Henry Emily, and even if they aren't the—
I will say, with the exception of Dittophobia, Tales 8 did jack shit. It did make a bit more like levels for the Burn Trap as Mimic theory, but only with an asterisk where it's like a really specific interpretation that doesn't explain where it got the Spring Bonnie costume from.
The exact same character, the information we get about them is crucial to figuring out what happens in the games. So what do we know about the Mimic in-game? Looking at the model of it, we can definitely tell that it was made up of many different endoskeletons. The arms and legs are all mismatched, and the head is interesting as well. Definitely big teeth, but notably fake teeth, whereas Burntrap had real teeth. Interesting. Then we have these strange things stuck to its face, which get somewhat answered when we look at the room and the secret ending. The Mimic tends to put on costumes. In its room, we see two plush and felt old mascot costumes, a circus elephant and some big bird. There was also at some point presumably a lion, seeing as the Mimic puts on what looks to be the majority of a lion mascot suit. So we're pretty safe to say that these weird pieces stuck to it is just felt and plush from the costumes that it's working with. We know that it's able to mimic voices, as it directly mimics Gregory, but also seemingly begins to mimic Roxy during their fight. We also know that it wants out. It wants to leave. It's been locked in a room for a long time. Being locked in that room caused it to mimic. Mimic? It mimicked once. And in that room, the door is shut and cemented over. Sure, there's a cave behind it, but it's blocked by a wall until the forklift crashes through. But it wasn't in this room the whole time, was it? Gregory and—
Was that it mimicked once a I was crazy once joke? I can't tell or not. Because if so, boy, do I have a clip for you.
Vanessa know about the Mimic. Gregory tells us it's been down here a long time, but the environment tells us a lot more about their encounter with it. We see this backpack very prominently in the last room of the DLC. On it is Gregory's name, and it's right next to this collapsed vent. If you go out of bounds, you can see that this collapsed vent originally connected to the room the Mimic is currently trapped in. This was—
would you say it was mimicking someone crazy?
Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a room, a concrete room, filled with cockroaches. The cockroaches made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room, a concrete room, filled with cockroaches. The cockroaches made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room, a concrete room, filled with cockroaches. The cockroaches made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room, a concrete room, filled with cockroaches. The cockroaches make me crazy. Great. I was crazy once. They put me in a room, a concrete room, filled with cockroaches. The cockroaches made me crazy, 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 crazy. They put me in a room, a concrete room, filled with cockroaches. The cockroaches made me crazy. What are you talking about?
God. This is one of my favorite little shorts I've made. Like, I just spent... there was no script for this. There was no build-up for this. I just spent 2 hours straight after recording it deciding, this is what I'm going to do today.
Was the trap. Gregory and Vanessa did what the teens in the epilogues couldn't. Gregory went into this room as bait, lured the mimic in, and escaped through the vent as Vanessa closed the door. Then the two of them cemented it over to seal it in. They trapped the mimic in that half of the room. So logically, they must have also built the Nexus machine to keep it hidden, right? Not quite. Oh, okay, bye. Oh my god. I'm not gonna even get the lint roller this time. I'm just gonna wipe. If you look around the half of the room that has Nexus in it with a mask on, you can see several deactivated security nodes. I think that this is trying to show us that the mimic was in this half of the room at some point, while Nexus was active and actively trying to turn off nodes. So if the mimic and Nexus were in this room and active before Gregory and Vanessa got there, who put Nexus there? Who was there before Gregory and Vanessa? Announcement! Do you love these content creators and the things they do? Do you love charity? Do you love racing games? If all three answers were yes, then I have the surprise for you. On Saturday, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be hosting the Crash Team Racing Charity Tournament event with these amazing creators. Go follow all of them if you aren't already, but I suspect you are. All of this to do two things. One, most importantly, fundraise for Meals on Wheels, a very important charity that helps a lot of people in need. But two, to put a spotlight on a massively underappreciated but pristine racing game, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll have incentives and games and little side things, but most importantly, a tournament to see who the best kart racer is. So I'll see you tomorrow on the tracks. I've stated previously that I think the father of our player character, Cassie, has something to do with this. Throughout the game, we get so many hints toward him. We know he worked at the Pizzaplex. He has a Faz wrench. He loved the franchise.
I'm not adding much commentary because... Sorry, I just let it run for a bit. I don't have much to say on this one because it's like... this thing is, like, when it's not... There's something about game theory that gets me to react. Crash Team Racing is great. I haven't got to play much about it, but I did like it a lot. I really hope FNAF Kart gets like better. Because I would love to be able to play FNAF Kart as something. Crash Team Racing is good. Sorry, I was just kind of too in the zone just actually watching the video. And I just let that go. My brain didn't even process. Because I do in some extent agree with this to an extent. Like, I'm not sure. In theory, there are a few ways I've thought of how the node could work. On one hand, I could see that every node in the main game leads to one there, and by deactivating that, it's like locks on a door we're undoing from a distance. But yeah, FNAF Kart just needs more stuff to it. Like, if it just gets more finished, I would love to play it. Like, especially on a stream or like a competition or something like that. But I could see it that way. I could see it as this interpretation where there were nodes that the Mimic was interacting with, or B, the Mimic was always behind the concrete, but there were nodes just outside his door it was trying to pick. But it could never pick enough until we deactivated all of them. Or something like that. There are ways I could see it in multiple directions.
Bonnie. And that phas wrench he has is something that you need to even access this room. It was even installed on the forklift in there. So he would have access to the room, but he also has a reason to go there. We know from the duffel bag messages in Security Breach that workers at the Pizzaplex were beginning to catch on to Vanny's shenanigans. So a technician noticing something messing with the electricity and animatronics at the Pizzaplex and going to investigate it is completely possible. We even get a direct example of this with the construction crew noticing brownouts, so people knew something was going on. And if he went down there and found the Mimic causing all of these issues, creating Nexus is in character for what we know about Cassie's dad. After all, his favorite was Bonnie, and the avatar Nexus uses looks just like a digital Bonnie. But there's really two issues with this. First, he would have been down there fairly recently, and second, he's most likely dead. On the dead thing, Cassie only really exclusively uses past tense to describe her father, so that, plus nobody coming to the birthday party, seems to imply that he's been dead for some time. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean
I haven't seen the birthday party part,
after all,
but
the
okay.
rabbit we see as the avatar of Nexus could be his soul inside of it. Now, I do hear some of you. Her dad can't be Nexus. Nexus kills her. Her dad would never do that. But counterpoint, Nexus doesn't intend to, or even realistically, kill anyone. From what we can see, the programming of Nexus seems to be locate whoever is hacking the security protocol and alert nearby animatronics and staff bots to remove them from the premises. After all, if the Pizzaplex was fully operational, all the animatronics and staff bots are equipped with security measures to
Crashmaster, please stop. Your life savings, they're going away. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A concrete room. Full of cockroaches. They made me go crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
to safely and efficiently remove ne'er-do-wells from the premises. It's just acting on that notion. There's no reason to believe that Nexus would know that the animatronics are deadly or even want deadly force. The death part is most likely an accident. It's just calling for help. So then, if Cassie's dad being dead doesn't disqualify him from building Nexus, why does recency? Look at the build of this machine. Everything in this room is older. The forklift, the canisters in the back, even the console. But the Nexus machine is aged. It is rusty and bulkier than anything in that room. The paneling even is reminiscent of that 70s stained glass tile system that a lot of aesthetics used back then. This thing is much...
Wait, what is the... Let me look up something. You know what Nexus really reminds me of? The computer. Whooper! Yeah. Or WOPR. It really reminds me of... There's a better shot of it. Doesn't Nexus look a lot like this guy? Like, I can't be crazy. Like, look at this shit. Like, you even have that shit right there. Like, it's a different overall shape, but it's very similar. That's a tune change right here. I totally forgot War Games. It's like, it's extremely close, right? Whopper. And I mean, to be fair, Brazil is referenced in this context. War Games is a movie about a high schooler who hacks into a computer program that's supposed to predict oncoming nuclear explosions by using actual military tech. And then, because he sets it off by hacking it, the military thinks their tech is actually being affected and shit, and they think nuclear bombs are actually about to be dropped across the world. When in actuality, it's just WOPR or RP or whatever. Whopper and Grimmick Shake. God damn it. Actually, it's just Whopper going off crazy. And then the final shot of the movie is Whopper playing like a billion simulations of the bombs going off. And then realizing the best way to handle nuclear war is just not to play.
Much older than the rest of the technology in here, or at least has been here for a good time longer. So while Cassie's dad is very likely to have modified the Nexus program, probably adding the security...
So it's an AI that can talk, by the way. It is a fully sentient AI, so it's very similar.
In the Nexus avatar of a rabbit, pretty much all the rabbit things seems to be Cassie's dad, the chance that he fully built this thing from the ground up and programmed its original purpose is slim. It needs to be here earlier than that. After all, Gregory says the Mimic has been down there a really long time. Nexus needs to be down there equally as long. So if that's the case, who was in this room before...
My Pepper might be inspiration for Apton, but I think it's just a general thing. But it's also interesting that War Games is kind of a story about security control in a lot of ways, like, and all that. War Games had an awful video game. That sounds about right.
For him.
Like that, and then what also kind of...
You're not crazy, not anymore. You were crazy once, though. Thanks, Strider Zane. Leto, pop.
Influence the theory. If you look behind you, like directly behind you, right over there, go up to those cans there. That's propane. That's an accelerant or fire.
True. I mean, to be fair, this is the FNAF 6 location.
I'm thinking this is a room.
So, like,
Henry
that would
lived
add
in.
up. Oh. Henry. The whole point of FNAF 6 is that the pizzeria is a trap built by Henry. If there is a really old piece of technology in this pizzeria, it would make sense that Henry was the one who made it. But if that's here, then what's its original purpose?
Concrete? I was concrete once. They locked me in cockroaches. A cockroach is crazy. Cockroach is crazy, full of room. The room made me concrete. Now, I do think it is interesting to think about Henry creating what we'll think of as Nexus. And this is a great musical choice for this kind of rant, because this is the spicy moment, I'm guessing. I'm split on it. Because on one hand, you do have the out in this interpretation that Cassie's dad is the one who makes it rabbit-like. So it's not impossible. I'm just like trying to think of what was Henry using it for, but maybe the video will answer it.
And did that purpose include the Mimic? To answer that, we need to look at what happens in FNAF 6 and compare it to Steel Wool's favorite version of storytelling in Security Breach, the environment. Everyone remembers Henry's FNAF 6 speech. It's one of the most iconic moments in the entire FNAF franchise, where we see Henry lament about what happened and tell us he's burning everything and everyone to the ground and dies. But is that actually what happens? Henry says it's time for all of us to rest, but as far as burning goes, we only see 3. William Afton, Scrap Baby, and Molten Freddy. They are burnt alive and presumably mostly destroyed, but we never see Lefty burn. The animatronic built to capture the marionette, the thing that the soul of Henry's daughter Charlotte is inside of. He says,
"It's time to rest, for you, and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends, for all of us, in communication."
It's implied that the rest he's giving her is burning her to the ground. And I admit, if anyone has logic for this, this is probably the biggest flaw about what I'm about to say. He does say it's time for all of us to rest. So if anyone can figure out that issue, let me know, because that feels like a big problem with this theory. But for now, let's move past it. Is he actually burning her? Does he burn the marionette and himself? Well, let's look back to Security Breach. At the end of Ruin, we get a personal...
Now, okay, there is kind of proof for Henry killing himself. Not only does he do that in the books, yada yada, connections, but he does say in the Insanity ending, I could make myself sleep, but not until I've gotten rid of everything, right? And obviously, if in that fire, he is destroying everything. So it would fit that moment. So it's, that does kind of work there, but eh. Like, it's not a super solid deconfirmation for this theory so far. I just need the why for it. That's what I'm waiting for. It's like that.
Look at the FNAF 6 labyrinth, the corridors and rooms that Henry used to burn everything to the ground. But in Security Breach proper and in Ruin, there's only ever 3 burning rooms shown. In the burn trap boss fight of Security Breach, and when we finally get to explore it ourselves in Ruin, we only ever see 3. And if there's a room dedicated to burning all the other burn rooms, you'd think it would be connected to every room, but there's only 3 connections. What's more, the room we suspect Henry to be in doesn't have any burners either. So did Henry burn himself and the marionette to death or not? I think this game is telling us that he didn't. That instead, he wanted to save her like Henry in the books tried to save Charlie, by making a robotic version of her. And his first attempt in doing that is using the Mimic. I'm still not 100% sure.
That part I don't agree with. That's kind of what I was worried about, which is where we go with this. I don't see how a shape-shifting robot that can do anything, including growing spider arms and stabbing people and hacking people's mind, leads to creating robot daughter. You know?
Sure on where
that is the jump I feel like. I don't even feel like Henry being the creator Mixus or that area is impossible. Or even that Henry could survive the fire is impossible under that logic. I just don't agree with the end result. And that's not just because I'm a pretty avid anti-robot kid person. I just don't see how Mixus... Or I don't see how the Mimic is that. You know, like, I don't see how it fits that.
Mimic originates. Whether Henry built it or maybe Tales Games is right and Edwin built it, I don't know. Hell, FNAF was really convincing on his recent theory. Go watch the full video, it's really good. But on the bright side, I'm not arguing right now on who built it. What I'm arguing is that through some method or means, this endoskeleton ends up in the FNAF 6 basement, the one Henry worked in during FNAF 6. And knowing that it can mimic voices and actions after the FNAF...
God, chat just loves the crazy meme. Okay.
6 fire, he remains in the bunker and begins attempting to make the Mimic a perfect replica of Charlotte. He's not trying to replace her like he does in the novels. He wants to literally save her. FNAF 6 teaches us that the scooper is primarily used to inject remnant. That's what the blueprints specifically say, and that's how Michael survives as literally a walking hunk of flesh. We know this nearly for sure. So, isn't it strange that another scooper is nearby this location? I think Henry was literally trying to recreate Charlotte. Let me lay out his plan here. After the FNAF 6 fire, he has the marionette trapped within Lefty. He knows his daughter's soul is in that marionette, and he knows William Afton came up with...
It is weird that that Lefty is never burned on screen. I will say that. But I don't see the Mimic destination part of it. That is the part I'm hung up. Not even the idea that Henry wouldn't try to save Charlie. I don't see the Mimic being that destination right now. Especially since it doesn't seem to be focused on Charlie herself that much in general.
Way to move a soul from one robot to another with his scooper. If he can just make a robot good enough for Charlie and inject her soul into it, he could literally bring her back to life. This is what William was all about, and Henry is taking a page out of his book. He will put her back together again. So he began experimenting on the Mimic and on the marionette, seeing if there was any way to combine the two. But he needed more time, and to ensure that nobody bothered him, he needed to shroud his experiments from the outside world. So he decides to conceal everything he's doing with a marionette experiment enshroudment
We're kind of cheating on the X there a bit.
system. MXES.
I really feel like it should be Mies. That's our first, like, this has been, well, like, I haven't had like a game theory crow argument moment until now where I'm like, there's the issue. Here's the thing with a lot of Mixus theory names. It at its core could be any set of letters MXES. And if we're going to allow second letters or just prominent letters, it could literally be anything even from there.
This machine
The X isn't cheating, but it's a stretch, I would say.
was built to conceal, not to harm, and not to hinder. He just doesn't want to be stopped. He knows he's getting older, and if anybody figures out what's going on, he will not have enough time to figure that out. But for whatever reason, he fails. Maybe the Mimic...
I know a lot of things are prefaced with EX, but I'm just saying, like, the X is a hard letter and all that. Like, I do agree that it's the hardest letter to solve. I know it's usually shortened to X. I'm just saying, like, it's not that convincing to me to pick the secondary letter, even if it isn't that common. I know not that many letters start with X. I'm just saying, like, Michael's xylophone entertainment system. Oh yeah, if you swap marionette for mimic, it works fine. I am pretty focused on the idea that the M is mimic. And I do like ensnarement system. I feel like S has to be system. And all that. Isn't Lefty's interpretation abbreviation Lefty? I don't see what you're... My Zangle eats spaghetti! You're right! That has to be it, guys! My Zangle eats spaghetti. I think we're on to it. I think we solved it. My excellent sure guy. I have an idea how to solve Nexus, but I don't want to self-run my video. Just go ahead. M equals Michael. McDonald's xenomorph eats sauce.
Maybe the marionette.
Oh yeah, the Nexus system. So it can't be system, yeah. Unless he's doing a ATM machine or Detective Comics situation. It's not the worst solution for it, but I feel like it could be better or worse.
That's why there's hints of Charlie all over the Pizzaplex. I'm not sure, but if he was at least about to do the final experiment, there is a chance that the scooper ending finished when Henry started. I know, right? Look, I feel good about this theory, but I recognize that it's gonna shake some things up if it's even close to true, and a lot of people, especially on Twitter, are not going to like it. But what do you think?
Can we just agree to ignore everything FNAF Twitter says? Is there any good thing to come out of FNAF Twitter ever? MXC security system? I think that is possible. He says Nexus security. Oh, okay, then I guess it could be system. My X extremely sucks. That's one. Mechanical Xeno execution system. Xeno is a common one I've seen. But
Am I crazy here? Did I finally lose it? But if you do want to know more about Cassie's dad and how much he influenced Nexus, you can go ahead and watch that video where I talk about that.
Oh, FNAF X. I'm sorry.
Came out and blew
Whoops,
away.
I clicked on the wrong video.
I think I know who made.
Where did Vanny go? Let's
Security
learn.
Breach Ruin present-
FNAF X. God damn it, I hate it. Okay. I reflectively clicked the notification thing. Yeah. X like Twitter. Crazy. Model Xerox execution system. And I have a stance instead of just filling words. What does Xerox mean again? Let me look that up to know how. That's a company. Xerox is a company. I'm not sure it'd be Xerox if it's like a company though. Just ignore Twitter, X. Click MySpace.
With a lot of questions, and I've been trying to answer
Oh,
them.
Xerox
But
is a
the one
copier.
surprising one that I didn't think I'd
Didn't
still
know
have after
computers and all that.
Security Breach
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
where the hell is Vanny? In that game, it seemed like she was just underutilized, but in Ruin, I expected to see her at least a little bit. But then I
Mega Pizzaplex Entertainment System is an interesting one, but I feel like it would just be MPS.
thought I understood why she wasn't here. Assuming the Princess Quest ending is canon, Vanessa, Gregory, and Freddy's head should have been out of the building way before it ever collapsed. But if that's true, then why is there Vanny graffiti all over the ruins of the Pizzaplex? That's what we're here today to solve. So Slices, put on your aprons, and let's make ourselves a theory. Let's start with where we last
Zero geography.
saw Vanessa, security breach. Her fate is heavily
The
dependent
X
on
is
which
Twitter
ending actually
in
brings us
Nexus.
to ruin. But what are those fates? Well, there's three main themes. The first that happens in the bad alleyway ending is that she's alive and well. We see Vanny survive and presumably keep working under Glitch Trap. The second theme is Vanny being confirmed dead. It's the outcome we see in the fire escape ending and the disassemble Vanny ending. Not a great track record so far, but there is one more theme we see in the Save Vanny ending, where Vanessa seemingly is freed of Vanny's influence because of the Princess Quest machine, and her, Gregory, and Freddy's head leave the Pizzaplex for good. Now, I hear you. I said that all the endings fit in those three themes, but I lied. I lied for dramatic effect. I'll do it again. Anyway, the other two endings just don't give us any information about Vanny whatsoever. The Van ending and the Burn Trap ending don't show her even a little bit, so I guess she's probably fine. That's where she is at the end of Security Breach, but what about Ruin? That's actually where we run into our major problem. A problem like not checking out my second channel, Rytoast.
Rytoast is canonically Jesus. You didn't know that? Sounds like you haven't read the Bible lately.
where highly edited gameplay videos get posted, like my part 1 of Ruin playthrough, my part 1 of My Friendly Neighborhood playthrough. You should go click link right there.
My Friendly Neighborhood's great, by the way.
Anyway,
I haven't gotten to play it yet, but I really liked what I've seen of it.
We know about Ruin. Looking at the comic pages, Gregory seems to have invented all of these endings. The alley, the van, my favorite, the fire escape, disassemble Vanny, burn trap, all except for one, save Vanny. That's the only ending not drawn by Gregory. But that's not all. We get to see 2 of the Princess Quest arcade machines, both of them off, one of them toppled on its side with an AR golden sword stuck into it. Even more than that, when we encounter Freddy in Phasor Blast, assuming he is the same one, he's on a pile of staff bots in the same location with the exact same damage on his chest. Also missing his head. Like, everything here points to the Save Vanny Princess Quest ending being canon, which lines up with what we see in Ruin. Vanessa, Gregory, and Freddy's head are nowhere to be found in this pizzaplex. They're no longer here. They left before everything collapsed. There shouldn't be any traces of Vanessa or Gregory left in that pizzaplex. At least no traces that are on the ruined part of it, but there are. The first functional staff bot we see, Maskbot, that gives us the Vanny mask, has been carved and bent into having
Crash? I was crashed once. They locked me in a car. A very fast car. Filled with gas. The gas made me crash. Crash? I was crashed once. Crash Master, you're gonna crash your bank account into the zeros if you keep this up.
rabbit ears. Some of the mini music men have been modified to look like little rabbits. Now, sure, this could just be the influence of Afton, he is the rabbit guy after all, but what about Vanny specifically? Something only she would do. In a lot of spots of this ruined collapsed pizzaplex, there's graffiti, but specifically, graffiti depicting Vanny. Graffiti that could have only been put there after the pizzaplex collapsed. So is Vanny out of the picture or isn't she? Did the Princess Quest machine even get beaten? Is that even the canon ending? Well, it is, but I don't think it's the only one. Let's look at what these comic pages mean to us. Does their existence
Oh, do we want to add another screen? I wasn't adding screens for donations. I added one because someone joked that I should have one. But you know, when in doubt. I think we just... Actually, hold on. Let me just make, like, super box. There we go. I don't see anything wrong with this.
Necessitate that whatever they're depicting never happened. I'm not so sure. The game does tell us that Gregory created all of these, but look at the Burn Trap comic page. We have a very clear and specific drawing of Burn Trap and the Tangle, the new canon name for the blob. It was in the file, so we officially know what the canon name is. And thank God, because it's way better than the blob. Specifically from that ending. If we are to assume that this ending didn't
You know what I
then this
can't
scene
get over, and like I can't piece together in my brain really? Why have we had why have we had FNAF World references in Security Breach? Because Tangle is like, that's a direct thing from FNAF World, and I know Tangle's a word, so maybe that one's like stretched. But a bear with the word prototype on it, connecting back to FNAF World, also a weird one. And they're both enemies in FNAF World. And then you have White Rabbit to Vanny, which is a weaker one, but it's still there. It's still fucking odd. And then we have Security, which actually has the same color palette as Tiger Rock, which is more of a stretch, but I just wanted to point out. But our final thing in like the whole point of of FNAF World is to shut down security to get to the end to defeat the security system. And in both cases, we have a game developer going rogue and crazy, making tons of games. In both situations, we have the kind of setup towards system location. Both, like, I just don't get what our FNAF World connections are here. Like, I only have a theory there. If Lolbit shows up, that would be awesome. I love Lolbit. Mixes connects this angle. I don't think so, but that'd be awesome.
Either, but the Tangle is real. We see it ourselves with our own eyes at the beginning of Ruin, so it's not like he created the idea of the Tangle.
Tiger Rock turns into an owl?
must have seen it. The problem is, in Security Breach, if you've seen the tangle, that means you've done the burn trap ending. To get there, you go down a one-way elevator shaft, and then a one-way hole in the ground, then you see the tangle. If Gregory saw the tangle, the only way to keep going was further down, implying he would have then met burn trap and done that boss fight. And if he did the boss fight, that would imply that the tangle then took burn trap away, and we see Freddy and Gregory escape to a hill somewhere. So, is that what happens here? Well, I don't think that makes much sense either, because of what Gregory knows, and because of Freddy. Freddy is the most apparent issue here. Even though he now has that prototype stamp on his foot, he is in the exact same position with the exact same damage to his shell. I don't see any reason for this to not be our Freddy. So if we see Freddy here, then he couldn't have been here. Second, in the burn trap ending, Gregory beats burn trap, then him and Freddy run out of the Pizzaplex immediately and leave there for good. That's fine, we don't see Gregory in Ruin. Him not being at the Pizzaplex makes sense. But in Ruin, he knows about the Mimic, and he knows about Nexus, and all this information that he wouldn't be privy to unless he was in that basement for a while. So he would have had to be down there for longer or have learned it from somebody else. Speaking of someone else, where's Vanessa this whole time? We technically don't have any information whatsoever on Vanessa or Vanny and her whereabouts in the Ruin DLC. There's no evidence of her existing. So does that mean Steelwool and Scott have just moved on from her entirely? I don't think so. Because while we don't have evidence of her being here, we have a lot of evidence of her influence over the area. The Vanny-styled graffiti, the Vanny mask, the rabbit animatronics. I mentioned previously that while yes, rabbits are primarily a William Afton thing, Vanny herself was very obsessed with rabbits as his follower. But furthermore than that, what could Afton do in the physical world realistically? At least after the collapse of the Pizzaplex. The only piece of this game that I can figure could be influenced at all by Glitchtrap or William Afton in any way would be the Mimic or Helpy, presumably Glitchtrap. And the Mimic is trapped in the basement, and Helpy is in the AR world. Nobody here could do graffiti or physically modify animatronics, especially since the main Glamrock seem to not be affected by the Glitchtrap virus anymore. They would need physical help. It's why they called Cassie down there in the first place. So if there is rabbit-themed mischief all over the Pizzaplex before Cassie gets there but after the collapse, what gives? How is Vanny still here if Vanessa left? Well, Tales from the Pizzaplex book coming out in October might just have our answer. For those who aren't aware, in the first week or so of October, we're scheduled to get the final book in the Tales from the Pizzaplex series, or at least the final book currently announced, Tales from the Pizzaplex number 8, B7-2. And like most of the books that's come out for the series, folks got their hands on it early and started leaking things pretty much immediately. It has a lot of information about the games, especially FNAF 4, which
Hold on. Mixes. Mangles, angle, sangle.
we will get into at some point, trust me. But one of those big bits of information comes from the sequel of B7. Now, I haven't covered B7 on this channel because I personally really don't like the story. The author has come out and admitted there was no malice or intent or anything like that. Accidentally or not, B7 has some really transphobic themes in it, and I do not want to cover it on the channel. Luckily, I don't even really have to talk about the plot or characters of B7 for what we're here for today. As with the previous book series in the franchise, the most important information here is the rules of the universe we're working in. Like in the Silver Eyes, I don't think the Silver Eyes happened one-for-one with the games. That's pretty much impossible at this point. Some things might have carried over, but rules like how Remnant works in the universe, very important, something we learned from the books. And likewise, something really important happens in B7 too. The first time I actually saw this mentioned was by GGY or Zarek5 on Twitter, where they went into the repercussions of B7 2. In that story, once our main character Billy finally snaps, he develops this different, strange, not himself personality. But in this sequel, we learn that he's able to separate from that personality as long as it has a vessel of its own, leaving him wholly separated from that darker version of himself. Zarek then extended that logic to Vanessa and Gregory, and I think he's right. But what would that mean for the story? Well, let's look back to Ruin. We get to see the two arcade machines that most likely held onto the lock on the minds of Gregory and Vanessa, Balloon World and Princess Quest. Quick catch up for you non-book readers. It's very likely that before the events of Security Breach, Gregory was actually working with Vanny as Patient 46 under the moniker GGY. For evidence, go to this video. And just as Vanessa's mind was locked inside the Princess Quest arcade machine, it's very likely that Gregory's mind was locked inside the Balloon World arcade machine in the Daycare. Check this video for evidence. Anyway, back to it. We know that after you beat the third Princess Quest machine, the rabbit creature screams out and Vanessa is seemingly freed of Vanny, leaving the mask on the ground. I knew with all these ideas going on there was some kind of connection here, but I wanted some kind of other tangible evidence. And that's when I was talking to my thumbnail artist Barbadroid, and he mentioned that if you look at the arcade machines Princess Quest and Balloon World, there's this particle effect of something floating out of it, as if something recently left the machine. These, as far as I'm aware, are the only arcade machines that do this. And then it all fell into place. So bake with me for a moment as I lay out exactly what possibly happened in the lead up to Ruin. Just before Security Breach, either the conscious mind of Gregory or somebody else entirely beat the Balloon World arcade machine. This took GGY out of Gregory and returned it to the Afton-controlled arcade machine, leaving Gregory conscious but groggy and confused. It must have felt like he woke up from a very long sleep just before the game starts. His memory is slowly returning. This is why Gregory struggles with his own name right at the beginning of the game. Then by the end of it, he beats Princess Quest, doing that same service to Vanessa, freeing her. Now recently freed, the three of them leave the Pizzaplex, off to better things and try to forget all of this that ever happened. All is not well at the Pizzaplex. From their perspective, those times are behind them. All the personas created under the Mimic 1 or Glitch Trap virus have been destroyed. They're long gone, and the Mimic is trapped deep under the Pizzaplex. It's all good, but they didn't kill the infection. They just removed it from themselves. GGY and Vanny are still at the Pizzaplex. Their personality, their mannerisms, they just need new hosts. GGY being free a bit longer than Vanny was gave it a head start. And if
ad coming in. Wow, look, it's an ad. Woo! What happened to the video volume? Did it get worse? What? Did it get loud? This is the only thing I've seen about video volume. Hold on. We can hear the video. Hey, what? Sad time. You have to deal with it. But the fuck, the video is too quiet? What? It's at like it was at nearly full volume. Man, I can lower myself. What the fuck? I can't. How's this?
Created to serve the Mimic and even called itself his favorite apprentice, of course it would go to it. And if GGY went to the Mimic, there's a high probability that this personality infected it, just as it did Gregory.
What the fuck? I thought the audio was fixed.
After all, the Mimic is trying its hardest to recreate Gregory to trick Cassie. It would make a lot of sense if it got a head start by absorbing this GGY personality. But then that still leaves Vanny, still stuck inside the Princess Quest arcade machine. She also needs a vessel, so it's no mistake that GGY, as the Mimic, calls Cassie to the building and gives her the Vanny mask. Sure, the Mimic needs Cassie to deactivate the security nodes to free it, but throughout the game, it's
What the fuck? I can't make it louder. Look at this shit. I can only do it by adding gain, which will like make it way louder typically. It also will lower audio quality if I push it too far.
testing Cassie.
Clearly a bit quieter than my own voice. Okay. I don't... I'll make it even louder. Alright. Actually, not too much louder. I just realized it's a fucking decibel system, so it's going to be exponential. Okay, this is as loud as I can really make it without, like, really starting to jump in volume.
Beginning to turn her into the perfect vessel for Vanny, and the Brazil ending is its final resolution. This feels really solid with the context that the books are giving us, and it tracks thematically with what we've had in the past. Traumatic event breaks into a remnant version and agony version of that person. Now its traumatic event breaks into the darker and normal side of their personalities. It thematically tracks with what we've had in the past.
Crazy? I was crazy once. Okay, honestly, it's fine. Okay, that's as low as it's going to get, though.
But what do you think? Is this even close? Where do you think Vanny is in this Ruin DLC? Go ahead and leave a comment and let me know. And if
I do think... So here's kind of my interpretation right now. With Vanny's inconsistent appearances. I'm kind of at the point where I feel like Vanny... I feel like some version of Burn Trap's ending happened to some small extent. I think the ending we played didn't happen, but like similar events had to happen to some extent. Louder? I was louder once. The video wasn't muted, I just paused it.
No way did a book come out in 2023 that essentially tells us the exact methods used during FNAF.
This is the one that's going to be complicated for me. Zangle? I was Zangle once. I was in a suit, a Zangle suit. The suit was filled with hellfire. The hellfire made me Zangle. Didophobia. Okay, here we go. Your voice just carries way more than Rise. I can turn myself a little down then. I was actually worried I was gonna be too quiet for the stream, because I was actually really quiet in some videos. To put in perspective, like how quiet I can be, in some of the videos, like for the audio. Let me pull up Scraptrap MCI's audio. Oh, also credit to user/FroggyYako, who is the oldest person, who is one of the main people I found talking about Scraptrap MCI before I started writing it into my video. That is how quiet I can be in some of my videos when recording, especially right now. If I don't edit the audio. Sire is more based. Didophobia is based. It's not.
4. And I'm not kidding, but be warned, Tales of the Pizzaplex number 8, the book we're talking about today, doesn't come out until October, so spoilers for Didophobia, one of the stories inside, ahead. But believe me, you are going to want to hear this, because it might even tell us what's going to happen in Help Wanted 2. Slices, put on your aprons, and let's bake ourselves a theory. FNAF 4 has always been sort of a tricky beast. Is it dreams?
You can steal like the first half of the video script.
Is it real? It's hard to tell. When it first came out, all of us were pretty sure that it was meant to tie up all 4 games in a fairly nice bow, saying that all of the past games were nightmares by one unfortunate child. But then Sister Location came out and pretty much insisted that FNAF 4 was real experiments done to someone by William Afton. There is evidence for both sides of this argument, so let's start with the more common interpretation, or classic rather, that FNAF 4 is just a dream. The most evidence for this theory comes from the game itself, and its surrounding media. After all, we played the entire game in the bedroom of a child, presumably as a child according to our height, and we're facing off against animatronics that are literally labeled as nightmares. So that's pretty straightforward, but that's not even all. There are things in this game that really only make sense if they are real dreams. For example, rarely you can hear the FNAF 1 phone call played in reverse during the night. Why would this audio play if this was all sort of some weird experiment done on a child, rather than a piece from another one of this child's nightmares leaking into this one? Another piece of confounding evidence comes from the handy-dandy survival logbook. At one point, a page in this book asks, "Do you have dreams?" in which the person using the book, Michael, draws Nightmare Fredbear. All of this feels really definitive, but then there's more games after FNAF 4. The evidence against dream theory is equally strong, if not a bit stronger, but most of it comes after FNAF 4.
Can we get a screen at a 45-degree angle? Can I do that? Can I rotate screens? I don't think I can rotate them. I think I can just, like... No, I don't think I can rotate them. I can just change the size. Let me... transform... screen. There we go. That should fix it.
This is honestly why a lot of people think that FNAF 4 was originally intended to be just a dream, but after some negative fan feedback, Scott changed course and went for a very literal sci-fi approach. Is that true? I don't know, probably. But let's look at the evidence for FNAF 4 all being real.
It does. That is the route that I feel feels more like what happened, because it sounded like Scott was disappointed in it. It sounds like FNAF World was his last attempts to try and make that work, and then I feel like sometime after World or further, it didn't work out.
Actual experiments. In the very next game's Sister Location, we see a secret office in the bunker that's presumably under the FNAF 4 house, where we see a few monitors next to a Fredbear plush with a walkie-talkie. If you punch in 1983, the same year the crying child presumably got bit in FNAF 4, you get video feeds of the FNAF 4 hallway and bedroom. Not only that, but on the breaker map in this game, that office is directly connected to a map that perfectly resembles the FNAF 4 house, or at least the part of the FNAF 4 house necessary for the gameplay. The monitors and connections here all really point to the fact that some sort of experiment or observation was going on in the background of FNAF 4. Furthermore, that plush Fredbear. Throughout the minigames of FNAF 4, the crying child's Fredbear toy talks to him constantly. It comforts him and keeps him safe and reassures him that tomorrow's another day, and even though his life is rough, his best friend Fredbear is here for him. This walkie-talkie could be Sister Location telling us that William Afton, or whoever's doing these experiments, is actually the one talking to the crying child during the day. Whereas in Dream Theory, that Fredbear is either an imaginary friend or a haunted toy. So that's about where the debate sat for quite some time. Both sides have valid points on whether or not FNAF 4 actually happened happened in the real world or if it was just nightmares. But the debate is nearly over now thanks to the book coming out soon. So it's time for everybody's favorite part of these videos. Rai has to do a brief summary on the plot of a book, story because either it's not out yet, it came out very recently, or because it's a book 90% of the fanbase hasn't read it, time. Luckily, although the story is about 70 pages or so, a lot of its plot can be condensed pretty heavily because a majority of the story is very important environmental design, and we can talk about the environmental descriptions briefly as we go. The story follows a boy named Rory who's been having recurring nightmares every single night. The nightmares take place in his bedroom where he's attacked on all sides by metallic monsters. A fox from his closet, a chicken and bunny from either side of his room since there's 2 doors that never stay quite shut, and a bear from under his bed. Yeah, I wasn't kidding. The story is literally FNAF 4. It describes the room in such vivid detail it even mentions the toys that are on the floor in FNAF 4. Anyway, he turned 7 not too long ago, but he's still been having these nightmares. But the story takes us through the rest of his day when he's not asleep. He wakes up and gets ready for school. We also get a nearly one-to-one description of the FNAF 4 house. He notes that his dad has already gone for work and his mom is in the shower. The story mentions multiple times that his mother is sort of a neat freak, and by sort of I mean really, to the point where crumbs on a counter can get him in trouble. He makes sure to clean everything as much as he can because of this. He eats, grabs his bag, and gets ready to leave. But as he does, he realizes he can't find the front door. He thought it was in the living room, but there's no door to be found. For whatever reason, he can't remember where it's supposed to be. He starts wandering around his house looking for an exit and getting drowsier as he does. Finally, he ends up tired back in his bedroom and notes that the sun is almost down. He must have lost track of time and missed his day of school, but at least he got to stay home. He also notes that the steady hissing above his bed is a comforting sound that is constant throughout his house. A direct quote, as this will be important. The steady hissing from above his bed sounded like a subdued murmur, as if someone, maybe Rory's mom, was saying, shh, letting him know everything was okay. The story goes through 2 more cycles of this. Horrible nightmares, wandering throughout the day, repeat. But at the end of the 3rd day in the story, a sound like a struggling engine suddenly gets very loud and then stops just behind one of his walls. After it stops, everything is silent. The engine, the hissing above his bed, it's all quiet. He goes to bed that night and doesn't have any nightmares. But when he wakes up, everything is different. The pristinely clean house he had been living in is something more akin to a horror set. It's rusted and covered in dust and mold and disgusting. But he himself looked strange and different. Much longer, taller, and hairier than he thought he was. In his mind, he had just turned 7 a few months ago, but he seems to have the physique of a 17-year-old and a deeper voice to match. He explores the area, noting that there are metal tracks lining the floor from where the monsters in his nightmares would come from. Following them, he does find the monsters, but they're slightly less scary, more marionette-like, and not active or alive. All 4 were accounted for. He keeps
This is just summary. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? This is just the summary of the story as it's been leaked so far.
House is fake. The only real ones are the ones to his bedroom, and those never stay shut. Even the fridge is fake, only holding nutrient-dense wafers that keeps him alive. Whatever he thought was food was really this, but he realizes that the wafers had to come from somewhere, and he breaks through the fridge. He finds a completely dark area, but with a flashlight does find the engine that was disrupted, along with some gas canisters and some paperwork. He's able to figure out that someone was doing experiments on him as a 7-year-old, but the place had been abandoned for about 10 years. The experiments were to pump the room he was living in full of hallucinogenic gas to induce constant nightmares without the relief of daytime activity, to see what that would do to the human psyche. Unfortunately, the entire setup is automatic, so when it was abandoned, it just kept going. That revelation nearly ruins him. He'd been locked in this nightmare chamber for a decade, but he knows he has to get out. As he explores further in with his flashlight, he begins describing pretty much exactly the sister location bunker, Circus, Baby, Party, and Rental, with the 4 Funtime animatronics present at the location. Eventually, he not only finds an inactive elevator, but his old walkie-talkie from childhood, the same one that his only friend Wade also had and kept onto for memento's sake. Miraculously, it works, and he's able to get a hold of Wade. He tells him everything that he knows, but he's trapped in a bunker and can't see the outside, so he doesn't know where he is, just what he's inside of. Wade tells him that he'll call the police, but in the meantime insists that he tries to find a generator to make the elevator active again so he can escape. So Rory goes to do that, and does find the generator, but before he can turn it off, an unseen voice tells him to stop. A deeper, more calming voice. It tells him that this place has kept him safe, warm, and protected for so long. It's watched over him, and he's never been alone inside of it. The voice reminds him that Rory ran away from home in the first place because he felt unwanted. His dad was away at work and never home. His mother, a neat freak who was so particular about every detail that he couldn't keep up. His school was disappointed in him because of his bad grades. The children didn't like him. This was the only place that he was welcome, safe, and comforted. Rory thinks about it and decides that this is the only place he could call a home. In his mind, if he was already an outcast, what would a 10-year developmental setback do to him? He would be miserable out there, but here, he'd be protected and safe and never alone. He resigns, and he plugs the gas machine back in, soon feeling much warmer and comforted. Then he goes off to bed. We then cut to the source of that voice, a tape recorder clicking stop and beginning to rewind. Quote, the cassette was once again ready for the next time Rory wandered too far. I know, right? This one is super messed up, like one of the most messed up FNAF. books I've ever read. But let's talk about it. I've seen some people say that this book is literally FNAF 4 and also even gives us the answer to Midnight Motorist. But I don't think it's that one-to-one. What I do think is that this book is giving us the exact means and method that has been used in the games, and possibly confirms that FNAF 4 was a dream and an experiment. How? Well, bake with me here for a second. Some key takeaways here. Presumably William had created a locked automated system in which a child could be kept and hallucinogenic gas would be pumped in.
There's something about Ritos that's hard to comment over. There's something, it's very fast-paced, even though the videos are long, but there's a lot of, like, required information that just has to be said that, like, I can't comment on that, you know? Like, that's just the story. Like, I was be like, you think that's what happened? No, it's what happened. It's like, I can't do that, you know?
This actually has game evidence to back it up. In Sister Location, there are gas canisters everywhere, especially in the Custom Night, so much so that an entire game mechanic of Custom Night is centered around those gas canisters. And there's also another detail in FNAF 4 that most of us paid no mind to, but could further back this up. Many houses have vents in the walls. Sure, it's uncommon, most of them are on the floor or low, but a high wall vent isn't anything special typically, so most of us paid no mind to the one in the FNAF 4 bedroom. But in Didophobia, we're explicitly told that the nightmare hallucinogenic gas is pumped into Rory's bedroom through a vent above his bed. This story also backs up the theory that William is the Fredbear plush. That pre-recorded cassette tape functions nearly exactly as the Fredbear plush does in the FNAF 4 minigames. It reassures a child that all is well and to go back to what they're supposed to be doing. Oh. Okay. Also, shout out William Afton for not only literally gassing this kid until he couldn't think straight, but then gaslighting him to make sure he didn't. What a girl boss. Wait, he literally gaslit the kid, gate kept him inside, and girl bossed him back to sleep. William Afton is the gaslight gatekeep girl boss of our dreams. Anyway, this could even explain one of the key issues with the William Afton as Fredbear plush theory. Folks point out that in this one scene, the crying child is within Fredbear's, leaves to go towards deeper in, but if you turn around, you see this purple entity helping somebody into a springlock suit. Now, we all pretty much can safely assume this is most likely William Afton. After all, someone helping someone into a springlock suit would pretty much need to be William or Henry, as they're the head honchos there. But William is the only one that's ever depicted as being fully purple. But if that's William Afton, how can he be back in his bunker talking to the crying child and watching over him? Well, this dialogue here could literally be a pre-recorded cassette tape like we see in Didophobia. It could just be stuffed inside the Fredbear plush. Is that unlikely? Yes. Is this possibly just a light retcon? Yes. But it's worth pointing out. Either way, I don't think this counterexample is incredibly meaningful. Quick aside, we're reopening the self-made shirts that me and my wife do on Etsy for a short time. We took the feedback from the first batch, and this time we're doing a lot more to tweak it to what people were asking for. So thank you again for working with us in this process. It'll only be open for a short while, so we don't get overwhelmed. Hopefully y'all like it. So does this mean that FNAF 4 is literally us playing as some kid named Rory being tortured by William Afton? No, at least I don't think so. While it's possible that William was kidnapping and torturing random children to test out the effects of fear and agony, and that could still be true in the timeline, I still don't think that's exactly what FNAF 4 is telling us. And I want to start discussing that with Midnight Motorist. On the surface, I get the argument people are making connecting Didophobia to Midnight Motorist. A lot of people are saying that Rory is actually the kid that runs away in Midnight Motorist. After all, Rory is the first confirmed runaway kid we've had in the series. But I don't think this is the case. The main argument is that Rory ran away from home after feeling unloved from everything in his life, including his family. His parents, while not outwardly abusive, were not good parents. His dad was never home, his mother was a clean freak who was very critical of him, scrutinizing so much that dust or crumbs left out would cause her to be mad at him. So he ran away. And yes, the Midnight Motorist kid runs away, but do any of those descriptions of the parents line up with what we see in Midnight Motorist? In that minigame,
Ryan's just saying what I've said in that kind of video, where it's like, it's not a good answer in actual factuality. Like, it explains the runaway part of it, but the family doesn't line up, the methods doesn't really make sense. It's like the entire plot beat of the whole, like, oh, I was lured or kidnapped or tricked into following a rabbit's never talked about in the story. It doesn't really make Andrew Midnight Motorist better, honestly, because that Andrew Midnight Motorist in this context makes even less sense, in my opinion, because that implies he's connected to the kidnapping for the experiments in this context. In which case it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because it's like the only thing implied for how Andrew died is the context of the sixth kid in the MCI in Stitch Line. I know Rory doesn't remember, but like, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, that's a kind of a weird line for him to go, like, oh, I was kidnapped and experimented on, and then I somehow warped to Freddy's to be killed in the MCI. Or the memory ball pit time machine decides I should be associated with it. I mean, suffering from a nightmare. It's only really a nightmare in Stitch Line, and even then with an asterisk, because it's still like a supernatural haunting. It's not quite the same. And the nightmare itself is pretty different. Orange Man is orange, so he can't be Afton.
The father.
I've never liked that logic. I've never liked the deep color coordination logics anyway.
Comes home. It's late, but he's home, and he's aggressive and abusive. And the only other person we see, presumably the mother, is resigned, slouching on the couch watching TV, passively telling the father to not abuse the kid. This doesn't line up. In a story like Didophobia, every description is a specific choice. They chose to perfectly describe the FNAF 4.
Yeah, kind of the OST. Yeah, the OST too, but it's just like, eh. The context is so different, and also, like, if Rory doesn't understand really what's happening to him, like, why does Andrew know what's happening to him enough to, like, torment him for that reason and all that? And also, like, do you think Didophobia solves the timeline placement? I just think it makes it more confusing. No, I see the OST. I know the OST connections. I'm just saying, like, in general, Andrew being an experimented on kid raises more questions than I think it would ever answer.
Bedroom to make it very clear that this is what we're seeing. They chose to nearly perfectly describe Circus Baby's bunker to make sure that we knew this is what he's seeing. So if they wanted to describe the parents...
Okay, Rico, Everfire, I've talked about this at length. I don't think the glass outside is the linchpin everyone thinks it is, or treats it as. It's always treated as, people who think Michael or the crying child ran away don't notice this. It's not. It just isn't a good point of evidence in practice. Because if you're going to be that particular, you have to ask questions like, okay, so what are the footprints going to and all that? Like, what are the animatronic footprints then? Because, like I said, unless Afton is carrying Spring Bonnie under one arm, and then steps out, because he has to step out of it for him to be the footprints. For him to be the one breaking the window so the glass can be on the inside, he should be the one doing it. That otherwise you get Brick Afton. And otherwise he teleports. Because otherwise, like, that's the only way you get the footprints to make sense. And that means, like I said, he's carrying the kid on one arm and the animatronic on the other arm. Do you understand why the picking the glass as your specific trait to be the important thing doesn't really solve anything?
And link Rory to...
I just think Scott didn't want to draw glass shards, or thought that it was conveyed enough.
Midnight Motorist specifically, why would they not perfectly describe or even closely describe the parents of Midnight Motorist? They easily could have done that and still made it work within the Book of Didophobia. Just describe the father as abusive and alcoholic, or if that's too far, just describe him as mean and angry all the time. You could describe the mother as distant and apathetic, watching TV all day, but they don't. They describe the father as absent and the mother as a neat freak. They chose very differently, and I think they did that on purpose as to not confuse Rory with the only other confirmed runaway child from Midnight Motorist. But even more than that, if you don't like that line of logic, at the end of Midnight Motorist, the father says he's run off to that place again. What place would that be for Rory? And as far as we're aware, he's only run off that one time. Where did this again come from? That again alone really puts a damper on the theory that Rory is the kid from Midnight Motorist.
Oh yeah, the again, the mound has no explanation. Juniors doesn't really have an explanation. It's a really overwritten backstory for a plot point never acknowledged or really used in the main 6 games. I mean, the footsteps are, like, extremely important. That's, like, the entire point of this. You know?
But if that's the case, and Rory isn't actually the kid from FNAF 4, who is? Who's getting experimented on, and what exactly is FNAF 4? Well, the answer to that, I think, is actually in another story from the same book, Alone Together. The plot of this story isn't important for the theory, so no more summaries or spoiler warnings. What is important is what the grandma tells in the story to the main character on what happens when a ghost starts to haunt somebody. She explains the specific steps that get bigger and bigger as the ghost continues to haunt someone. So what is the very first step that she tells him? Quote, 1. You start to have funny dreams and flashes of memories that are not yours. It's like they possess your thoughts when they're near. Now, pieces are starting to fall into place, and honestly, I couldn't be happier, because I already called this. Let's watch a bit of my timeline from December, shall we?
outside, crashes on her due to the rain, and the daughter goes to possess the puppet. We then see the Midnight Motorist cutscene, otherwise known as Later That Night. This is why I think this happens right after. I don't think this is actually showing anyone running away. I think this is showing the dysfunctional family just after the bite of 83. It shows a mother completely disassociated, flatly watching TV and plainly remarking to her drunk husband, who's not allowed at the local bar anymore for how much he's been drinking. It then shows Michael Afton, who did break out of his room, but not to run away. I think Michael had been sneaking out to visit the crying child in his morning, either while the crying child is at the hospital or possibly in this unmarked lump, which I think is a grave in the woods. William, angered that he would even think to go there since he partially blames him for the crying child's death, resolves that he'll be sorry when he gets back. I think this is hinting to the fact that he switches Michael to a room with no escape. He locked the window, Michael broke through the window. So logically, he'll put him in a bedroom that has no windows, the FNAF 4 bedroom, and I'll get to why that's important later. He begins tormenting him every night.
Hey, can you answer why Mike can't be the runaway in Midnight Motors? Because that's always been the answer that makes the most sense. I don't know what I'm being asked here.
From that bunker, unlocking the access to the animatronics and cameras with the code 1983, the very year that his youngest son died, partially from the hands of his oldest son. Note, I want to be clear, this isn't the FNAF 4 gameplay. I think William is doing this with the animatronics.
William turned into a helicopter and flew to the room the runaway was stolen and made him walk, which is why his steps are there. Watching SireSquawks, who's watching Rye, Toast, who's watching Rye. That is true. What do you think the mound is? You know, okay, so I mentioned this in Michael Motorist. Maybe I have the visual on my channel. Because this actually wasn't a visual I made. It was a visual I made to explain this. But I think... Where is it? There it is. In the... Where is the... I think it's here-ish. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. That if you were to lay the layout of Sister Location and map it to Midnight Motorist, you have the torture room and bunker to the right of Fredbear's, which is connected to the house, the original house. So you have this original house. It's down the road from Fredbear's, which would be reopened as Junior's after it being closed. And then to the right of that, with the bunker underneath all of this, remember, scale's warped because it's on different levels in this interpretation. And then you have the entrance to the proto-experiment bunker over here. That is how I did it there. I don't think William being the guy who runs away in Midnight Motors works very well. By the way, the memories that are in there, I don't really get what you're implying, Titan. The FNAF 2 dreams. Let's watch the video.
He already has. However, these actions do create the FNAF 4 gameplay, because this torment that he puts Michael through gives Michael long-standing nightmares from here on out, where he relives these experiences even when not sleeping there, with nightmarish, illusionary versions of the animatronics that were sent after.
Just saying, it's pretty close. But how do I know that FNAF 4's gameplay is the nightmare of experiments done to Michael, and not just the experiments themselves, the later nights? Think about it. In every point of this franchise, when the crying child starts reaching out to Michael Afton, it reaches out with Golden Freddy, and Cassidy being there as well. As far as we're aware. I know the two-spirit theory is still debatable in the community, but I'm running with that for now. That crying child and Cassidy are both within Golden Freddy. But even in FNAF 1, FNAF 2, when Golden Freddy reaches out to Michael, it's telling him, it's me. He's just trying to reach out to him. He just happens to be within Golden Freddy. And what do we see in FNAF 4 but the same thing happening? Michael Afton keeps having these horrific nightmares of what happened to him, and the crying child can sense that and wants to communicate to him. But when he reaches out,
to me, actually would favor that Fredbear is just his... I do agree that I don't think the gameplay of 4 is Dittophobia. I think Mike might have gone through Dittophobia or experienced it, but I don't think the literal gameplay, especially Night 5, is Dittophobia. And I do agree it's because of Golden Freddy, or I should say Fredbear. But I think Fredbear is just the manifestation of his guilt more than anything, but I could see the dream explanation being possible.
he can't overpower the trauma and nightmares that Michael has. He just affects it, and suddenly the several monsters attacking him is just one Golden Freddy. You could even explain Nightmare as Cassidy, Shadow Freddy, the agony reflection of what happened on that day. But that's a little far, to be fair. That's already amazing, and I'm very happy with that theory. But I mentioned at the beginning that this book could tell us what's going to happen in Help Wanted 2. How is that possible? Well, even if you disagree with what I think this book tells us about FNAF 4, hold on to your seatbelt for this one. Throughout the story of Didophobia, one constant description of the gas is the hissing noise it makes while being dispensed. While it's functioning, and at all times, the gas makes this hissing noise. Rory even says at one point, quote, and remember I said remember this for later, the steady hissing above his bed sounded like a subdued murmur, as if someone, maybe Rory's mom, was saying shh, letting him know everything was okay. The gas sounds like hissing, almost shushing from his mother. And what's the last noise we hear at the end of the Help Wanted 2 trailer? Right before the Ballora jump scare. Music, but music that fades out with this noise.
In a weird way, I'm not excited for Didophobia, but I am like, oh, can we get to it already so I can talk about it finally?
Did you hear it? That shushing? I don't think Help Wanted 2 is going to be an in-universe VR game.
Zangle Midnight Motors. Zangle runs away from Scott, not loving them. Orange guy is Scott Coffin.
One, I think someone is going to go down to the sister location bunker for some reason, but this time, the nightmare gas leaked from the experimentation chamber, and it's throughout the whole bunker. It'll be our job to turn it off and get what we came for before losing our sanity. What do you think?
That's possible. It's kind of one of those off to see.
Honestly, I'm really proud of both of these theories, and I'm like 95% sure about the Help Wanted 2 part. But if you disagree, what do you think happens in FNAF 4 and Help?
The thing is, Didophobia is such a it's sort of a huge change, but also not. It's one of those, I think it's a change that just raises a ton of questions. Like, okay, so let's say it changes. Then what? You know, like, how do we get Mike in all that? Like, how do we know Mike happens and all that? I don't think Didophobia really explains the FNAF 3 Phantoms, because it's like, how did they get that fear gas? How do they have access to it? Why are they using it? I mean, yeah, they're using it to scare people, but, yeah.
Wanted 2 if this book is taken into account. Let me know in the comments. And if you're still looking for some more content, part 2 of my Ruin playthrough just dropped on my second channel, Rytus, which you can find right over there. For now, a huge shout out to the best patrons, the Dough Risers, and until next time, as always, stay toasty.
If you want to make a 3D model of Zangle, go ahead.
Slices.
In Pizzeria Simulator, the
Okay, we are done with our reactions, basically. We didn't do the Ruin, but apparently that was kind of a recap with some extra thoughts, so I think we are good to go. I think we can end the stream. So let me what's a good image just to have up? Yes. There we go. Wow, look at that anti-aliasing. So final thoughts on this. This was an interesting gambit of theories, actually. I'm really glad this was like the chunk of videos I picked. In general, like, this is a great roster. It's not quite goodbyes yet. I still want to talk for a little bit. I feel like, especially with Didophobia, where there's a physical presence for everything, I think it is definitely likely now that Mike has some experience with FNAF 4. The question is how much and what context, etc. Like, we know he's met, at the very least, Fredbear. Or Nightmare Fredbear, which is important context. And the question is, like, Nightmare Fredbear is one of the things that doesn't appear in the Didophobia leak, so it's like, how does that work? How long is Rory in the bunker? Because he's in there for at least 10 years, obviously, but if the story doesn't kill him off, or at least once we get the story, how do we know when it does it? Which raises the question, like, why don't we see Rory? So he has to die, or he just never existed in the game continuity ever if it's Tales games. Those are like kind of the only two options you have, is that he dies at some point even later down the road. Oh, goodbye, Rye Toast. Have a good stream. There's not much more to the stream, so you're not going to be missing much. Goodbye. And I do think Midnight Motorist does tell us a lot, if it is true, but... it is definitely my preferred interpretation. But, like, who knows? Maybe I'll read Midnight Motorist, and or not Midnight, maybe I'll read, Didophobia, and I'll read the story and be like, oh, there's this whole line about the dad being drunk that people had missed because it wasn't out yet. And I will confirm it or whatever. Everyone seems to drive on all those episodes. It's kind of subjective, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it might. The Mimic as baby thing would be interesting if it got confirmed, but I don't feel like it's really strong right now. It feels like it requires a lot of... The books have so much shit in them that you can find anything from them to reference is kind of the one of the problems it runs into. Yes, and under Michael running away, later that night would confirm that Charlie dies after the bite victim, in that order. Time traveling ball bit Canon, for real, for real. If Michael ran away, it's his grave. I think it confirms it no matter what, obviously. Read Midnight Motorist. I've got some secret lore. Man, you don't have the Midnight Motorist book? It's really wild. Gregory Midnight Motorist to me makes the least sense, because that requires Scott being psychic on a level that we've never understood. Like, there's, like, planning the story out as you go, and then seeding in a plotline that won't happen for, like, 2 to 3 years in what feels like your send-off game. That Scott himself said, like, oh, I kind of wanted to end the story myself, before passing it off to other people to start working on it. If you meant that seriously, Gregory Midnight Motors, which I don't even know what the theory is properly. I think Mixus has some interesting interpretations. I don't have one that feels like the most likely to me right now. I just don't have, like, I've seen some interesting ones, but there isn't one where I'm like, that sounds like what is the intended one. Scrapyard Motorist has all the same problems that, like, the other interpretations typically have, where it's like, why are the footprints different? Why does Gregory teleport around? Or not Gregory. Why does Scraptrap teleport around? Scott used the time traveling ball pit to make Gregory the protagonist of Midnight Motorist. Mixes Motorist. I think I am going to start ending the stream. Guys, it's clearly Molten Freddy Motorist, where Molten Freddy was the child that ran away. Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. It's much like my Music Man kidnapped Cassie to run off, like that joke thing I made up. Was a translation difference between Mixes for one of the differences? That's funky. Who knows? Garfield Motorist. I mean, Music Man is the same abbreviation as Midnight Motorist, so I'm just saying. The child was actually Music Man. Stream. I watched a stream for once. The stream was in a closet, a recording closet, full of equipment. The equipment was for the stream. Stream? Thank you, Crashmaster. You've donated a ton of money, actually, for this relative. Like, especially for what my streams get. That's a huge amount of donations. Thanks a ton. Cassie run away unironically. So Mimic, he just mimicked a child to troll William. I think I'm gonna end the stream here. My voice is starting to get tired. I've been streaming for 5 hours, and I'm really hungry for food, even though I ate before this. Yeah, sorry, Paintbrush Jr., you did miss it all. Anyway,